Yo everyone, we are back with another cast and now we are on to the winners final. So whoever wins this will guarantee qualify for the EUSL, and we got the Zoo versus who we just saw Triple B.
Indeed, and coming into this is actually going to be really interesting to see both of these teams going in as well, because there's going to be a lot of momentum carrying from the previous games and not from the previous games, considering the fact that Zoo has been sitting cold for a while waiting for their turn to play.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And, I'm excited for this match. We've seen both these teams and both of them really strong. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Definitely, indeed. I mean, Zoo had an absolute one-way stomp. Meanwhile, Triple B didn't have something like that. But again, right? Zoo has been sitting cold for a while right now, while Triple B are still warm. They're still ready to go. They're still ready to kick ass here on the field. Like it's really gonna be a coin flip. Whether are they too tired to continue going on here, or do they have just enough stamina to keep themselves fighting to find themselves in EUSL in the season?
Yep, that is the question. And both teams want this badly, and I want to see some good games. We just came from some crazy games.
We just came from an absolutely insane game, dude. Holy
cinema
shit, man.
game.
It was. I'm not gonna lie, local. I'm a little bit sad, considering I am a Nehi supporter, but game's game, right? Hey, like I do get to have my biasness, just as long as I'm not casting,
Yeah. Each their own, but it was a great match.
It was indeed, and like. Coming into this next game here, actually, as we're talking about them, we do have a Juno and an Atlas band. That Atlas band definitely targeting SwiftZ. These players might have been watching in on that on the stream in the games that we've just seen, and it's gonna be rough for Triple B without that SwiftZ anymore.
I mean, we get our SwiftZ on the Kazan pick, which is something that got banned by Not Everyone Has an iPhone. So we get to see that pick in action, and then we get Deadeye Vibes and Built Different X, very strong combo, especially on Tiger Tank.
And then talk about the Built Different as well, going on to that Kazan. Just so much more size for something that a Kazan goalie would want, that a Kazan goalie would need, right? Coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And then we got the Asher, which is going to be a menace with that size as well. And then we got the Now and the Estelle. Not sure if Now's going to take Deadeye, most likely Deadeye, and Estelle, of course, taking Deadeye. And yeah, I'm
actually kind of surprised that Triple B didn't decide to pick up the Aimi here together with that Deadeye. Like, yes, Vice is a good pick here, but I just feel like in between these two range characters, right, Aimi just has so much more immediate action on the field,
Yeah, I mean, they could be experimenting. Maybe they prefer Vice on this map in particular, but
definitely a very clumped up map, like with both of the angles and all the drums as well, right?
Yeah, and there it is. The picks exactly how we said it. Siphoning one Vice, slick kicks on everyone else. We got Pauldrons, of course, on the Kazan SwiftZ, and then Nero opting for the Mom Boots.
Definitely, and the Donkers here, on the top side, wins out 1v1, and Saiton already picks up the first kill of the round!
And that is an amazing KO coming from Saiton, and now they need to get the barriers. Nice defense from SwiftZ.
Donkers does try to hit that piercing shot to hit through, but SwiftZ, like we said, standing strong right now. Defense out the second barrier, and Immaculator is back on the board already.
Yep, and we're just waiting for one of the teams.
Oh my god, Donkers! Another KO already from Donkers. A piercing shot rings true.
Yep, but the comfort on the Kazan goalie pick is really showing on SwiftZ. Really solid pick right now.
Oh, almost losing out, but the hook is back there indeed. Immaculator gets his revenge over onto the Asher and picks up a kill as well. Nitrun being weak-sided here, cannot win out that 1v1. Does try with that primary, but does not find anything just yet. Donkers with the role swap does not hit the core either. It's Nitrun to walk forward here. Bell Ringer here out of Immaculator to try and win out against that 1v1. SwiftZ, like you said, that comfort on the Kazan really showing itself right now.
Yeah, really aggressive, going for that damage as well. And
Ooh.
oh no, Donkers! Hit into the
No.
perfect place.
Donkers gets bounced into prime position to send it in.
Yeah, really, really nice for the side of the Zoo, but really unfortunate for the side of Triple B.
Definitely indeed, just really unfortunate, for Triple B, like you said there. It's not really what you want to see here, already losing out the first set, especially to something as unlucky as that. Core flip here coming out from Nero on the back end to pick up the first barrier, as Nitrun, SwiftZ, and Immaculator all looking to get their core flips as well soon. SwiftZ potentially looking to use it here against this Asher, but no, never mind. Stays away from Sighton, and the core flip actually comes up from Nitrin to try and lower Sighton. Here comes the X Maximus here from Immaculator to pick up that kill. Donkers in a 1v1 does hit that roll swap, does hit the piercing shot, but cannot find that second barrier just yet. Immaculator wins out the first one, looking for the second.
Yep, and we got a flip on the side of Donkers and SwiftZ. Gonna be making some plays happen, and look at the
Immaculator!
but it doesn't matter. Oh
Immaculator picks up the second barrier for free, stays alive as well against the drums, dodges damage left, right, and center everywhere. But Donkers picks up at the second barrier and the goal as well. SwiftZ stuck in animation, cannot hit that one.
Yep, and what a nice goal. Once again coming from Donkers, and it's a 2-0 lead for the side of the Zoo, so it's not looking good for the side of Triple B, but it's not over yet.
Definitely not in the Triple B in such a tough position here with all that damage here coming out from both Donkers and Sighton. They're fighting back against this X, and it's just something you really don't want to see here on the side of Triple B.
Yep, and oh no,
And yeah, there goes the X already. Immaculator loses his life against Nero here on the top side. Nitrun already really low as well, taking even more damage here from that ultimate. Unfortunately, the Kazan does not fly down in time.
And that was a crazy dribble from Donkers and amazing push up from Nero. You know, not pushing up too much, but just holding that spot in the midfield to provide support, and really strong first set for the side of Zoo.
Definitely, already one way crushing them is, like you said, really not what they want to see. They have been able to break both barriers, but not going to put them in such a tough position. An interesting pick here, actually, out of the Kazan of SwiftZ to pick up Glass Cannon, I would say.
Yeah, you know, opting for a bit more speed, it can also... Well, not really a deny, yeah, just more speed, more damage on the side of SwiftZ. And then we got more speed on Donkers, more damage on Siphon, more everything for Nero with the Monumentalist pick. Specialized training on Nitrun and Super Surge on Immaculate.
Definitely. Nitrun already actually being bullied out here on the side of Sighton and Donkers as well.
Oh
but
my!
no, it's the goalie of SwiftZ that loses his life instead. That Glass Cannon really not being able to help him out there. Nitrun, unfortunately, not being able to defend out here, loses the second barrier. Donkers looking for the goal. What a Elu here coming out from Immaculator. Sighton looking for it and gets it as well. Not enough strikes on the side of Triple B.
And this is a completely different game from last game that we're seeing from the side of Triple B. They're just being pushed into a corner and they just can't break free.
Definitely, indeed. Like, even though we do have SwiftZ now, like you said, on that comfort pick, it just... while it's doing a lot, it doesn't seem to be doing enough, right? Like, look at that. They're constantly on the defense. It's not what you want to see. They do try to bully out Sighton here, but they get absolutely denied. Like, they're already on the defense yet again, forced to use so many abilities just to keep the core away. Here's the Supernova to pick up a kill on the top side over onto that Asher of Sighton. Sighton loses his life, but it's fine though, because they are currently in an advantage right now, and Immaculator and Nitrun just cannot seem to convert the kill. They do get one barrier, but that one barrier is just not enough for the trouble that it's taken to get that.
Yeah, really, you know, that was a spark of hope with that crazy KO coming out from Nitrun, but it just wasn't enough to break both barriers, and now they're going to have to push really hard to break the second.
Exactly, just in such a tough position here. Immaculator unfortunately loses out the stagger and loses out the goal as well. Is SwiftZ on the back end. Donkers, what an ultimate to send it in.
Yeah, and Donkers looking more like the shover right now, you know, scoring every single goal, and Yeah,
Definitely
really, or
indeed, but we have to talk about the fact that Saiton is just putting out so much pressure and so much damage here for this team. Like we said right there, puts out so much pressure, but loses his life in the process, actually. It's Donkers with a roll swap to the top side here to try and pick up that second barrier, but not yet. Oh my god, what a bounce! The X Maximus as well coming out from Immaculator to send it in. Nero cannot do anything about that one.
yeah, and that is what you want to see in the 3v2 situations. Absolutely capitalizing perfectly. Bit of unfortunate bounce for Nero, but really well played on the side of Triple B.
Definitely, indeed. Donkers gets stunned out here by that Vice's secondary. Swifty on the back end here, forced to use almost every single ability already. Keeps up both barriers, but doesn't manage to send it out just yet. As I say that though, Caster's Curse, he does send it out. Immaculator here on the front side, tries to get a little bit something going, but can't find anything just yet.
Yeah, Donker's doing well to survive. Nice evade on the X dash, and now they're going to be shoving with the Atlas ult. Look at the damage though. Heavy damage.
Yes, but so much pressure along with that damage. Immaculator stays alive, and so does Saiton. Both brawlers being able to keep their lives here, but unfortunately, it's just the red team of Triple B here is just constantly on defense. That's not what you want to see. Never mind though, as I say that, Immaculator bull rush into X Maximus, and maximizing the amount of damage that he does indeed is Nitran here, which picks up one barrier. Call flip here, looking for the second, but denied out by that now drone.
Yeah, really nice Dorito coming out from Nero, and now Donkers is back in, and they're going to be trying to get that second barrier, but Immaculator looking dangerous with the flip.
Exactly, just an absolute slugfest here happening in between both teams as they constantly try to kill each other. Saiton here unfortunately being forced to pop off flip and doesn't even get to live for it as well. Swifzy doing an amazing job, but not one you want to see when he loses the barrier as well. Amazing, but not amazing enough. Nitran tries to get the call away from his goal barrier here. Sorry, away from his goal here. Swifzy unfortunately loses it out.
And, I mean, really, really well played for the side of the zoo. Really well played.
Exactly.
And can I just point out that Scythen has survived 2 Vice ults on 1 HP every time. That's kind of unfortunate for the side of
Definitely. I mean, we do know Asher has the ability to have that damage reduction with the secondary as well. And now picking up the ultimate to cancel out even more damage away from Nitran. But Nitran does pick up that stinger. That is going to be painful. So painful.
it's you know, they can turn this around. We got more damage on the Kazan as well. We got more damage on the X, and we got a bit more core control on the side of Donkers and Nero.
Nero, just like you said previously, gets quite literally everything yet again. Now with Timeless Creator, just has those gigantic creations now. Saiton tries to pick up a kill here on the top side against Nitran, but Nitran avoids that damage just in time though. Swifty on the back end here with that defense as Immaculator picks up one barrier. Looking for the second one, it's Nitran down to Swifty. Swifty up on towards Donkers, but Donkers wins out the 1v1. Saiton, unfortunately, does not catch it with the breakthrough.
Yeah, and I mean...
Oh my god, Immaculator! The Superman build flies through as he picks up a kill on the bottom side with that Super Surge.
Yeah, and that Might and Super Surge is doing bits for Immaculator right now.
It is indeed so much damage here coming out from the side of Nitran on the front side. Swifty picks up the kill, but it's Donkers to pick up the barrier here. Donkers almost wins it out, actually. Holy shit, that's not what you want to see, especially considering you guys are up 1 kill. Never mind, down 1 body now they are as well, as they lose their midfielder and the call flip out of Immaculator as well. Nero teleports here to the front side to try and support his team, but it's not enough. Never mind though, Donkers. What a teleport to send it in.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice blink and primary play from Donkers, just scoring all of these goals, just punishing with this stun, and yeah, you know,
exactly.
That was
like Swifzy really just being caught off guard by the fact that Donkers probably has that aerials now, you know, just being able to teleport so much further now.
Yeah, I mean, any Estelle with dash range is just that much more annoying to deal with, that much more range, but oh, we got a KO!
We do indeed, but again, they need to be able to capitalize this kill. They have been able to be constantly picking up these kills with Immaculator just so strong on that offense. But again, if you can't capitalize, it does not matter, because this is a game about scoring the goal, not killing players. Saiton already back on the board and Immaculator low already, and all they have to show for it is a single goal barrier. It's just not enough.
Yep, and you know they need to answer back with something. And Donkers with the flip, Swifty with the flip, and Nero almost with the flip as well.
Exactly. Nitran unfortunately forced to use that supernova. It's a core flip throw down here from Donkers. Swifty gets a little bit afraid and unfortunately pops his own core flip as well. Saitan goes ping-ponging around the map and somehow keeps himself alive. It's Donkers to win out a 1v1 against Swifty as Saitan gets back all of that stagger.
Yep, and Nero still holding on with
Swifty.
one barrier. Oh my!
Oh my god, Swifty almost dashes out of position. Nitran with a core flip to pick up the kill onto the side of Donkers. But again, they do need this conversion. Like what they have had to show for it was a single barrier and nothing else. They do get the second kill, but Donkers is already back on the board and they still can't find this barrier. And never mind though, as I say that, Caster's Curse. Bell Ringer here from the side of Immaculator. Immaculator losing out all his health and his life as well. Donkers, that scorer that we've seen so much here on the front side, tries to send it in, but it's Saitan on the top.
And a great pass from Donkers as well. And I mean, this is looking really good for the side of the Zoo. I mean,
exactly.
Disgustingly good. But it's not over yet. There's a reverse sweep.
Yeah, you are right. You're right. We still might get a reverse sweep, you know, on match point, you know. 3-3, 5-5, like sure, whatever it is, man. Anyways, Immaculator just ping-ponging with that X Maximus here on the front side. Does pick up that second barrier. We might be able to see that reverse sweep coming in through, though. SwiftZ here on the defense, but it's a supernova to bail him out of that bad situation. Saitan up over to Donkers, but Donkers being denied away by the side of SwiftZ. SwiftZ unfortunately being forced to use the core flip, has the hook still to save against that now drone, and Nitran just constantly sending core forward here over to Immaculator, where Immaculator looks to win out the 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 potentially. Here's the bell ringer, and out comes the ultimate from that Estelle.
Yep, and there's the next barrier, captured by Donkers. Swifty trying to make it an aggressive play, not successful. Saitan looking low, and it might be a goal now.
Oh my god! Saitan somehow does not manage to win that one out in time. Swifty somehow managing to save that one out. Nitran bounces him around with that supernova, with the chord strike. It's Donkers that wins it out somehow with a rose warp. What a play, Donkers!
I mean, Donkers has been on fire. As soon as they got that dash range as well, they just became that much more of a threat. And well-deserved MVP, and the Zoo is looking strong into the next map as well.
They definitely are indeed, and Triple B really needs to, again, you know, like I say it all the time, but they need to look for a way to respond against the Zoo here.
Yeah, you know, something I want to point out is, you know, the side of the Zoo has had an 11-minute game, a 12-minute game, and now a 13-minute game. You know, it's going up by one each time. And
this one's going to be a 14-minute game, maybe.
Yeah, you know.
And then, you know, if somehow the Zoo manages to lose out these next two maps, and then they go on, and then we kind of a 17-minute game, and an 18-minute game,
Yeah.
maybe they'll finally win and qualify with a 20-minute game, you know?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, like it is what it is, you know, like happens, man. Anyway, it's just really unfortunate to see here on the side of Triple B, especially with such a strong performance against Snacky. Zoo clearly the very, very strong favorites here coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking spicy, and we got a map that the Zoo has already played, and that's Calarian Test Chamber. And, you know, they got that experience on it. You know, we saw the abusing they did with the Dracar and the Juno. So,
yeah, they definitely have that immediate experience as compared to the side of Triple B, which have been playing on other maps so far. But we'll have to see how Triple B decides to respond. We got a Spark of Power and a Siege Machine here actually coming out. Hopefully, we get to see that Atlas here back on the side of SwiftZ. But, you know, if the Zoo decides to bend that out again, then, you know, no Siege Machine for him.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, this is going to be a damage pack game. Like, that was a damage pack game as well. We're just going to get damage pack games. You know, that's what this meta is. That's what the maps are. Like, damage.
Definitely, man. Like the last game was just so damage heavy. It was an absolute slugfest, if one would say, you know. Just kills happening top, right, left, center, just so much damage being sent around. But, you know, I would like to point out the fact that even though, yes, they did manage, there was a lot of damage being sent around, right? Triple B did do a really good job at staying alive, but clearly that just was not enough. They needed to capitalize off of the kills that they got, which they unfortunately didn't manage to. And at the same time, they just needed to be in a stronger position to be able to score a lot more as well without those kills, you know? Like, they can't be in a position where they need those kills just to score a single barrier, right? It's such a bad position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, like, someone in chat, Lucas, has pointed out that Zoo got scored on twice in 3 games.
That
So
is
only
true.
2 goals have been done on Nero. That's
That is
crazy.
true. Nero, an absolute beast right now, you know, both on the scoring side and definitely on the defensive side as well.
Yeah, I mean, is this where they finally lose a set? Are they gonna be challenged for the throne? And
What do you mean? Like, all they need to do is like lose one more goal, right? And then like that's 3 goals. That's a set right there, man.
that's it.
that is a set right
That's a
there, you know.
makeshift set. That's a
A makeshift set, that's for sure. But again, yeah, like we said, unfortunately, we do not get to see Triple B back on that Atlas, and it has been I can't speak English. Oh my god, man! It has been banned out by the side of Zoo, but we do see a rune on the board. That's something that I'm actually personally quite excited about, Loco.
Yeah, you know, I personally love Ruin, especially in Clarion Corp and especially with Siege Machine. You know, I think Ruin is one of the best characters to play in Clarion Corp, and I'm excited to see that, especially with a Juliet pairing. You know, that's a really nice combination.
That's true. Not just a Juliet, but a Estelle goalie as well on the back end. Okay, maybe it's a Rune goalie. Like, we will have to see indeed. But yet again, Zoo pulling out their speciality. It's the Mako. Like, do we even really need to say anything about it at all? It's the Mako back on the board. They're gonna have to look for a way to deal with this Mako. If not, it's just gonna be an absolute stomp yet again.
Yeah, the one thing that worries me with the side of the Zoo's pick is the Kai. If the Kai gets banished once, that's just, you know, GG's in Clarion. So that's going to be the one thing that's going to be looking like a weakness for the side of Zoo. But I don't know how they play the Kai. It could be phenomenal and just avoid all the damage.
Okay, maybe we're going to see a thing yet again where the Kai here, presumably Donkers, is going to be the main scorer yet again somehow. You know, Immaculator on that brawler midfield, you know, if some might say.
Yeah, you know, the brawler midfield doing a shit ton.
I mean, we laugh at it, but like it's literally what just happened, man. Like, we had both brawlers just like punching each other out somehow midfielding, and Donkers was the one just scoring everything, man.
Yeah, I mean, Donkers was crazy with the setups, and I'm excited for this game. You know, they took the Estelle off Donkers with that first pick, and yeah, I'm excited.
We'll have to see how Donkers performs with that Kai instead, though. That's for sure. Loading up here into Clarion Test Chamber. It's Swifty that decides to go Rune Goalie, actually.
I mean, I'm a massive fan of Ruin Goalie on this map in particular. Like, I love it on this map, and I'm excited to see how Swifty plays it, you know?
And I think like another add-on to this specific comp instead of playing Rune forward here that we need to talk about is the fact that because you have your midfielder now on the Estelle, it has become 10 times easier to shut down that Mako secondary.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And even with the Juliet, just throwing out a simple punch since Mako can't move that much with the secondary, and that's a complete deny.
Absolutely, indeed. Saitan here looking to try and look for that first barrier, but it's Nitran that finds the first one instead. Immaculator, unfortunately, really low already and being bullied out here by the side of Nero and Donkers. Walks back here for an orb as Nitran, wow, look at that rotation here coming out. As Swift Z actually walks forward here. A death touch from Saitan is all that's needed though to pick up the barrier, and then snipe from Nero downtown across the board.
Yeah, and this is the reason why the man only lost, you know, was it 2 goals?
It was the goals, you know, like that statistic might be wrong. We do not have a stat counter. Like we would just like everyone to know. And if we did, that stat counter would count an extra kill for Immaculator.
Yeah, really nice kill coming out, and now they need to play this advantage. Nice banish coming
Here
out.
comes the banish coming out from Swiftsy, and here's the out as well. That flaming flurry from Immaculator. Here comes the flying Phoenix, and a core flip to send it in. Nero gets scored on the third time, and there it is, a makeshift set for the whole tournament against the Zoo.
Yep, there we go. It's time, and that's a, you know, it's a turnaround now. It's gonna happen.
It is indeed. Donkers here on the top side, trying to win out 1v1 against Nitran, but constantly losing so far against all these projectiles, just constantly being thrown at him. Nero just, you know, having a chill day, holding that secondary. Doesn't really need to do anything as Donkers puts in all the hard work to clear it away for his team here.
Yep, and banish coming out, not connecting with anything yet. Oh no,
Oh
Swifty!
no! Swiftsy teleports away when he shouldn't have. Unfortunately, losing out on that second goal barrier as well. It's Saitan here on the top side together with Donkers to try and look for that barrier. Goes down with the slam on the bottom. Nero sends it down the middle, and here's a cage to send Immaculator away. The Flame Flurry comes out, and there's the punch as well from that Juliet, but does not find anything against Nero just yet though.
Yep, Immaculator.
Saitan does get the buff.
Oh no.
Oh, Saitan does get a buff. Here comes the slam, and it's not enough damage though. Swiftsy stays alive. Immaculator picks up one barrier, looking here for the second one. It's Nitran here on the midfield to potentially try and look to support that offense. It's a banish actually from Swiftsy. That siege machine really sending it far.
Yeah,
Oh
you know,
my god, Swiftsy.
What a crazy save.
Oh, crazy save, Swiftsy! No, he guesses wrong though. Instead of sending it up to Donkers, Saitan picks that one up for himself. What a play,
Yeah.
Saitan.
And that is a really, really nice hook, showing why Rasmus is a super strong pick, especially on, you know, their home turf, Polarian Core.
That's for sure indeed. Swiftsy here on the back end, unfortunately really losing out one. And like we said again, the difference in these goalies is just the fact that Nero really puts out so much more forward offensive pressure, right? That we want to see out of Swiftsy, but we're not just yet though. It's Donkers that picks up a kill here onto the top side of that brawler of the Juliet. Immaculator losing his life, but a double banish here from Swiftsy, and all is well.
Yep, and Immaculator is back in, still keeping that one barrier up. Really well played from Swiftsy, and now Donker's gonna try to make a play with the core foot.
Really, really tough position here for the side of Swiftsy on the back, and actually a little bit more of a stalemate, I would say. Never mind though, as I say that they're on the offense, and here comes the call flip right through Swiftsy.
And, you know, a bit of Caster's curse there, but, yeah.
Definitely, indeed. I wouldn't really call that a curse, you know, like I wasn't talking about someone specifically.
Yeah, you know, just the flunk to say, I need to quickly grab something. Give me 1 second.
Okay, how unfortunate. Anyways, guys, your entertainer for the night and for the next, hopefully 5 minutes and 5 minutes max, because I have been ditched by my co-caster. It is I, Xylofer, here bringing you into the awakening phase. We got Spark of Resilience here going over onto Donkers. Donkers already hitting double sparks here. It's gonna be such a tough opponent for the side of Triple B to go against. And then, you know, here's usually where Loco would say something, but like I'm by myself, so I'm just gonna keep yapping here. Anyways, here, Saitan almost dies here over to Immaculator, but it's Immaculator that actually dies instead. I believe that was Donkers on the top side with a Giga Blast that picks up that kill. Donkers here, looking to send it forward down to Saitan. Saitan manages to pick up the second barrier as well. Loco is back, but I do not need him as Nero sends it off to Donkers. Donkers forward over to Saitan. Saitan does not pick it up just yet, but here is that speed from that Marco. Saitan in a 1v1 here, 1v2 here actually, with Immaculator on that defense as well, and Nitran as well. It's a 1v3 for Saitan, but he just can't find it through yet. It's the Giga Blast from Donkers, and Saitan wins out the 1v1. The pillar is not enough as Swiftsy loses out that one.
Yep, and it was really well played from Saitan, just staying in that aggressive position while Donkers tries to get the core through to them and successfully manages to do that.
Definitely, indeed. Oh my god, Immaculator picks up both of the barriers here with a single strike, single, really well played strike. Saitan dodges out the banish here with that whiplash, tries to walk forward together with that damage, with that speed as well, but it's just not enough. Immaculator here with a punch does not send it in. Swifzy potentially looking to walk up here with that core flip to core flip banish, but does not find anything just yet though. Hits the teleport away, and Swifzy is not where you need him to be. Nitran unfortunately being forced to use out that core flip, and am I seeing this right, or is Swifzy just like absolutely just abandoning his goal right now to score a goal of his own? Oh, that was so disrespectful to them. Oh my god,
that's my type of goalie. Come on, big up.
Like that was actually like, wow, that was interesting to watch. That's for sure. Swifzy walking up forward to pick up that goal here. It's Saitan and Donkers that sets Immaculator here low on the top side. A piercing shot here from Nitran picks up one. Immaculator with a dash punch that flying Phoenix here together to pick up with that core flip to pick up a kill as well. I said to pick up like 4 times there. Immaculator looking for the second barrier, but I believe it is Nitran with the projectile from that roll swap to actually pick it up. Donkers here tries to win a 1v1, but you can only go so far against a wall. The pillar of Swifzy doing so much yet again as Immaculator picks up the call and slots it in.
And, you know, it's happening. The zoo is getting refurnished. You know, what I don't know what to call it. But
unfortunately, we play Omega Strikers, we don't know what happens in zoos, guys. So yeah, that's for sure. But anyways, a nice little banish here on the top side against Donkers, but Donkers wins out against the pillar. But never mind though, the Giga Blast just is not enough to win out against Swifzy, as Swifzy loses against his inner demons and picks up his own barrier.
It's the Obscura effect. Immaculator getting the big ball in the middle.
Definitely indeed, but not being able to do much of it. In fact, if anything, Swifzy somehow loses out 2 of his like on the second barrier as well. Nitran here on a 1v1 on the top side, constantly trying to send it through Donkers, but it's just not enough. The banish here coming out from the side of Swifzy, but does not find its mark just yet onto Saitan. An ultimate here from Nero. That's both ultimates out from both goalies. Donkers is looking to walk forward with that core flip, but not yet though. Saitan here putting out so much damage onto Nitran along with Donkers with that Giga Blast. Here's a core flip from Immaculator up over to Nero. Nero over to Donkers, but Donkers does not send it through just yet. Core flip here out of Nero sends it up. Donkers does not pop his own core flip, and it's Nitran here with a core flip as well. Donkers sending it up here, potentially looking to use that core flip to make a play, but never mind. Swifzy with that pillar. Again, banging your head against a wall is not gonna do much. Nero gets his secondary denied here. Immaculator misses out on the angle, does not find it through. Donkers tries to pick it up with that Giga Blast, but does not find it. Donkers does have that core flip. Core flip denied by the banish, denied by the pillar as well, but Donkers just does not find it out just yet though.
Yep, and I mean, that was a crazy set. You said core flip so many times because they had so many.
I did indeed. Nero and Immaculator here, just an absolute brawl happening here on the red side of defense. Nero unfortunately not enough elusive to win out against Nitran. Nitran just kept dribbling and dribbling and dribbling and sends it in.
Yeah, and I mean, the Estelle is looking so powerful in these matches. Like, I think I said that last time I casted as well, right?
You did. Like, Estelle is just so strong right now. And speaking of strong, Immaculator just got stronger with that heavy impact. And while Immaculator did die early that previous set, which unfortunately loses out that prize fighter, hopefully the heavy impact is what he needs to pick up that early kill, to pick up the ability to just, you know, absolutely dominate the field here on that Juliet.
Yep, and I think the whole entire side of Triple B just got insane awakening. Like, ruined prime time dash range on the Estelle with more impact damage and heavy impact on the Juliet. That's crazy.
That's for sure. Indeed, Donkers here winning out the 1v1 with a barrage against Nitran. Unfortunately, not being able to do much with that barrage. It's Nitran here on the top end. Piercing shot down over to Immaculator. Immaculator does not win out the 1v1 against Saitan here. It's Swifzy that tries to win that out instead. Immaculator gets all the health and back on the board. Gets screwed over by his teammate a little bit with that bounce off the middle here with that claw. Nero here back on the defense. Unfortunately, not much being happening here on both sides of the field. No, we lost local again.
Oh, okay. Am I back?
Okay, you're back.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome back to
I
the
don't
land
know
of
what
the
happened
living,
there.
Mr. Local.
I don't
Okay,
know what
well,
happened there.
welcome back to the land of the living, Mr. Local. But yeah, just a little bit of a back and forth parry here happening in between both teams. Core flips here coming out from both Nitran and Nero. Nitran does choose to use that core flip early and gets damaged out by Donkers. Tries to walk forward with that roll swap, but it's just not enough. Oh my god, Saiton! What a barrier to pick up as well. SwiftZ almost saves it out with a pillar, but it does not ring through. SwiftZ on the top end here does not win the 1v1 against a barrage.
Yeah, and Donker's slotting it in with a really well-placed barrage, and Scythen just hitting it past the massive Ruin Pillar before it could form, and really well played on the side of the Zoo.
Definitely indeed, as Immaculator picks up the first goal, hitting the very, very top corner here on the side of the barrier. Nero
Oh,
here,
no!
I think, unfortunately, picking up his own barrier here on the back end. SwiftZ here does put out a second pillar here on the back end to try and keep that barrier alive for just a little while longer. Tries to dribble it away from Donkers, as Donkers does have that core flip. Nitran here to Immaculator. Immaculator slots it right through.
And I mean, that was a fast goal. You know, 25-second goal, really well played on the side of Triple B. And, you know, this is a neck-and-neck game compared to last one.
It is indeed. Like, it was an absolute stomp last game, and that's how I thought we were going to see this happen as well. But apparently not, as Saiton fights back, picks up a kill, but fighting back is Immaculator's middle name as he picks up a kill as well. Here comes the banish. There goes the Giga Blast. Nitran is back on the board with both abilities out. It's the buff here coming out for Immaculator. Immaculator, unfortunately, not being able to pick up second barrier. As I say that, though, Castles, because picks up the second barrier, he does a roll swap and a piercing shot to the backside here. Immaculator picks up the core, but does not win out the 1v1 against Donkers, though. Donkers just winning every single 1v1 here, and Immaculator cannot find that third kill just yet. With two prize fighters on the board, Immaculator has so much power going on right now, but SwiftZ and Nitran are just struggling against Donkers. Donkers just so oppressive here on the front side. Immaculator dribbles it, dash punch, flies it in. Nero cannot catch that one.
Yeah, I mean, Donkers did amazing with the core control to beat SwiftZ's CDs and core flips, but as soon as Immaculator got it, you know, they got two barriers and they got the goal.
Exactly, just and notice how Saiton just constantly just avoids every single banish so far. His reaction speed against these banishes are just absolutely insane. And what else is insane is his scoring ability as they pick up both barriers here for this side. Immaculate does pick up a kill though, and that's the third prize fighter onto this side. He does walk up with SwiftZ, and this is what you want to see in these kind of striker advantages. You want your goalie to walk up. You want your goalie to put in so much more pressure for your team here, as Nitran with a core flip sends it down to Immaculator. Immaculator manages to get that second barrier. It's Saiton here though, yet again avoiding another banish, sends it forward. SwiftZ tries to teleport, and oh my god, it almost loses it out, but SwiftZ does hit that pillar. Unfortunately though, it's Donkers with that blazing pace to pick up one, pick up two, wins both strike wars and sends it right in.
Yeah, really well played from Donkers, being an absolute core control demon this match, and no team is giving up. Like, this is just... We might get a set 5 game in this one.
Definitely, we might indeed. Donkers here with a barrage and his second and his secondary as well with that Giga Blast. Just unfortunately uses out everything and does not find anything to return as well. Titan here tries to win out a 1v1 against the pillar, and he wins somehow. A banish here from SwiftZ, a little bit of a panic out as well from Immaculator on the back end to try and send the core away. Titan here might be looking for that kill, but never mind. It's a teleport back from Nitran, and Donkers drills it in.
Oh no, the third spark. The third spark, Donkers MVP is happening.
Oh no, well,
no.
It's over. It's over. Donkers is about to end this one.
Oh,
no sparks! No, we might actually get a set 5 now. He does have a lot of picks here though. Dead-eye aerials, and he does choose to pick up that aerials. And oh, Immaculator actually choosing to go for the big fish instead of the 1-2 punch, not speccing too much into the KO ability. As I say that though, big fish does really help with the KOs against all these enemy players as well as a nice deny against Saiton.
Yeah, you know what I really wanted to see? SwiftZ taking Deadeye. That's what I wanted to
And
see.
that would have been fun, man. That would have been very fun indeed. But he does not. He does pick up that timeless creator, and these pillars are just putting in so much work right now. They're so big right now as well. Saiton here managing to pick up one barrier. Immaculator managing to pick up one kill. Hor gets sent forward to the bottom end here. Nitran does try to win out a 1v1, but it's the pillar to assist. Swifzy here tries to make another pillar play, and they are on the absolute offense here on the top side. This is what you want to see out of your goalies, ladies and gentlemen. Swifzy just putting in so much pressure here, but it's Saiton to fight back with a kill of his own as well against Immaculator. Immaculator losing out the prize fighter stack that he just picked up. Swifzy teleports away, and Saiton might be picking up this second barrier. Never mind though, it's Nitran on the defense.
Yeah, and Swifty is just doing great work with all these pillars. They can cover so much range and apply so much pressure to the other team.
Exactly, just amazing work here being put out of Swifzy with all that pressure, all that map pressure that he's putting out for his team as well as Immaculator with all these kills. But it just does not matter when you're constantly being bullied around, just like how Nitran is currently. Nitran so low, but gets all his health back already. As I say that though, gets slammed yet again. Immaculator tries to pick up a kill here on the top side against Donkers. Not enough damage though. It's Donkers with so much stagger with a spark of resilience. Unfortunately, Nero loses out the 1v1 and loses out the goal barrier as well. It's Swifty here on the on the back end to win out a 1v1 against Saiton. Saiton just forced to walk back here. Donkers walks up here, tries to barrage, but can't get it through just yet. Here comes the secondary out of Nero, and the speed is there, but it just gets denied away by that banish. Nero sends it forward with a primary. Nero sends it down with a passive, but no, it's Immaculator to catch it out.
And just slots it in the bottom corner, and how do you break through Swifty? Like,
I mean,
you just can't beat the pillars,
man. You can't beat the pillars, and if you do beat the pillars, Nitran is there. Like, what do you do against that? We talked about these teams looking for an answer, but if anyone needs an answer right now, it's the Zoo, because clearly this Marco goalie just is not enough. Immaculator picking up the buff here in that middle as Saiton tries to fight for it, but never mind. We talk about breaking Swift Z, and breaking Swift Z they will do indeed. The Zoo picks up the second barrier here, and oh my god, somehow slots it in under that, and oh my god, a teleport here from Nitran and a core flip here from Swifzy to keep the core in play, and in the round they will stay. Immaculator here on the forward side with that core flip as well, but it's Nero to send it out. Doesn't even need to use any abilities for that one. Swifzy tries to win out a 1v1 against Donkers, but no, 1v2 slams one in, and barrage from the other end. Swifzy cannot clear that one.
Yeah, and this Kai pick is really nice into the Ruin goalie, and you know, they just break the Ruin. They got
Definitely
the game
indeed.
It's possible.
Yeah, definitely indeed. Anyways, Immaculator here back on the offense. Gets denied out though by that barrage from Donkers. Donkers does get damaged out here from Immaculator, but it's just a little bit of a fight back as Immaculator walks back here to pick up that orb.
Yeah, and Scythen is doing great to avoid these banishes with just his movement and, you know, making sure, value. Oh, what?
Nitran picks up a kill on the top side with that piercing shot. Scythen tries to pick up a kill off his own against Nitran, but no, gets denied. Now they're on the bottom side against Nero here. Nero does manage to core flip and send it away. Scythen here on the top end with that core flip as well, but loses out the 1v1 against Immaculator. Immaculator picks up the first one. Here's the pillar as well. Swifzy on the bottom end picks up the second one, and Nitran gets Giga Blasted, but it is fine as he walks up here with that with that core flip. Swifzy on the offense still here. It's just absolutely amazing the amount of pressure here being put out by Triple B. Nitran here playing as the pseudo goalie just for a little while longer as Swifzy walks back. It's Immaculator here on the top side. Might Swifzy teleport to the forward here? Who knows? Nitran wins out a 1v1 against Scythen here. Sends it up to the top into Immaculator, but Immaculator does not pick it up. A Rose Walk does not make its mark just yet though. Core flip here coming out from Scythen and wins it out finally. There goes the barrier up to Donkers and sends it right in. What a pass!
Wow. I mean, these points are going on for like so long, and you know, Donkers and Scythen are just breaking through the pillars like really well, and
they are just such a tough position for Swifzy to find himself in, right? Because like the specialization that's happening here right now is that Swifzy is walking up with all this offense, right? Okay, but if they cannot keep the goal close, if they cannot keep the core away from their side of the map, then they just get absolutely bullied here by the side of Donkers and Scythen.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And you got to be safe with those TPs as well. So it's got to be
Exactly.
really
Swifty
risky.
might be just a little bit too greedy with his TPs. A little bit greedy he does not become as he chooses to pop that core flip to save out the 1v1 against Saiton here. Saiton does have that whiplash. Wins
Oh
out another one.
no!
Donkers to send it
Oh
in!
my god! And that's it. That is your champion.
Those
The
are your champions
ZOO.
indeed. The Zoo qualifies themselves for EUSL. Look forward to seeing more of them, as you will be seeing more of them. GG's to the Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, they played really, really well. I thought
Really
a
proving
reversal
that
was
they
happening,
do,
but you
yeah,
know,
really proving that they do, what's it called, deserve this spot here in EUSL.
yeah, absolutely agree. But we can't count out the side of Triple B. They have performed really well in the last match, and they performed really well in the Clarion Corp game. And I'm excited to see if they make it through to the EUSL or not. And
Definitely, definitely. Unfortunately, I believe we will not be able to see if that team has gone through. Oh, okay, again, this is biasness, but you want to know who won the losers bracket at the bottom?
yeah, not
This thing,
not
not everyone has
yeah.
an iPhone. That's for sure. Just a little bit of glazing from my side, but definitely big GGs here over to the side of the Zoo for qualifying for EUSL. We'll be seeing a lot more of them in the future to come. That's for sure. We got 3 slots left here for these teams as they continuously battle it out to secure themselves a spot for this season.
Yep, and what a great display of matches it has been today. And, I really enjoyed the matches today. All of them were hyped. A really nice Clarion Corp game. Could have gone either way, and yeah, it was really fun.
Definitely indeed. Looking forward to see what these teams have for us eventually in the future as well. But anyways, it's been me, Xylofer, joined here today by...
Loco!
And we'll see you guys next time.
See ya!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL promotions. Once again, we have a rematch here. I'm joined by Soon. How's it going?
Yeah, I may or may not have just woken up, but I would never miss this banger of a set, because word on the street is that these guys met in bracket and it lasted a good solid 115 minutes, and converting that into American Standard Time, that's like almost 2 hours. So,
That's how time works.
yeah,
Anyway, right?
yes.
We have the face-off with the burritos and iPhones once again, right? However, in this case, not everyone does have an iPhone, and they have actually elected for Atlas Lab Game 1, Big Bean Burrito, opting for Gates of Obscura Game 2, and not everyone has an iPhone, denies the triple map run back with Oni Village, and picks up Taiko Temple instead for Game 3.
Yeah, honestly, from what I know, these are some pretty balanced maps, besides Gates of Obscura, which has been known to just be a little bit unpredictable, a little bit jank with the portal plays, but that will allow for creativity to shine with angles, with mix-ups. But I feel like we're going to see a general theme with these maps, just based on how these barriers are positioned. A lot of corner offense, maybe a lot of stuffing potential. So we'll have to see how these teams adapt, change things up maybe, or not, to give us probably a lot of content, almost 2 hours of it.
Hey, I'm down. But we are looking at this first map or first striker draft here. Not sure if it's 100% correct because this is the exact same draft that we did run for BBB versus the Zoo in Winners Quals Game 2, which was Spark of Strength Siege Machine on Clarion. I believe we are supposed to be on Atlas Lab, so slight, miss, I guess, slight miss out by prod, or maybe a missed link. It's bugging out, but looks like we're just heading out directly into game. I'm assuming the draft has already been done, so looking forward to being surprised by any of these picks here.
Surprised indeed, but I mean, AtLab is as vanilla as it gets for maps, and like, in my humble opinion, a lot of characters, 100% viable on this map. So many team comps you can run. So far, though, we're seeing Rasmus, Rune, Estelle Hovers, and Amako has been picked by iPhone team.
Yeah, the Rastel combo, traditionally pretty good and pretty good on this map, but answered by another pretty good forward duo in Imi Asher, and both goalies. This is going to be an interesting dichotomy here, as Mako is just going to be offering speed to a team that is really good at stuffing anyway, while Rune is just going to be offering that reliable offense himself. And we saw Rune piloted by Swiftsea in a previous game, and it looked pretty good, even though the team that they were playing against was a lot more favored to win. I'm not sure how this'll shake up here, but with the Atlas gone away from Swiftsea, it's definitely going to be a change-up from the previous series.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, especially how this momentum boots Rune stacks up, and even a strike shot, which most people just consider to be the best goalie awakening, or not awakening, gear. But so far, pretty equal game state. Both teams taking one barrier, but a nice piercing shot makes that two from Nitrin. Almost connecting with the pendulum swing, but the offense is raging forth. A good TP back saves Disaster for that second barrier, but iPhone trying to answer back here. There's a flip from Yodelsman, but a nice glitch bot does confirm it. Off that flip, Immaculator trying to sink this goal in, and does with the help of the Thorns. And that is Big Bean Burritos going up first.
And hey, that's the power of Rastel, right? When you're in those situations, even though the child tried to dash back and pick up the core, it's just so difficult because of how reliable their plays are. And a good pillar there out by Swiftsea, combined with that Rose Warp by Nitron, saving that first barrier. A lot of damage taken by the Burritos here, and they may not live to see much longer, as a lot of damage falls onto Imac, and Imac needs to be very careful, burning that evade, perhaps falling off of the map pretty soon if he's not careful. And it's Nitron who actually falls off the map first, crucially had that flip ready, so it's very bad for Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, things are gonna go bad from worse real quickly, but Immaculate are doing a good job staying alive, and somehow, someway, the Burritos have been able to trade one barrier. Now it's the Child out of nowhere, staggered, worse for wear, getting punched around the map with these pillars, but nothing able to come from the offensive push with them out of the game. Nitron almost falling again in a beautiful strike war win by Immaculator. Both barriers falling, the Asher falling too, just touch, not able to find it, and SwiftZ overextending, chaos on the field. There's a cyber swipe and a whip strike of all things! Unbelievable.
Yeah, that is a bit of a misplay. We'll just call it that for now. Unfortunately for Big Bean Burrito, that's the way they lose that point. They were looking so good there, first punting the Child and then trying to keep this offense going. A lot of damage once again on Imac. Nitro needs to be very careful on these edges because, as I've noticed, he's been playing a lot around these edges, which is very good for this core control. But the Child has been getting a few kills, getting a lot of damage, and nearly killing him too.
Yeah, the Child has been really dumping damage, and it's really been shaping how these points are playing out, and the aggressiveness as well coming from SwiftZ being punished once more, and that's another goal for not everyone has an iPhone.
Yeah, unfortunate for SwiftZ. Once again, the aggression getting punished. The Child winning, and I think not just one, but multiple strike wars there. And it kind of sucks because Big Bean Burrito is playing really well on this offense, but it's just the defense is kind of crumbling a little bit more than it should and than it has in the past. But like that, once again, we see another great offense finding the double barrier there. SwiftZ so far forward, and Nitron trying to keep the core forward as well, has this flip ready. Good teleport back for SwiftZ, and the strike one against that perfect pitch by Imac, dodging away from that ensnare drums, and now they just have to not lose this defense here, and they lose the barrier. No flip available for SwiftZ, looking very dangerous in the corner, forcing Nitron to flip. Strike shot out by Yankate. Nitron burning all his cooldowns and has nothing left there. Imac now in this 1v2, doesn't necessarily win just yet. The Child taking the core forward, has to be careful for Yodsman's abilities. Imac, great evade to live there. Pass up to Nitron, now SwiftZ, he's finally built this flip. Imac with a good attempt at a shot. Not yet found for Big Bean Burrito, but there it is, the Rose Wolf from Nitron, and they secure it.
Yeah, that was some really good play from Big Bean Burritos. Mac and Nitron were playing off of each other really well. That Rose Warp was supplemented by a Death's Touch hit stun, and it's really just been the story of Big Bean Burritos. They've been pushing this offense a lot, but SwiftZ has been playing a little bit hastily, and it's been coming back to bite them, but that flip, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. Unfortunately, not much you can do as a Rune in that corner into an Asher.
Yeah, and help indeed, as needs a bit of help on that defense now, as the Child is pushing up with Yodsman. I think a turret could come online, not even needed, as the great dribble and breakthrough by the Child. Well played by Not Everyone Has an iPhone to take set one.
Yeah, and that was a really even set, so I'm not quite sure what these players will try and spec into, but a lot of solid universal picks coming out here. Spark scaling, fight or flight, and extra special all up for grabs, and that fight or flight pick up on the Asher is going to be devastating.
Yeah, Fight or Flight picked up there, and interestingly enough, the Super Surge opted for Imi instead of Heavy Impact. Not sure how I feel about that, because Heavy Impact is really good for this Imi, and yeah, that Spark scaling beginning on Nitron, if they can continue to maybe stall out this game a little more sparks could fall to the Estelle, and we could very well see a Mayor on our hands.
Yeah, definitely a rather balanced draft. Also, Rasmus getting size, Happy Star, always helpful for this Rune character. And on the other side as well, a lot more damage coming through. Mako, a really good heavy impact user. So, very balanced draft. Both these teams have something to play for, but right now it's Big Bean Burritos with the momentum, taking one barrier, keeping offense going, but a nice interception by the Child! And that is 2 barriers gone in an instant. Really horrible pass from Nitron, but they're able to recover, trying to get this offense started once more. Immaculator in the bot side corner, trying to get something going with this pendulum swing, but a nice sentry turret, stuffing all of that pressure outwards, and that's a 1 strike war by the Child, forcing everyone from Big Bean Burritos to fall back.
Yeah, forces them to fall back, but they move back forward again. The ensnare drums keeping the core in the corner. Imak needs to be a little careful. Same with Nitron, who has his flip ready. He wants to use it, but he doesn't want to use it to just live. And now the child just waiting for wherever this core goes. Catches it there. Yodsman with the flip. Intercepted by Immaculate. Immaculate looking really low. Great clear down by Swiftsy to Nitron. And this Death Touch is just waiting to grab the core. And now good flip out by Nitron. Gets the barrier. Comes back to him. Passes up to Imak. And the perfect rebound by the Big Bean Burrito midfielder leads to a goal from Imak.
That was an absolutely disgusting angle, not only to get the barrier off the flip, just to set up Imak as well. Big Bean Burrito, their offense has been extremely dominant, if I have to say myself, and that banish into pillar. They'll trade the KO 4-1 barrier any day of the week, especially if we can trade it here. Drum and bass coming out, and we're headed back top side. Nitron looking to strike, but not whiffing the piercing shot top side, and it's one barrier apiece. A trade that Big Bean Burritos will gladly take.
Yeah. Now, it's not the ideal trade to be making in a power play like that, and Yodsman dodging away from the banish, but not dodging away from the pendulum swing. Now another power play for Big Bean Burrito. They really need to make use of this. Good pass down from Nitron to Swiftsy. Pillar unable to keep it forward, forcing the Swiftsy flip, which gets intercepted by the breakthrough, nearly taking the barrier there. But this turret is really not in a good position, maybe forcing Imak's flip. It does, but not in the way they were hoping for. Another cooldown burned out by Big Bean Burrito. But they're really not making any sort of advance on the net of Not Everyone Has an iPhone.
And not only that, it's Not Everyone Has an iPhone striking first, but Imak able to win that one. That's Nitron with the flip, doesn't opt to use it. It's stuck top side with the pass splitter. Nitron almost dead, forced to use it there, and the child is now the one with the flip. Power plays for both teams now. It's a 2v2 with the black hole. And Kate, the only flip left here, opting to slow play it, and a beautiful pillar from Swiftsy saving disaster. Both members of the teams coming back online here. Death Touch not able to connect with the cyber swipe. Core going back and forth. Everyone trying to fight for first contact. And that's Yodsman with a nice threading of the needle to the child.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really good passes, and I think just crucially, the child keeps winning every single strike war that he gets in front of the net. And that's really what's stopping Big Bean Burrito from just running away with this game.
Yeah, it's especially tough with the Rune goalie. There's not much to play for in a one-on-one with a brawler, close range, besides Banish, which is why he picked up Happy Star. But once again, it's Not Everyone Has an iPhone striking first and getting both barriers, but Big Bean Burrito's trying to get something started here. They've been trying to coordinate their offensive plays, and it has been working out, but it's just one opportunity for Not Everyone Has an iPhone, and everything starts crumbling down, and they're able to, like, capitalize off mistakes very well.
Yeah, Imak might need to flip here. Flips right in front of the Asher, one of the cardinal sins of Omega Strikers, but it does get salvaged there, and a great pendulum swing means that barrier is taken, but Imak needs to be very careful with his life. A great banish, keeping the core forward, and now Nitron has to get this pass down, but Imak also needs to be careful with his life. Does Swiftsy have any cooldowns? He gets hit stunned by the path splitter, and that's what allows the core to get past him.
As a goalie player myself, that's probably so tilting. Just being hit stun out of strike when you can save that goal so easily at so much time, so much space. Unfortunately, Asher might be a little bit broken. And yeah, they're able to get that goal sneaking by. Resetting though, one barrier piece, sentry turret coming down, pillars being placed, drum and bass. That core is not going anywhere. Back passing, re-attacking this time. Upside in the unhappy corner, the space to work with the goalie, but nice play by these forwards, intercepting, winning the strike wars. That's a barrier beam to secure that second lock. And now it's in a familiar position for Big Bean Burritos, trying to equalize, down tempo, down space, and that's the cyber swipe to hit stun and hit the core. And there's nothing saving that if you're Swiftsy.
Yeah, unfortunate for Swiftsy, just not popping the flip early enough. And now looking at this, there are 2 sparks in this draft, so double denying the sparks is really just not feasible for Not Everyone Has an iPhone. So yeah, Nitron is guaranteed a spark at the very least. Swiftsy might get this siege machine if Aimee doesn't pick it up here, and that would be pretty good for the rune. The Spark of Strength opted for by Nitron, hoping that they can maybe stall it and bring it to another set where the Spark of Agility would be picked up. But crucially, that stagger swagger on Asher, it means that Asher is really just no longer a target of this damage.
You know, I wonder if it would have been better for Swiftsy with how aggressive they've been playing to opt for this twin drive instead and basically say, I have eject button at home. And obviously the extra pillar would help on defense as well. But Siege Machine, not a bad take in the slightest, especially because it increases the range of your banish, the duration of your pillars. Swiftsy once again pushing up, but loses Strike War 2 an ability, and that was almost no! Sad Boy's angle, and that was almost 2 barriers taken. A very fortunate stroke of luck for Big Bean Burritos, but that barrier beam almost securing another one. And even though Swiftsy had a couple of great pillars, that barrier does fall, and so does the goal soon after. Not everyone has an iPhone in complete control so far.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone has an iPhone playing so well here. And this is really not looking great for Big Bean Burrito. However, they've been in a situation like this before. They can bring this to set 5, and we could see another 15-set series here, as both of these past sets have actually been somewhat close, despite the fact that we are 2-0 down. And a great flip out by Nitron finds the angle behind the drum and bass of Yankate, and wow, I am surprised by that.
Yeah, although it is a 2-set disparity, these teams are actually extremely similar in skill, in how they're playing and how they're coordinating their offenses. Just like that, a sort of checkmate for Yankate with the pendulum sling and the piercing shot. And another Sad Boys angle, Swiftsy trying to set another one up, can't quite find it. Sending out upside though, forcing the flip out with a nice interception from Yoda's man. Bot side we go, and snare drum's missing, drum and bass coming out. Piercing shot and a pendulum swing to decipher it all. Swiftsy banishes everyone, plus the core though, a little bit unfortunate. A flip in the face, and all 3 members able to stuff it out. Nice pillar from the cyber swipe. It's in a very sad position, and the barrier does fall, but so does Aimi. Yankate has the flip to work with, forced to use it there! But a nice piercing shot from Nitron sets up Immaculator for a beautiful strike war, and Big Bean Burritos down but not out for sure.
And it's not just that, it was also the death touch that was still lingering there from Imac, right? Because Yankate, I think, had that clear, and I think his goal there was to just tank the death touch while making the strike so that he could kind of get it out to that top side. But unfortunately for him, it did fail, and that means that Big Bean Burrito are now up 2, and they do take both barriers. They could just end the set right here. And we are going to a set 4, and I think that might be MVP for Nitron.
MVP for Nitron would be huge, especially if that spark shows up here. And unfortunately, it does not, so we'll have to wait until set 5, which would be another win for Big Bean Burritos and another potential still MVP. Instead, Nitron opting for the stacks on stacks, a bit of a risky play considering how many times they've been dying. CTL on the board here for that room, but it is last pick. It'll be interesting to see if it's denied and the Asher does take it. Not much left for him here.
Yeah, not much left. Okay, the Among Titans an interesting pickup here. I guess the idea is that you're probably not winning Strike Wars anyway, and your goal is, just pillar up. And Immaculator now has 160 power, which is a little disturbing, and is also very big, which means that he has an even bigger hitbox to be knocked off the map by Asher. But hopefully, yeah, they can use this size to win more of these interactions.
And Swiftsy also going to make great use of the speed from Among Titans, just pushing up the map with ease, but that is a recovery drone proc within the first 30 seconds of the first point. Not something you want to see, especially if you're Immaculator, with all the bodies that have been flying thus far. No range on Nitron means that the thorns don't connect, and we are stuck in a very potent position, but a nice clear downside, deciphering it all. Backside clears, trying to deal with these creation ultimates, and Swiftsy finds it, but is severely out of position. Black Hole helping, sets up the offense, though. A bit of a blunder. Rosewarp coming through. Nitron and Swiftsy forced to hold it here. Nitron almost has that flip. Might be something to play for, but no way to interact with the core. There it is. Probably has to use it before we lose it here. Glitch pop, not connecting, and there's the flip. Just getting in themselves out of that horrible situation. And Swiftsy with enough speed to make it back topside. Death's Touch resetting the offense entirely. To Child almost falling to the pendulum swing as well. Topside we go with the Whiplash online. They're not able to find it there. Yankate not using the flip. Dangerous position to be in. Both barriers fall. Pendulum swing not connecting once more. And Big Bean Burritos with a chance to win it all. But that Cyber Swipe is going to dash their dreams a little.
But I think crucially for Nitron, he unstaggered at the perfect time in the middle of the combo from the Child, which means that his stacks do get maintained here for this next point. So even if they lose the point, it doesn't really matter if they can keep these stacks up and alive for future points as well. And they take 2 barriers regardless, and nearly the goal. A lot of damage on the opposing forwards, especially Yodsman, who could be taken out pretty soon. A glitch pop back actually sends it to Immaculator, who just pendulum swings Yankate, but to no avail, is sitting in front of the net with flip, but no flips needed as the Crystal Thorns take it by Nitron.
Yeah, this aggressive pillaring position from Swiftsy as well, it's starting to pay off a little bit now that we've scaled a bit into the game. 2 flips to work with as well for Big Bean Burritos in a really solid spot, but that core not in the most solid of spots ever, and that whiff strike to supplement it. Both barriers falling in quick succession. Immaculator trying to equalize, but Yankate with a very fortunate Sad Boys still does have to give up the top barrier though. Flip in the face, but Immaculator whiffs it. It doesn't matter though, because Nitron finds the beautiful shot downside, and Big Bean Burritos going up 2-1.
Yeah, going up 2-1, and well, as we know, the stacks are fully up for Nitron, but he almost has this flip, so he needs to be careful. I was considering maybe this should just be a 3 evade game instead of a flip game for Nitron, and Immaculator's taking so much damage. Nitron needs to be careful not to get flipped off. Flip burned by Yodsman, and 1 barrier taken. Nitron still sitting in this bottom side, having to deal with the Child, and flip burned out by Swiftsy. Where does this go? Down to Nitron, who might have to flip again. That's 2 flips burned. Big Bean Burrito has to get something for this, and they get 2 barriers. They might just be able to take us to set 5 here, and a great strike from Nitron.
Wow.
We might just be going the distance.
A little bit of Garfield moment if you're Yankate, but that angle that Nitron fun is so improbable. It's blasphemous, really. And that's the 3rd spark for this Estelle, who, mind you, with these stacked stacks, is going to be zooming across the stage. A bunch of Creation Awakenings here as well, even though this rune is last pick. Definitely going to get something they want. The pillars, I think with Monumentalist, just barely enough to cover the whole barrier. But
I mean, why take Monu when you have Timeless? Okay, yeah, Timeless is denied. So Monu gets not picked up actually for the rune. Rune opting for the 1-2 punch instead. I guess kind of wanting more core speed, wanting a little more damage if they can figure it out. But also is that Deadeye for Yodsman. That is very scary, and now gives Nitron even more threat he has to deal with if he wants to maintain the stacks.
Yeah, but the person who originally had to face the threat was Immaculator, who already lost his recovery drone, and we see the power of the Deadeye right there. That's an address pickup as well. This Ivy build is literally just Juliet, like Gigabyss, by the way. The Child one-on-one with the core.
Wow.
Nobody there to stop him. Beautiful positioning. There's a little bit of a speed gate happening here off these KOs.
Yeah, a little bit of speed, and yeah, that means that the members of Big Bean Burrito have to be really careful, especially Imac has so much size, so Yodsman can kill him from pretty much anywhere with this Super Surge Deadeye, and a great banish, but it's actually Sad Boys. And there's that kill now. Yodsman popping the Adrenaline Rush. That's 1 barrier taken. No second barrier just yet. Nitron has to boss up in this corner. He does manage to, and a great pillar from Swiftsy in the meantime. No, he teleports away. And now Nitron is left all on his lonesome and loses to the Child. They're down 0-2 in this game 1.
A bit of a snowball happening here, and it's all because the forwards of Big Bean Burritos are straying a little bit too close to the edge, and that's something you cannot do. Into this Imi with Deadeye. It's another kill. 4 seconds for it to happen, and it's another power play for Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Flip used, getting that first barrier. 3 seconds till Rasmus is back online, but it's not enough. The snowball has already happened. 2 barriers down in quick succession. Nitron almost has Flip, but almost doesn't have their life as well. A bit of a the sad boys from Immaculator, able to find that topside barrier. Nitra and Stagger close to Flip. He needs to get into this play somehow, but doing it in a safe way is critical. Flip obtained. Immaculator keeping this core upfield. It's doing God's work for Big Bean Burrito. Swiftsy pushing up as well. They need to hold on to this offense, and a nice pillar will do that. Home run missing a little bit, and there's the flip from Yankade trying to get this clear, but it's not going to pan out for them. Just touch, piercing shot, everything's whipping, and so is Swiftsy's pillar at a critical junction, in Yodsman with the cyber swipe to prevent the flip, and that is not everyone has an iPhone taking this first game.
Yeah, not everyone has an iPhone. These early pickups by Yodsman were so big because once he got that Deadeye, it was just over, right? He was able to pump out so much damage onto the members of Big Bean Burrito and just made it so difficult for them to play. And Big Bean Burrito nearly got that reverse sweep. I think it's still going to be a close game, or close series, really, regardless. This is the first 5-set game. We very well may have 2 more over the horizon.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Big Bean Burrito sort of resets their mental a bit here, because that was 100% a salvageable game for them. They found the sort of formula that they needed later into the game, but unfortunately they just were not aware the potency of a Super Surge Deadeye Aimi with Ad Rush. I mean, that is just a brawler-esque build on a character that can literally kill you across the map, and neither Immaculator, Nitra, and Swiftsy, none of the members really were expecting to be killed cross-map, but that's sort of the awareness that you need to have, that you need to develop in order to take these longer games and be able to convert in critical situations.
Yeah. We will have to see how this next game goes ahead. Not everyone has an iPhone. Sitting in this 1-0 advantaged state, Gates of Obscura, a map we've seen before from both teams. This time, Fight or Flight Siege Machine start. And Big Bean Burrito again on blue side. I'm kind of a little shocked by that, because blue side is the typical pickup for most teams. I guess with the overlay going away, it's probably an assumption that they've probably moved over to red side instead. Not everyone has an iPhone, opting for blue side on Big Bean Burrito's map pick.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how Big Bean Burritos plays their map pick, because Gates of Obscura, it's a really interesting map, and you don't pick this map unless you're confident in how you understand the way the portals work, understand how offense is supposed to be played. Because of the way the barriers are positioned, out clears are very much possible along the angle, the slant of the barrier, which means there's a lot of awareness that goalies can have to find these sneaky clears and just completely negate what is typically played on this map in corner offense. So I think, especially with how Swiftsy has been playing, this map is going to set up that aggressive playstyle a little bit better than Atlab, because you have more options to clear, and because you have those portals just giving goalies a lot more map presence as well.
Yeah. Now, is Swiftsy going to pick up something like this rune again? We'll have to see. Last time these teams faced off, he did pick up the Atlas on this map. Could opt for something like the Kazan instead if he wants. And then on the other side, Yankate maybe just opting for Mako again. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it is a Siege Machine start, and Atlas was banned last game. I wouldn't be surprised if Atlas is banned again, because as the community puts it, if Atlas is strong, then the game is in a pretty bad spot, and Atlas is pretty strong, especially with that Siege Machine start. But a lot of creation melee goalies can use that awakening to the fullest. Mako, Dubu, even Asher, really. So we'll have to see what Swiftsy opts, especially if the Atlas is banned. But the other awakening here, I believe, is a Spark. Am I right?
Hmm. No, looks like Orb Rep Siege Machine and Atlas Band
Oh,
away
I'm a
from Not
liar.
Everyone is an iPhone. Big Bean Burrito taking the Estelle away, and Not Everyone is an iPhone, picking up IME first.
Yeah, that's probably Yodsman on the IME again, very proficient on it as we saw last time, and I think it's actually a bit of a secondary pick because Big Bean Burritos banning the Estelle, um, also picking up Drakkar of all characters. That's really interesting to me because I feel like even though Drakkar is like solid, every other brawler kinda can do his job a little bit better, especially with like forcing the core to go in. So we'll have to see how they pick this Drakkar because there is range in the starting awakenings,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also Siege Machine. It's the worst type of range for him.
Yeah. Yeah, on another note, right, quick update on the other games that are going on in Pool B. I believe, not 100% sure if both of these are in Game 1 or if they are in Game 2. But right now, Turkeen's Cats down 1-2 against Breakthrough. Based on the duration, I'm assuming this is probably Game 2. And same thing, Forged Fury is down 1-2 against Dash Punch and Prey. Perhaps Game 1 on that one, I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the games shake out. Oh my god, pan out as well and shake up. There we go. English is hard. The rest of the matches thus far, but the rest of the picks are coming through. Asher Mako and Rune. SwiftZ likely on that Rune again. It's a bit of a better start for him with the Siege Machine, and I do think Momentum Boots was a bit of a weird pick on AtLab. We might see something else coming through for him, maybe the universally good Strike Shot or Eject Button, because a lot of the times what was happening, especially in the earlier sets, which Big Bean Burritos could have definitely won, was that SwiftZ was just getting caught out of position, and even though you do have that swap, it just isn't enough sometimes to get back there and reposition, play that that defense. So we'll have to see if SwiftZ learns from his mistakes, maybe opts for something different, or just decides to play a little bit more controlled with the Momentum Boots, because pushing up as a goalie is always a double-edged sword.
Yeah, of course. And it looks like we do have a bit of a break, right, for these teams. Just, getting themselves ready for another 10 sets, right, as should be expected of both of these teams. We'll have to see, right, how things go otherwise. Just taking a look at brackets, yeah, nothing has really been reported yet for Pool B. On the other side, this is just that loser's qualifier decider, right? And funny thing is I believe both of these teams have actually beaten two of the teams in Pool B, which is hilarious enough. That's just how the format kind of shaped it out to be, where two of the teams that hopped through losers bracket in qualifier 1 ended up in one side, whereas one of the teams coming from winners from qualifier 2 ended up on the other side, just even despite having lost against those two teams. It's a bit of an unfortunate way that this bracket shook up, but we'll have to see, because I would really love to see both of these teams in EUSL if we could.
I mean, is there a universe where we can, despite
Nope.
the other team? No?
One of
They're
these
just
teams
cooked?
is not making EUSL.
Oh, they're just cooked. Okay,
Yes.
well, that really is unfortunate because these teams are actually super good. And if one of them were in Pool B, it's just likely that they would have qualified as well.
I agree.
But yeah, fighting for their life right now is Big Bean Burritos because they are down one game here and they need to be able to equalize on their map pick in order to keep their qualification chances alive. The picks are coming through, as we said. Yodsman on the Aimi, Yankate on the Mako. It's actually just a complete run back of the
Hold on, wait.
Atlag
This could be
competition.
Swiftsy, Dubu, Rune for Nitron, and Drakar and Imak, no?
Oh,
Yeah.
you're correct.
Okay, yeah, wait, yeah. Hold on, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, we're cooking a little bit here with a little shakeup of the characters, and everyone opting for Siege Machine or Rep Weak, by the way. Never thought I'd be saying that with Aten in rotation. A lot of skirmishes going on in the midfield, but it is Big Bean Burritos able to set up offense first, but a whiffed strike from Swiftsy, losing to the Child, and that's one barrier gone. Offense still raging forth, Law committed here, and they are able to find that clear. Yodsman with a nice cyber swipe to cover and regain offense, increasing the tempo just a little bit. Level 2 obtained, that's a pass splitter waiting to be deployed. But they're not going to choose to commit it here, and instead it is Big Bean Burrito's turn. Time to strike. Tofu Fortress in the corner, able to get 2 ultimates stalled with that deployment, but unfortunately no barrier found just yet with the ensnare drones. With all these bodies, 2 flips to work, and then Immaculator is worse for wear. Make that 3 now. All members of, not everyone has an iPhone, has a flip, but Yodsman whiffing theirs in that moment. Cyber Swipe good though, and the glitch pop better. It's a power play now. Once more, Nitron's completely out of position. And that will cost them with a beautiful shot topside.
Yeah, beautifully shot by Yodsman and finding that opening goal. And really, I'm not sure if I like Big Bean Burrito's draft here, right? They opt to ban this Estelle, which, yeah, is something that is pretty good on this map. But it was also a really good pick for them. And then Yodsman gets to first pick the Aimi anyway. And even if Yodsman gets to first pick the Aimi, they have the option to deny some of the other great picks for Not Everyone Has an iPhone, but just opt to pick up Dubu and Rune themselves, which means that Not Everyone Has an iPhone does just get their ideal team comp.
Yeah, but Nitron saucing Yankate there in a little bit, and Swiftsy punished for his aggressiveness once again. It's been a story we've been talking about this entire set. And that is a goalie killed, goalie down, forwards in the net, and Nitron with a nice pillar, able to stave off most of this power play. Swiftsy back online, Sentry turret, and wins the strike war into the Child. And that is a power play staved off by Big Bean Burritos when they need it most, but they also need to convert this goal. And it is Immaculator with the cloak, mixing up Yankate, and the snare drum's just not quick enough.
Yeah, great shot out by Immaculator. The cloak absolutely making the difference there as the speed boost made it so that he could just barely reach the core while it was outside of the ensnare drums. And now in this corner, the core is, but nothing to be found as Nitron just commits both pillars there. And Imac tries to find another shot there, but it just keeps getting saved. These strike wars getting one out by Not Everyone's an iPhone. Flip forced out by Yankate. Now in the corner, the core just leaves again and again. These clears are just so free for Not Everyone's an iPhone. And as I say that, they get one barrier on the opposite side, but no second one found just yet. Swiftsy just clears into that path splitter, losing so much time that the Banish bought them. And there's that second barrier. They actually find it here. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this comp would actually work for them really well.
Yeah, and it's because it's a mix-up comp, right? Not everyone has an iPhone running a very typical comp with a lot of stuffing potential. It's very clear in what their game plan is, but Rune and Drakar are a little bit trickier characters to deal with that invisibility, with the pillars, and a beautiful strike by Yankate sends it into a Soar and sends it into the clear. It's Swiftsy now feeling the heat. That's a flip, but a nice pillar from Nitron. He's staggered. Another flip by Swiftsy, and Immaculator not able to hold on to it enough, but that cloak. As I was saying, the mix-ups, the unpredictability, Yodsman can't win a strike war against somebody he can't see, and that is Immaculator striking second and taking that second point for Big Bean Burritos.
And now that I think about it, I think the core might have actually just red cored there, so maybe because of the buff that happens on Drakar's Xenocloak, the core actually red cores on overtime when you strike it like that. That's an interesting interaction I didn't really know about. And Imac taking a very interesting interaction against Yankate, winning that, but oh no, Swifty, run, Dubu, run! Make it there, but it might not be enough, as a great force through attempt by Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Nitron just hanging back to grab the orb, and now Imac is in another situation, same as before. Garfield, you held your flip, and that's Big Bean Burrito, who takes set 1.
Imac has been immaculate with the positioning on this map, able to set himself up so nicely because he walked through the teleport and the core just went to him and he was able to sauce Yankate a bit. Not really rewarded though in this draft. Fight or flight up for the taking, and there it is. Yeah, I literally lost it. Timeless Creator being taken by this Ivy is going to help that offense so much, and a bit of a drought, I should say, for the Last Awakenings here, just spark scalings, really.
Yeah, and just a quick update of the series, the other series before we get back into this. Dash Punch and Prey just took up a 1-0 lead against Forged Fury, and Turkeen's Cats actually tied up the series 1-1 against Breakthrough. But hey, that is something we'll be getting to later, as Imac is taken off the map right now. And with that banish, it does buy Big Bean Burrito a few extra seconds of time for Imac to come back. A great save out by Swiftsy for now, only losing 1 barrier. And Nitron, he keeps this core forward, but not long enough as that second barrier does fall.
Yeah, good power play conversion, but there's the Xenocloak coming into play once more, and just like that, barriers are equalized. Open net situation for both teams,
Oh, no.
and it's a blunder by the child, passing into Immaculator, nobody there to cover him bot side, and that is Big Bean Burritos capitalizing off of the mistakes of Not Everyone Has an iPhone.
Yeah, child a little lost, looking for his family, and instead picks up the wrong parent in Immaculator, and that meant a free goal for Big Bean Burrito. Imac pushing up, needs to be a little careful with his HP bar, but on the other side, the child taking 1 barrier, maybe 2. Imac getting so much damage dumped on him and wants to go for this offense, but is just flipped off by Yodsman, though Nitron does take 1 barrier in the meantime.
Oh!
Save Dubu!
Save Jubu, by the way. That log was out, but the breakthrough, I suppose, was just fast enough. And that is a tragic goal to lose for Big Bean Burritos. But you have to understand that Not Everyone Has an iPhone really dominated that point with the coordinated creation ultimates and the power play off the flip. It was just tragedy from start to finish for Big Bean Burritos, looking to regroup here, equalize the barriers because they're down 1. There's that sentry turret responded to by the Tofu Fortress, and offense is now activated. A nice flip from the child, costing the second barrier past Splitter, and there's a flip committed by Nitron. Dangerous position to be in. Immaculator in the one-on-one, but a nice home run from Yankate, able to decipher it. Split board forced by Swiftsy, and Immaculator put in jail. Evades out of it. There's a flip by Yankate, and
no.
Swiftsy, oh no! A little bit too hasty, just would have been in the position anyways if they walked. Fortunately got a little bit anxious there and struck too soon. Wow, me reference. So that is Not Everyone Has an iPhone going up 2-1.
Yeah, the nerves really showing for Swiftsy. I think both this game and last game, being in this kind of do-or-die match, really have to just take a deep breath and play it that way. Good evade out by Immaculator to stay alive for the time being. Nitron trying to keep this core forward. Great strike shot, and Immaculator unstaggering at the perfect time, but re-staggering really soon and may just be taken off the map. Is not actually denied the orb, but is denied its life as he's taken off the map there. Nitron has to make a hero play, but may not be able to. Has to just rely on Swiftsy to hold it, who's actually holding really well here.
Yeah, and we see the jank of Goo coming into play there, able to trade a barrier as well. Yankate playing downfield because that's where the core was, but it just allowed for a free clear. Tofu Fortress as well, preventing the clear into the portal. Not needed though, they're able to find it as well. And this is Big Bean Burrito's opportunity to equalize the sets here. There's Zwitzy clearing it. Immaculate in the one-on-one, but the Molten Bolt not good enough. Pass splitter, pillars, flips, all committed to stave this offense, keep this barrier alive. And it's Immaculate in the one-on-one with the Ankade. Strikes it to him, though a bit unfortunate. And not everyone has an iPhone. Holding on for now. Sentry turret in the corner, but they find the out clear. And that turret's not going to generate any value, but the cyber swipe will. Nitron and SwiftZ in the nets. So far, it is not everyone has an iPhone, keeping the offense going. But Big Burritos holding on to their composure. Tofu Fortress into the portal. A little bit of a slow in the pace here, and the cyber swipe opportunistic, but the flip whiffing, and his Big Bean Burritos with the chance to strike, and that flip will do it.
Yeah, I mean, great flip, and even better layered by Immaculator, because even if Yankate gets that strike, the shotgun is there to kind of cross it over them, and this is a very important set for Big Bean Burrito. They really want to not tie this up for not everyone has an iPhone. If they can take it here, they are poised to maybe take this game too, if they can continue to find the scaling. Something like the missile prop on Drakkar, more creations on Rune or Dubu, and that's one barrier, but it is paid for by the life of Immaculator, and also Nitron has no evade, so he could fall victim to another one of those plays as well pretty soon.
Yeah, but Tofu Fortress able to just prevent all of the offense, and we see bodies fly, a 2v2 coming out here. One flip to work with on the side of not everyone has an iPhone, but SwiftZ just got his, and offense is raging for them. Good position and a nice out clear found by Yankate. Both members now back online, a portal play, activating that offense, but Yankate aware of it that time, and it's SwiftZ now out of position. Sentry turret online, and another great out clear found by Nitron in a one-on-one, mixing up with the pillar, forcing another ability. Yankate still has flip to work with, but the core still in dangerous territories, as well as the Immaculator, who is staggered. Tofu Fortress goes wide, but able to find the clear with rollout. Yankate reactivating that offense. That's going to be that second barrier lost. Molten Bolt connecting, though. Yankate still holds on to the flip. Immaculator is staggered. It's the worst position to be in for Big Bean Burritos, and the flip committed by SwiftZ, finding it top side, still ping-ponging with the Imi. There's the flip, sending it top side still, and the Summer Assaults able to find that nice clear. Pillars committed. It's a core going red, a flip being burned, and a weird angle through the portal. Back and forth these teams go with the log, with the pass splitter, Sentry turret. They're all covering the same angle, so in a beautiful banish by Nitron, saving it at the most dangerous opportunity, but can't find the opportunity to flip there. And not everyone has an iPhone, able to keep the pressure going just long enough to find the goal that they needed, and the child being rewarded with MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another miss clear there. And I think one thing I have seen is that these two players, they do kind of strike war each other on the defense, Nitron and SwiftZ, both having different ideas of what they want to do. And the stacks going over to the child is pretty dangerous, as Imac needs to find more of these KOs if he wants to make these plays. SwiftZ does get this second spark at least, so that is pretty good, especially with the agility spark. This now means that he's going to be even faster. And Nitron having this Monu also means that this could be a lot of damage on these banished double pillars.
Absolutely, a relatively balanced draft here. Not quite sure about the CTL and the Imi. I get it was a deny, but it's not the best awakening for him. I guess that turret will last longer, and we're seeing it on the defense there, just completely shutting down the offense entirely, but that's a resource you really need to break apart this Dubu's defense. And we're seeing it, the SwiftZ very comfortable in the corner, especially with the help of Nitron, able to find these clears, and offense reactivated once more. Strike War is not able to be won amidst all of these bodies. Drum and bass a little bit too slow, making it so that Yankate not able to get in position. SwiftZ waiting out the approach of the child, but unfortunately offense not able to be found. One barrier lost. Sentry turret keeping it in that corner, make that two in quick succession. Open net situation, and one flip apiece for the teams to work with. That Monu pillar so large, Yankate almost clearing into it. And there's that Tofu Fortress. So a bit of a pause to the play here as the core drifts back to Yankate. Both teams trying to coordinate their offense here. Core going red. Not able to get anything, and Yankate once again slowed by the drum and bass, and it's just not large enough to deal with the Immaculator's well-positioned strike. And that is the first goal being found for Big Bean Burritos.
Yeah, and came off the back of a good pass out by Nitron, finding the portal angle through the Obscura portals. And we need to see more of those by Big Bean Burrito if they want to have any chance of winning. A lot of damage coming onto the forwards of Not Everyone Is an iPhone, and a good clear found by Swiftsy. Yode's been taking his own barrier there, but Nitron needs to be a little careful with his own life. Can't really sit in the play, now forcing Immaculator to play in that midfield position on this defense here. Good clear out by Swiftsy. One barrier does fall, but again, this is the Imi Asher in the corner. When one barrier falls, the second one could follow suit soon after, and this is really not ideal for the members of Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, but they are able to find that clear, and Yankate donates them the other one. Rare blunder from them, but Swiftsy donating right back. Very generous gift-giving mood that we are in, and Nitron gifts them the goal as well. Just a cascade of mistakes, missed opportunities to convert, and not what you want to be giving. Not everyone has an iPhone if you're Big Bean Burritos.
Guys, I think we might be seeing a bunch of iPhone users this game. That was a little atrocious from both teams. But regardless, we are on this next point. One barrier taken by Nitron's flip. Now on this defense, the Pat Splitter not actually activating, but Swiftsy not in the best position.
Oh, no.
Once again, that's the second steppy roll we've seen in 2 points, which is really not good for the Dubu showing.
Yeah, just need to hold the nerves a little bit. Summer Assault, a very committal tool. And you need to make sure those rolls land immaculate. Needs to make sure this flip lands, does find it, but the drum and bass at the perfect time. Put in jail as well. Gonna have to fall back here. Buy some time for that swagger stagger to get swaggery. Swit the child trying to dribble.
Oh, no.
And the Summer Assault was good then, but a bit of a checkmate there with the dashes coming through the forwards. And not everyone has an iPhone. Going up 2-1.
Yeah, I think a lot of what it is Swiftsies, I think, just rolling a little too early, and that's what's causing a lot of these points to go the way of Not Everyone Has an iPhone. But hey, maybe Immaculator has something to say about it on this offense. He's trying to find these corners. Nitron with a great double banish, but not long enough, as now the child is waiting in front of the net. Good clear out by Swiftsy. Nitron leaving his side just for a moment as Imac takes so much damage, forcing his evade, and doesn't have anything to deal with the child, but the Stagger Swagger is just healing him up, and now he has to sit in this midfield position while Nitron plays this out clear. But nothing yet found, as we have 2 flips still on the defensive half of Not Everyone Has an iPhone, and 1 flip burned, but to no avail, as Yodsman just has to back off.
Oh!
Dies! And this could be Big Bean Burrito's Big Bean break, as they find 1 barrier, no second one just yet, but they keep it in this corner, and it's just such a good defense by the double goalie of Asher and Mako.
Great hold from them, keeping their composure. All 3 members contributing to the offense, but the wits were kept about them. This is a dangerous sentry turret, and that barrier drops. Swiftsy holding onto the flip. A lot of damage coming out onto Yodsman. Might want to commit to burn that flip, and a nice flip from Yankate! But Nitron straying close to the edge, and Yodsman ever so opportunistic. It's a power play, for not everyone has an iPhone. And they can convert here, but it's Immaculator with the core dribbling, buying precious seconds. There's the roll, a little bit committal, but it works out for now. Nitron with a great teleport, and that core goes red into the ensnare drums. It's a great opportunity for Big Bean Burrito. Xeno Cloak out there! And Immaculator able to find the strike that Big Bean Burritos needs. And it's 2-2 into this set. Both teams desperately want this one, Ether.
I mean, he does it again, right? This is the overtime red core from the Xenocloak strike, right? That's the power of that reworked Drakkar that Aesop put out not too long back. And now Swiftsy not in the best position here. Has to just wait this turret out. And the glitch pop, I think, actually just saving it from him even after he lost that strike war. Imac needs to be careful with his life. He has a stagger swagger building. It's just only if he can let it be built. Just cannot be taken off by this Asher, by this Imi. And finally, it builds. 1 barrier lost for Big Bean Burrito, but it might be worth it if they can find this barrier here. And Imac nearly has his flip ready. He has to be careful not to fall off the map. Flips here. Where does it go? It just goes right into the corner. Saved by Yankate. Still in this corner. And finally gets cleared by the child who hit stun Swiftsy. And Swiftsy has to roll but loses the barrier. This could be really bad for Big Bean Burrito. The flip right into Asher. He didn't want it there. And Yodsman takes the second set for not everyone has an iPhone.
Oh man, a little bit of greed from Swiftsy. The situation just got bad to worse with all the bodies with that sentry turret that lasts a decade and a half. Probably had to use the flip to try and save that barrier, just prevent the snowball. And there's some pretty dangerous hovers going on here. Rapid fire on the Asher. Very good. There's aerials for Drakkar, and Dubu wise to deny it from the Aimi with the turret that lasts a year. And this Mako able to take that heavy impact, and we see another Among Titans being taken by Arun. Gonna be interesting to see how the Dubu and the Drakkar uses the extra size, because realistically, it's not size that's been winning them their strike war interactions. It's just the fact that they're striking at times that they cannot expect, they can't expect. So it's really interesting to see how this extra speed and extra size is going to play, because Nitrin, a little too small, can't even strike the core and help on that defense, and that's 2 barriers lost in quick succession for Big Bean Burritos.
Yeah, but one barrier is answered by Immaculator off the great Molten Bolt and Lock and Load combo. Swiftsy with a good clear sends it right past the Child, but a good glitch pop back by Yodsman means that the core can stay on their side, but not for long as Immaculator, he just does it. Oh, 1 barrier, 2 barrier, finds the Lock and Load.
1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, blue fish, but instead we have a Drakkar and the barriers. There's the extra range by aerials coming into play. This Drakkar is extremely satisfied with his shotgun range. Bit of a miscommunication with the banish, but a nice pillar, better flip. They get the clear, and they're almost able to equalize, but Yankate with the reads, with the clears, and Yodsman with the flip to just get it out there, one-on-one with the flips there, and Swiftsy able to find the outclear, but it just returns right back to sender, and that's the second barrier gone here. Immaculator pushing up, though staggered, able to heal back up to half, and it's open barriers for Big Bean Burritos, but a nice manage to put a pause to the play and reset the mentals, the tone, the tempo of both teams here.
Yeah, certified help, help, help moment if I've ever seen one. This is not a great situation, but this extra special is putting in so much work for Dubu, as these turrets are really disturbing by Yodsman, but if the Dubu has enough walls, he can just defend against them. And that's exactly what's happening here, is every time a turret gets placed down, Swiftsy typically has a wall to deal with it, but that might not be a situation that he can deal with as the pillar disappears, but a great strike out by Big Bean Burrito saves it for the time being. Nitron bringing up this bottom side, doesn't get it thanks to the strike size decrease, and it goes back to Swiftsy. A good body block on the breakthrough by Nitron, and that means that the core can stay forward, but not for long, as the core returns to Swiftsy. Swiftsy having to be very careful not to be hit stunned. Imac with the strike war fail on Yankate, and Big Bean Burrito, they really want to take this barrier. They don't want to tie up this set 4, because this would be their death set if they lose here, and it's 1-1 off of a flip by Yodsman.
Yeah, well played by Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Just keeping the offense going for so long. Immaculator forcing himself to eat the turret shots because he has the stagger swagger, but that's just removing him from the play entirely. And these creations are just setting up Not Everyone Has an iPhone for success. Immaculator in a dangerous spot. Flips and able to get one barrier, but Swiftsy blunders one right back with a strike shot. There's Nitrins in the corner, but all 3 bodies of Not Everyone Has an iPhone playing this defense, and they can't find the second barrier they need. Flips coming out, and Nitrins coming out of the play as well. And that is a checkmate if I've ever seen one. Swiftsy, maybe a Garfield, but that situation was so cooked to begin with.
Yeah, double desperation flip by Big Bean Burrito, and they don't have anything here for them, but hey, at least for them, Not Everyone Has an iPhone doesn't have any flips either, but Imac is just taken off the map, and this could be curtains, folks, as we have a power play coming in. Pat Splitter, great double pillar by Nitron. That's 1 barrier, that's 2 barriers. We have an open net. This could be series point. Swiftsy lives for the time being and still has his flip on the defense should he need it. This is a really bad situation. Where does this flip go? Flip goes right back to Swiftsy, and the strike war is lost. The Child taking Not Everyone Has an iPhone to EUSL. Welcome.
Tragic for Big Bean Burritos. They fought hard, but unfortunately not everyone has an iPhone. We're just finding the opportunities to generate just more monumental, coordinated offensive pushes, whereas with the nature of Rune and Drakkar, it was sort of just solo plays to try and take these barriers and these goals. Nitrin forcing himself out of the play with that secondary, not helping the case, and the Among Titans pickup just removing their ability to interact with the core a little bit more. And I mean, the story of this game really is the fact that not everyone has an iPhone. We're able to generate a lot more coordinated pushes, especially with the fact that Yodsman has 8 kills and power plays, just making it that much easier to set up devastating attacks on the barriers of Big Bean Burritos.
Yeah, but can we talk about this for a second? This is like Asher midfield and Imi Brawler, because look at the redirect numbers too. The Child having 260 while Yodsman only having 200. He's the one doing the brawling here while the Child brings the core forward and just keeps the core in the corner for Yodsman to do the scoring. And, well, it definitely worked out for not everyone has an iPhone. And I'm excited to see what they will do in EUSL alongside Zoo. Now, this is the end for Pool A. Unfortunately for Big Bean Burrito, they just go home here. They have no chance at redemption. But as we look into Pool B, we might have had a bit of an upset as Turkey's Cats actually beat Breakthrough 2-1. Game 3 was a 9-0 in favor of Turkey's Cats.
Wow. 9-0 Game 3, that's not something you want to hear. Getting locked out like that, it really hurts that mental, man. Not able to respond, because at least in these games, it was a little bit of a back and forth, but unfortunately, Turkin's Cats getting shut down.
No, it's Breakthrough that got shut down.
Breakthrough getting shut down. Turkin's Cats, well played to them. And yeah, a little bit of a shakeup going on here with the standings.
Yeah, on the other side, we are in Game 2 of Dash Punch and Pray versus Forged Fury. And if I'm seeing this right, Forged Fury is actually... No, sorry. I don't actually know the set score right now of that series. However, they are in Game 2, and I can guarantee you that at least.
Huge. Yeah, looking at the bracket, 60 minutes has gone by. Maybe give like a few for drafting and banning and all of that. But yeah, definitely a heater going on there as we wait for the results to see how the rest of Pool B will turn out.
Yeah, but with that, we will send you all to a break. Don't go anywhere. We are waiting for Dash Punch and Pray and Forged Fury to finish up. But once that finishes up, we'll be with you for... What is this? Turkey's Cats versus the winner of that. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL promotion series. This time we are in bracket B in the upper bracket, and if you told me at the start of the day that this is the matchup we would have been seeing, I'm gonna call you crazy. But hey, a few upsets later, we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, that's right. Turkin's Cats versus Forged Fury. These teams not expected to beat the matches that they did, with Turkin's Cats upsetting Breakthrough 2-1 and Forged Fury, two of their players playing on ping, which is also fun because they're... But, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely bonkers insane that we're seeing this matchup unfold, and to be honest, I'm all for it, because that just makes it so much more unpredictable and so much more chaotic. And like we saw last game with the goal and barrier donations, it's always a sight to see.
Yeah, and well, we've certainly got a draft situation on our hands. Turkin's Cats, banning away the rune from SMG makes sense, and Forged Fury banning away the Kazan away from Kitty Bagel. What that means, you leave up Aimee for Spring Master, and that is a very, very scary pick, and probably by far Spring Master's best pick. And yeah, I mean, it is answered by the Zen for Tempo Melon, the Atlas for Shapeshifting, right? And Turkin opts to not go for his signature Julie and instead just goes for that Asher. But Kitty Bagel also gets the Kai, so I just feel like Turkin's Cats kind of got a little bit away with murder, right? With regards to the draft itself. But hey, it is what it is. We'll have to see. Can Forged Fury cook up something to overcome this drafting error?
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see Tempo on the Zentaro. It is a good pick for her, but is it really the best of picks on ping is the big question, because Zentaro requires a little bit of precision with that secondary and primary, and I don't know, seeing 100 or so milliseconds into the future and accounting for that is a little bit hard to do. So we'll have to see how they navigate it, especially with the start. I believe it was Recovery Drone and Spark, so players might opt to look for these scalings, or they might opt to just make themselves bigger, because, I mean, well, more size equals more easy win for Strike War. Yippee.
Well, realistically speaking, though, I don't think the Zentaro will struggle too much on ping, only for the fact that you can just change up your game plan, right? As this Zentaro, you can just say, all right, I'm not going to be going for all these like really cool mix-ups and stylish plays that you would need to do on low ping. I'm just going to damage them, and eventually they'll die, right? And that is a completely viable way to play. That's how I ended up playing midfield for a brawler on my team who just played that way. They would just permanently damage dump. And it worked, right? But looking at these pickups, we have Spark going over to Kitty Bagel, Tempo, and SMG, while everyone else opts for that Recovery Drone. And I think the thing with Aimee, right? Aimee really loves having about one size awakening is that sweet spot where it doesn't feel like you're over-speccing for size, but you still have a great amount of size to work with. And Spring Mastro, being a bit of that Aimee connoisseur, I really want to see what he does with that. And already they find that kill, popping Shapeshifting's Recovery Drone.
Yeah, that's huge for them, and Turkin's Cats not looking to stop anytime soon. Both barriers intact. Kitty Bagel looking for the clear and finds it. Nice expanse from Shapeshifting, holding on for now, and that's a really dangerous position. Tempo Melon gets the core first. 2 barriers down when he's Blade committed, not finding its mark, but just like that in an instant, Forged Fury able to equalize and trying to find nice solid strike on a Kitty Bagel here, but a nice cyber swipe and a stagger onto Tempo Melon. It's now Turkin Cat's turn, and they do thread the needle through the expanse, popped a little bit too early by Shapeshifting, and that is Turkin's Cats striking first.
Well, I'd almost call it bulldozing the wall as opposed to threading the needle, because that's really what that pat splitter did, right? You just drop that pat splitter, and it just never leaves that corner. And because of that, that's why they find it. And a great pass from Turkeen
Wow.
down to Spring Master to secure that second barrier. Their coordination really showing, as they've been playing together, I think, since even before last qualifiers, and a missed Soren angle from shapeshifting means that a second goal is found by Turkeen.
Yeah, I mean, we're really seeing the comfortability of Turkeen Cats on these picks. As you were mentioning, Maestro has been so precise with these cyber swipes, and it's just been sitting up return to Brazil, just to the ability to do that, I guess, and find these barriers, find these locks. But SMG able to keep it in the corner long enough. 2 barriers gone, and shapeshifting forced to give one away. Flips to save the second one, but Kitty Bagel right there to receive it, and the second one does fall shortly after. Temple Melon down to half because of the black hole, and a nice war won by shapeshifting, but unfortunately the glitch pop covering that sort of pass to SMG, and that is a very convincing first set taken by Turkin's Cats.
And I'm going to be really honest with you. That is a pass that I personally need to do a lot more. Flipping and sending it through that way, I rarely ever see that done. And wow, it worked out pretty well for them. Big Fish going over to Turkeen. That's even more size, disturbing for the Asher. Fighter Flight getting picked up for the IME. That's also very scary. But yes, that does mean a Spark falls over to the Zentaro. So if scaling could happen, that could be dangerous for Turkeen's Cats.
Interestingly enough, SMG opting for the Stinker when Bissell prop was like right there is still a very good user of that with the Thorns and the Primary. So we'll have to see, because yeah, Temple Melon also has a lot of CDs, which means a lot more damage, so we might try and proc these recovery drones and start getting power plays going on the side of Forge Fury. But so far, none of that coming to fruition. Return to Brazil, so massive in the corner with the barrier beam. Both barriers down, looking to find this goal as well as the offense continues forth. Barrage coming through, just keeping it upfield for longer. Kitty Bagel not afraid to push up with all the space being generated. But so far, the damage is coming out. Spring Maestro is staggered, and there's a kill found on Return to Brazil. Drones being procced here, and that's the second one down. Stinger and all the cooldowns coming to fruition, but they can't find that second barrier, and what does it matter if you're able to kill if you can't find it? And a nice strike war won by Temple Melon. Can't win the second one into the barrage. Another setup here by SMG, slice and dice, but a cyber swipe. A little bit too overzealous. There's Temple Melon. Caught between a rock and a hard place is shape-shifting, forced to flip. It goes around the world this core. The power play continues. A nice passing play. And it's just over at that point with so many options. Turkin's Cats do well to capitalize.
Yeah, and once again, going back to your point about missile prop, keep in mind it doesn't actually affect the primary range, so it is really only on that ult. And Stinger is really good for their win con, right? Because what the win con of Forge Fury is right now, it's not really just going to be raw scoring. It is going to be layering that damage, killing people, and playing off of power plays. And we saw that's what was able to get them a lot of their barriers last point, right? Because Spring Master and Return to Brazil were really low, it made them go out of position so that Kitty Bagel was left in tough situations to defend. And we see that again as Turkeen is just stuck in the back getting orbs. And because of that, now Spring Master kind of has to 1v2 in this corner, and Turkeen off the map now means that we are going to be seeing a 2v3 on the defense. A great glitch pop and turret to make sure the core stays in the corner, and Spring Master has this flip ready, but needs to be very careful, has no orb left to receive, and nearly is taken off the map, but Turkeen respawns back in time, and they have bought just enough time for Spring Master to get this flip.
Yeah, great stall. Almost a great interception on the Giga as well. Turking's Cats very comfortable playing in these power play positions, and that's a good thing for them because they might find themselves on the worst end of them more often than not with all the damage being pumped here. But a nice strike war win by Temple Melon off the slice and dice, and that is an equalization of points for Forge Fury.
Yeah, Temple Melon with the Blick, even on, I think, like 120 ping or so, give or take, showing that maybe ping isn't that much of a problem. One barrier taken a piece, the Celestial Intervention popped, and it just goes right around this Firewall Sentry, so Kitty Bagel's now in a bit of a tough situation, especially now that this core is sitting on this bottom side. Flip out by shapeshifting just to clear it. Doesn't get any sort of offensive pressure really going, as now the core just sits in the corner, but as I say that, the barrier does fall, and Turkeen takes a little bit of damage, but the core just changes hands as now it's sitting on the opposite side, and Imi Asher, they're so good in this corner if they're allowed to work. Kitty Bagel nearly taken off the map, but they have this flip ready for the offense if needed.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of just keeping the core upfield permanently. That's the power of running an eject button Kai goalie with all this speed, and as you were mentioning, with the stuffing power of the Asher-Imi duo, the cooldowns of Forged Fury are just being expended to try and get clears only for the core to just migrate on back, leaving them in such a horrible position. But speaking of horrible positions, that was a bad position for Spring Maestro to be in. And they're taken off the field, but the nice Giga finds both barriers. A whip strike by Turking, it doesn't matter. Kitty Bagel is there! And that is a certified threaded needle moment. Beautiful play down a man.
I mean, the cats stay meowing here as Kitty Bagel finding a great Giga into the flip. Right now, rewarded with potentially, it's not even a reward, because this means Tempo Mountain gets a guaranteed third spark, opting to not give them the spark of strength, saying, you know what, it's okay, give them the result, but I don't want to deal with as much damage. Deadeye goes over to SMG. That is very scary, and someone might have to take this twin drive away from shapeshifting, otherwise that could be even more scary. The prime time still going over. This is rapid prime. Forged Fury literally got the dream draft.
Dream draft for sure, actually. Rewarded, even though they lost, they have a lot to play for, a lot more damage, a lot more survivability, way more CDs to help deal with all these stuff. But shapeshifting out of position, the expanse a bit too late, and even though one kill is found, both barriers are gone, so it's only a matter of time, really, if they keep this offense going. And the cyber swipe is going to be what seals the deal. Turkeen's Cats, once again, up a point.
Yeah, and Turkeen's Cats. Is this a 9-0 potentially? I think this might be 7 straight goals, unless I may have missed one from Forged Fury here. And if that is the case, that would be 2 straight 9-0s to really do it, as they actually 9-0'd Breakthrough just before this, in that winner side match. And that would be an absolute show of confidence for really all 3 members of Turkeen's Cats. But on the backside, Kitty Bagel needs to be very careful with their life, as they've been taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage being dumped, and we should expect it with the Deadeye Stinger pickup, as well as the 3 Sparks Zentaro. And the damage has really been a play, offering shapeshifting a lot more breathing room as well, and opportunities to generate this offense, but so far it's just Tempo Melon in a 1v9 situation. Nice flip from SMG though. There's a support that Tempo Melon needed. He's trying to look for something, has the Zentaro passive, almost finds a kill. Weird bounce off the Astral Projection, saves Turkeen's life here. There's the Thorns coming out, Giga as well, ults being committed here, trying to get some momentum going here as Turkeen's still out of the play, and it looks like Spring Maestro might be too. A very fortunate Sad Boy's a better expanse, but Kitty Bagel is just so fast with it. EB aerials all the speed that is required here, and Maestro does fall, eventually return to Brazil. Turkeen looking way low as well, staggered even. All this pressure, but Kitty Bagel's so confident, does whiff that flip though. The passing play is continuing, but they can't find their mark. There's a nice barrage, Sentry Turret just to get it out, and Turkeen still holding on for dear life, and all of a sudden offense starting to get put on there, but a nice Rose Warp by SMG. Finally, Turkeen does fall. Shapeshifting can't find that precise angle. It's still raging forth with these plays, and there's a good opportunity here in the piercing shot to confirm it. Kitty Bagel not equipped to deal with that, and it was a hard-fought point, but ultimately Forged Fury does get the better of the Cats of Turkeen.
Yeah, I will say, Kitty Bagel looking very nervous there, right? They've been having some really good plays, but sometimes they just kind of drops so many abilities all at once, and it just like it's a show of nerves really right then and there. But hey, it doesn't matter when your forwards are really doing stuff like this, finding that double barrier and just keeping the core on the opposite side. Kitty Bagel posturing for that bottom push, unfortunately doesn't succeed there, and now has to be in a dangerous situation defending this bottom push on the opposite side. And a great glitch pop there actually takes shapeshifting off the map, but Temple Mountain answers with one barrier of her own, and now this is not actually the safest of situations for Turkeen's Cats.
Not in the slightest, and that was a beautiful slice and dice. But Kitty Bagel afforded enough opportunity to breathe, but no breathing room for SMG, and no breathing room for Forged Fury. Turkeen finding a kill and finding a flip top side, and that is exactly what Turkeen's Cats need to get themselves in a beautiful position to take this first game in dominating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, like, Turkeen first returning SMG to Brazil, and then finding that flip to mix up shapeshifting. So well played. One barrier already answered by the Turkeen's Cats forward duo. The second one also already answered. And while this may not be a 9-0, still a very dominant showing if they can just close it out right here. Kitty Bagel in the front with the flip, flips it right in. And that is a dominant game one from Turkeen's Cats.
Really overperforming, exceeding expectations here is Turkeen's Cats, and this is why you have to target ban these players, both Kai on Kitty Bagel and Spring Maestro being afforded Imi. It's just dominant, as well as this Asher on Turkeen. There was just no opportunities for Forged Fury to breathe here. They were always on the back foot, and yeah, even though they were pumping a lot of damage, there was a ton of stagger to work with, and there was also Recovery Drone just able to buy them enough time to find their footing, recover from all the damage that was being pumped. And if you even look at the graphs, there's not even that much of a difference in damage done, and KOs found. So it's really just, at that point, a matter of core control, and that is something that the Turkeen's Cats had, but Forged Fury didn't.
Yeah. I mean, Turkeen's Cats playing this really well, and hey, this is part of the reason why they beat Breakthrough Game 3. They got their dream comp that they wanted, right? Breakthrough also just let them have Imi and Kai, and either Julie or Asher, right? Both are pretty fine for Turkeen to be playing here, and it worked out well. I want to see if Forged Fury maybe recognize that might actually be the issue, just giving them all of their comfort, and opt to deny something, maybe.
Yeah, because, I mean, Tempo Melon can perform on any of these forwards. We saw shapeshifting on stream here via Kurikin, using Asher Goalie as well, just trying to take something away, make their drafts a little bit easier, obviously pending the Awakenings, of course. So you can't just give all three players on Turkeen's Cats their Gigabyss comfort picks, because this is going to be the result every time, because not only are they just fundamentally sound, they just have that experience, the ability to navigate their picks, their interactions, just by playing them so much more. Whereas, I mean, you're just giving yourself not the best chances to succeed for Forged Fury.
Yeah, I mean, they might have to take their ideas back to the Forge and find something new here. They are going to be going over to Taiko Temple, Turkeen's Cats pick. So they will have to see how they can cook up something there, because Turkeen's Cats, their character pools are pretty well equipped. At least on the forward side for Taiko Temple, right? Because on goalie, Kai goalie, not necessarily the premier picks you think about when you're on Taiko. You think typically about like the Atlas, the Mako, sometimes the Asher goalie if you really want, or if you're on one of the teams I've played on, the Eject Rasmus goalie. And then on the offensive side, the Asher, the Julie, these corner stuffers pretty good, and stuff like the Imi, even the Estelle is actually pretty good on Taiko.
Yeah, and Taiko and Atlab play a little bit similarly because of the way the barriers are positioned. obviously one has the free space in the middle and one doesn't. You know, more red core opportunities for Tycho in general. But the game plan of stuffing it in the corner still remains, which is why these melee goalies are so prominent, just to lock it down. But we are seeing the bans and picks come through. I'm banned by the Cats. A little bit interesting given how
Pretty sure this is it's supposed to be flipped. I think the overlay, the overlay is wrong. That's what I thought, and I have confirmed with production that is the case. Forged Fury bans away the Aimi, the Rune banned away from SMG. Asher getting picked up. At this point we can see that it is likely for shapeshifting, right? And then Finny midfield for SMG, and then Dubu for Tempomon is what I think. And then on the other side, we just have Kai for Kitty Bagel, Springmaster getting their second most played, which is the Estelle, and then the Julie for Turkeen, which is probably their most comfortable pick.
Yeah, but I'm actually really liking this draft for Forged Fury because Tempo Melon's Dubu really cooks, and I think Asher goalie into Juliet Brawler is pretty Asher favored, especially if you can get that barrier beam off in time. There's zero chance for a dash punch to get through that passive. So this is actually a really huge matchup for Forged Fury. They have a lot of damage as well with this Finny, right? With these goalies just being able to periodically chip away, and not a lot of survivability on the side of Turkeen's Cats. So with the Timeless and the Sparks start, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see. I think all three members, well, yeah, they have zero creations. They're all going to take Spark, so that's going to help them live. But the Timeless pickup on the Asher, Timeless pickup on all of these characters actually could be the difference, although you would want to have one at least contest Spark.
Right. But the other thing to keep in mind is that I think there is a very real world that Dubu just opts for Rezil instead if they are scared a little bit about this damage. I know it's not like something like an Aimi Vice Zentaro. It's a little less damage, but the damage still exists, right? And one of the ways to beat out Dubu forward on Tycho is just to completely damage dump him. And it's just so miserable to play against. And we'll have to see, does Temple Melon opt for this Rezil, or does she just go for that Timeless and really make it difficult for Kitty Bagel to find these corner clears? Because, again, right, when they were playing this Dubu forward on Night Market against Dash Punch and Prey in the previous series, that's what they were doing. They were against the Finny goalie, so not exactly the same, but same sort of premise. The Finny was having a lot of trouble clearing it out.
Yeah, especially into a character like Dubu that can hard stuff with Tofu Fortress. And we do see, wow, all three members of Forged Fury taking Timeless, and all three members, as expected, taking Rezil for Turkeen's Cats. Temple Melon going for blood, almost pays for it though. One barrier falling, but that might be equalized shortly as we play ping pong in the corner here. And there we go, it finally does fall. Log in the corner, devastating for that Kai. Nice clear found by Shapeshifting, reactivating this offense, but Kitty Bagel playing the midfield. Dash Punch not finding its mark though. A little bit of chaos erupting so soon onto this Tycho Tempo pick. A nice roll by Tempo Melon, forcing Kitty Bagel out of position. Triple take, not able to keep the core field though. There's an opportunity to equalize, but the big finish promptly denying that. A nice Rose Warp though, and this is Turkeen's chance, but being hit stun. Pass splitter, dodge though, and there's that interaction I was talking about. Dash Punch gets shut down by Barrier Beam every time, but you can't shut down Kitty Bagel pushing up with a eject button. And now it is an open barrier situation for both teams. It's only a matter of time before Agor will score. A nice sword by Shapeshifting, but unfortunately SMG can't walk to receive it upfield, top side. And that is the first goal found by Turkeens.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a stoppable force versus movable wall moment there, right? As Turkeen just gives the shot right to Shapeshifting, who then Soren angles it so perfectly and then misses the strike so that Spring Mastro can finish it off. So, bit unfortunate out by both teams. And then there's Kitty Bagel who makes that crucial flip error there. Have to see if they can clean up some of these plays, as that's really what you need if you want to make it into EUSL. Turkeen playing this bottom side with this flip, and one thing I do want to see from whoever is going to be playing defense between Turkeen and Spring Master alongside Kitty Bagel is some more committal defenses for the forwards of Turkeen's Cats. Because a lot of what I've seen is they try to go for these very non-committal defenses where Kitty Bagel is stuck in the corner and then the forward just comes in, maybe strikes it once, and it's because of that that a lot of barriers are found on the opposite side.
Yeah, you can't just leave the Kai goalie stranded into that Dubu forward. I mean, the second barrier was dropped because Temple Melon sat on the Kai and also sitting on that core with the Tofu Fortress. Tempo Melon just making it completely unwinnable for Kitty Bagel in that situation.
Yeah, and definitely unwinnable indeed, right? I have to see if Kitty Bagel can find a way to deal with some of those. And already one barrier falling. Turkeen in the corner. Spring Master may be able to grab the second one. A great Crystal Thorns, but an even better strike out by Shapeshifting. I surely thought that that barrier was going down there. Dash out by Turkeen. Second barrier found off the rebound from Spring Master. Good clear, denying it from the corner. And the piercing shot nearly taking that there. A nice dribble from SMG. And then there's that flip, right? Now this is a very bad situation for Kitty Bagel to be in.
Yeah, open net into the Dubu. That Tofu Fortress will come online. There it is, but it's safe Dubu! It was not perfect into the angle, and then it was particle accelerated off the Taiko drum. Absolute tragedy for Forged Fury. They were in the perfect position to really capitalize off this timeless Dubu pick, and it just simply did not pan out. You know, it's Kitty Bagels pushing up with that flip. Flips traded though, one barrier lost. Still offensive pressure. Rosewarp not connecting, and a nice breakthrough to clear it into this top side corner here. Triple take, keeping it there as well. Big finish Gigum on that Kai. There's that flip forward for SMG. It's going to be used eventually, but on when they can't get to it. Running to there though, and they are able to pick it up with that kill to boot. And Kai is stuck in a corner.
Yeah.
We're talking about save Dubu, but save Kai, stuck in jail, better than Makos and Snare Drums. And Force Fury, a little bit of jank, but they're able to equalize.
Yeah, a little bit janky indeed. And now this first set final point opened up with that barrier take, and a second one found off of a great piercing shot from Spring Master. Now, Shapeshifting is in a really tough situation, but so is Kitty Bagel. No barrier found just yet. That big finish just tries to keep the core forward. One barrier taken, and now Templemone's in a great spot. I think she's just waiting for a pass from SMG to be able to get a Tofu Fortress to take this barrier and maybe even the goal there.
Yeah, and almost connecting onto that second barrier is Tempo Melon. Kitty Bagel, just enough speed, a lot of good defense being played here by both teams. Shapeshifting, able to reposition to where Spring Master was. And unfortunately, the Tofu Fortress does not connect. That barrier is saved by the Dubu wall. And another unfortunate Taiko angle. Disaster for Forged Fury as the Rosewarp secures the goal through breakthrough. And they will gladly take this set, Turkeen Scats, because with the amount of pressure that's being exerted and a lot of huge picks coming out here, they'll be glad to have first choice. But there's compensation because the draft's a little bit skewed since Shapeshifting and SMG both get to pick before Spring Maestro.
Right, but I don't think it really matters too much, just because the Spark of Agility just gets to go over to Kitty Bagel, and now Kitty Bagel is contending for Taiko Temple Mayor over here, and there's that extra special picked up from Spring Master, both good for the Estelle, but also kind of a big deny away from Temple Melon. And with Turkeen also getting a bit of size, this in and of itself is kind of like a little bit of extra dash punch kill range in a way.
Yeah. And we'll have to see how it matters, but it doesn't matter if you get a McDouble off a beautiful setup from your own fortress. Tempo Melon, there's that dash punch you were talking about, and one barrier is falling. Make that two with the Crystal Thorns. This power play,
wow,
very fruitful. It was a cascade. Just went from bad to worse in an instant for Forged Fury riding the high off the McDouble, but it does not matter with this onslaught of advancements from Turking's Cats, and it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a timeout taken here, perhaps a disconnect or some form of lag, but that's to be expected since Shapeshifting and Temple Melon are NA players.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if there was a lag situation coming, as I myself am getting like 104 ping to this server, so I'd imagine that they're having it a little worse than me, because I am like East Canadian, so hey, I have it pretty good.
Yeah, I'm Central, and I'm hovering around 130 here. Shapeshifting, also a Central player, probably is the same ping, same deal. So we can only hope that this situation is resolved soon, but I want to keep talking about the draft a little bit because it's interesting that SMG opts for the twin drive instead of the happy star here, especially with the timeless start. Big Finish is just an extremely oppressive ultimate, so just getting more of it is detrimental, especially because you want to help set up this Dubu for offensive Tofu Fortress plays. Just that unpredictability of where that core is going with the Big Finish would have been critical. I'm not quite sure if the extra core control or extra damage offered by the twin drive pickup is necessarily worth it in this situation.
Well, I think the idea is SMG is maybe thinking, you know, I am the only EU player on this team, so a lot of the onus is on me to get these strike timings, get these ability timings so fast. So the more cooldowns I have, and yes, Extra Special does offer that, but that is only one ability. The more cooldowns I have overall, the better it is for me, and the more I can actually contribute to a lot of these plays. And Finny Secondary is a pretty good ability, right? Because if you think about it, it is pretty much like a rune pillar that kind of strikes multiple times, regardless of the situation. Now, is that going to be worth it over Extra Special? Not 100% sure, but I think it is a slightly safer pickup at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's just better to have more abilities, but really you can dump all the abilities you want. It just doesn't matter if you get that core, if you don't get that core into a barrier. So looks like connection has been solved. There's that triple take in the corner, but a nice barrage by Kitty Bagel. Offensive pass splitter, just not finding it smart. They were able to keep the core in the corner with all the abilities, but like I said, they couldn't find that barrier, and that's what really matters. Kitty Bagel stepping up though and is punished by Temple Melon. There's a Big Finish, not finding its mark, unfortunately. We have a flip to work with here if we can get the core to our lovable hamster, but it's in the corner now. Almost a McDouble found by Turkeen, but a nice flip by Shapeshifting. Also gets that barrier to boot with the flip. 2 flips to work with here. It's in a horrible spots, and both flips are burned there. A bit of a hastiness, and what a Giga Blast angle from this Kai. Kitty Bagel showing why this is such a huge pick on them.
You have to keep in mind, though, that Giga Blast was insanely important, because if that Giga Blast doesn't come out, or if it is like poorly timed, Temple Melon can just flip and actually just scores that there, right? Because there's a good chance that Kitty Bagel just doesn't make it to wherever Temple Melon will be flipping, and that actually just ties the setup 1-1. So crucially, Kitty Bagel maintains the flip and gets the goal and flips Temple Melon off the map, removing that flip. So it's looking really good for Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, Turkeen's Cats just sitting in the driver's seat here. Nice interference run by SMG. The core does slip through eventually, and that second barrier falls. Trying to set up Temple Melon here, but the pass just not quite enough. Good defense by Shapeshifting, but Pacer with his life, and that Flame Fury was actually so critical, just body blocking SMG and Temple Melon from reaching that core. And Turkeen's Cats, they take their second set. Might be rewarded for it here with some really solid picks. Spark on the table here, and I don't think it's going to be denied because primetime Asher goalie is so oppressive, so we'll have to see if that's taken away instead.
Yeah, so this is going to be prime time. No rapid fire at the very least with it. Third spark for Kitty Bagel, so that's pretty good. And double size with Might on Turkeen. There are some really good pickups, but also I think crucially, both forwards on Forged Fury did pick up a good amount of speed.
Yeah, good amount of speed with that fight or flight. Dubu, pretty slow character, definitely needs that speed to better position. So we'll have to see how that pans out, but almost dying is Tempo Melon. They can't get this core thoroughly in that position. There it is, though. Finally, Tofu Fortress works, and it just allows both barriers to fall in quick succession. This is the combo that they were trying to find, and just couldn't in these past few sets. The clear is found. Kitty Bagel able to run top side and finds that clear, reactivating this offense here, but unfortunately Barrier Beam stuffing it all. The prime time already paying off in full colors. Nice pass plays here. Crystal Thorns not long enough, and Temple Melon misses the angle. That was a huge opportunity to score here, and now it's Turkeen's Cats on the offensive here. Pass splitter committed early. Spring Maestro able to hold on to that flip. Giga,
Wow.
Huge tempo, insane flip precision from Kitty Bagel there. But unfortunately, it's still on their side of the field. All three members going to get their flips soon. There's one committed here trying to keep this offensive going. Big finish not quite working out for them, forcing Shapeshifting's flip. Another flip responded in kind, flipping across the map. Everybody using theirs. Everybody has one. Everybody gets a flip. But unfortunately, none of them going to prove fruitful. It's Temple Melon with the energy up next. Flame Fury in the face, and the Taiko Drum. Not enough. Great breakthrough. There's that flip in a checkmate position. That's the flip that seals the deal. And it is Forged Fury taking the first point.
Yeah, Forged Fury taking the first point, and this might be the start of something else. Is look at SMG. He is actually pretty close to getting this full stacks on stacks. So that could be insanely good for him too, and then he could start taking over the game that way. We see one barrier already taken, a barrier answered on the opposite side, and now this corner offense, it's about to begin, but a great strike war from SMG means that Templeman has the option to take that second barrier, and Shapeshifting, he buys enough time to keep this barrier alive, but a slow strike, the ping difference really mattering there, and he is just nuked off the map off of a great combo by Turkeen's Cats.
Sandwiched between all those abilities, they were all dumped at the same time. It's over in that situation, and Turkeen's Cats very quick to equalize, winning kickoff here, almost finding this first barrier. Nice breakthrough from Shapeshifting, recognizing the pivot top side. Tofu Fortress in the checkmate position. This is the combo we're talking about, and it pays off once again. Tofu Fortress into big finish, both barriers taken in quick succession, but the offensive pivoting back to Turkeen's Cats, but they were able to find that clear Forged Fury barrier beam in the face of Turkeen, and Temple Melon with the mix-up, but unfortunately cannot find the goal. SMG has a flip, going to have all these cooldowns, a lot of damage, uses it to live, tack on, keep these stacks on stacks. Nice Giga, reactivating this offense, but Shapeshifting with the perfect ability usage to stuff out the flip. A bounce off the center Taiko Drum though,
Oh my God.
and a piercing shot. Shapeshifting mixed up, and that is Turkeen's Cats clawing back into another point taken.
Yeah, I mean, you say clawing back, but keep in mind, this is now their series point. If they get one more point right here, right now, and even with one more point of leeway, they actually just make it right into EUSL, right? So they are so close. And last time that these two teams faced, it was Forged Fury that came out on top in the winner's side of Qualifier 2, I believe. And we will have to see if the same result happens. Flip out by Kitty Bagel. 2 flips actually burned by Turkeen's Cats, and still no barrier taken. Just now we finally see that first barrier taken, but the offense is changing hands here. It's going down to SMG, who's getting pretty low. Grabs the orb to make sure his stacks can still stay alive, and the hopes of Forged Fury can still stay alive. But this offense is looking very deadly.
Yeah, but not without the help of your midfielder. However, Turkeen, well to capitalize, finds that second barrier. It's an open net, but this power play needs to prove fruitful. There's one barrier gone. Temple Melon needs to make it 2, but Kitty Beagle able to stay patient, keep wits about them. Barrage in the face, stuffed out by the barrier beam. Shape-shifting, needs to hold on for dear life. With a staggered Finny, it's going to be a difficult task. Keeping it in the corner. Piercing shot, not good enough either. This primetime coming in clutch on the Asher goalie. quickly. Tempo Melon trying to hound this core. There's a big finish, but Kitty Bagel everywhere, all of the time, covering all the clears, all the angles, and the dash punch precisely topside. Turkeen's Cats are headed to EUSL.
And hey, welcome to EUSL. Can we get a meow 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 for Turkeen's Cats?
Yeah, I'm not meowing, Keith.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hey, they made it in anyways, and congrats to Turkeen's Cats as they take the 7th spot for EUSL. The last one going to be going for Forged Fury versus the winner of Breakthrough versus Dash Punch and Pray, and that game I think is still going on right now. Dash Punch and Pray is up, I believe, 1-0 in the series, if I'm understanding this correctly, but Breakthrough is up 2-0 in game 2 in sets.
Oh, that's probably going to be an absolute heater as well. But Forged Fury not out of it yet. They will have another chance to qualify in this losers final, but it's going to be a tall order, especially with both these teams being so strong. Dash Punch and Pray were close to beating Forged Fury in the semis, and Breakthrough, I mean, nobody was expecting them to drop into losers bracket in the first place. So no matter who Forged Fury goes up against, it's going to be a battle, but I think they have what it takes in order to qualify, but it's only a matter of time before we're able to see that. When we come back, it is going to be Forged Fury versus the winner of Breakthrough and Dash Punch and Flip, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final series for today. We are having Breakthrough versus Forged Fury Losers Finals in Bracket B. I'm joined by P Flair. How's it going?
It is going pretty good, and this last one is going to be a very, very interesting clash.
Yeah, for sure. Breakthrough was kind of the favorite to come through and just sweep this group, but turns out Turkey's Cats swept them in game 3, got a reverse sweep against them in game 2, and then kind of dismantled Forged Fury. So based on how things have been, because Breakthrough and Turkey's Cats have been relatively close, they should be favored in this match against Forged Fury. Now, we do see a Glass Cannon prize fighter start on Night Market, which does prompt the Zentaro and Now bans. So this is going to be a Finny pickup likely for Ata, which means Estelle Rasmus gets to go over on the opposite side. But based on these picks, it almost feels like the teams are wrong, because it just feels like the opposite teams should be piloting the opposite picks, right? Lucas and Kami typically known for that Estelle Rasmus. Rune typically being an SMG pick. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going to wait on confirmation from Prod too.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Then.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, if this is the correct picks, right? Atlas being a staple for shapeshifting, right? Interested to see how the Rasmus will be piloted on ping, because Tempo is going to be playing this Rasmus on, I think, above 120 ping, so definitely not a fun place to be. But then on the opposite side, right? Rune for Lucas, it's a pick that I haven't seen that much.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Lucas pilot it once or twice, so I think Lucas knows what they're doing. But in general, I do agree with you, because a lot of this ping means that they're going to have to be very prediction heavy with both how the core is going to move and how their opponents are going to move. Like you said, especially with Rasmus. Honestly, all three of them, like Rasmus, Estelle, Atlas, a lot of their movements and a lot of like their better skills are generally kind of based on, I don't want to say like reaction, but very quick thinking, very quick movements, and kind of trying to anticipate what the opponent is going to do and being able to counter that. So I'm not so sure that's, I'm worried that that's not going to end well. In exchange, like you have Finny, who can kind of just place one or two of like her abilities, and they persist for a little bit. That you don't have to be quite as exact. You don't have to be quite as timing and heavy. Same for Rune. It's like, yes, he's good when you like are able to like predict something, and especially it's always awesome when you can cut off like a quick pass with like a pillar or something. But a lot of that time, like those pillars and whatnot, you can just kind of like set them and leave them there and force your opponents to play around them.
Yeah, and definitely the thing that will be forcing people to play around them is this Finny. Likely going to be opting for this Glass Cannon, maybe Glass Cannon Strike Shot, Glass Cannon Mom Boots. A Glass Cannon Mom Boots Finny actually does really well at just providing so much forward pressure because of that speed, right? Finny in and of herself is a very fast character. I think having a base speed of about 465. Which allows Ata to contribute to these offenses really well, not only with the core control, but also just damage, because both Glass Cannon and Prize Fighter, whichever he opts for, is going to hurt.
Yeah, like I love seeing a good Finny, and Finny in goal is no threat to like be dismissed. So definitely agree with you. I'm personally looking to see if Ata manages to pick up something like missile proc and starts getting that artillery cannon build going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we can already see this. Like, look at this. 590 movement speed on Ata already. And you just see these, what normally look like micro positions, they take him so far as he moves. And yeah, neither barriers drop. And finally, that Glass Cannon and Mom Boots get taken off, dropping all the way down to 500 movement speed. One barrier taken. Second soon to follow on the opposite side, but that pillar just dissipating at the worst possible time for Breakthrough.
Yeah, very good movement, I will say, from Ata, just being able to like clear the core out and feeding it to like Lucas, feeding it to Kamakiri. Just a lot of generally good movement and being able to keep things up and set up for like goal opportunities already like that. That was just beautiful, beautiful. So beautiful banish and manages to clear the way for a very nice first goal.
Yeah, very well played out of the members of Breakthrough. And as we see the energy situation, Breakthrough's members actually are going to be getting a lot of their flips sooner, likely because the members of Forged Fury had to spend time evading and making sure that they didn't get damaged and taken off the map. Ata overstepping a little bit, losing his second barrier, and this could be the moment that Forged Fury needs to turn around this first set.
Yeah, but we all know like Finny is very capable of like holding down things, especially like in an empty net situation. I wouldn't be like too clear, but that was a very that was an incredible block. Didn't last for very long though, and now again it's Breakthrough that are on the attack.
Yeah, and a great primary out by Shapeshifting, making sure the core doesn't go in from that flip. Ata has a flip of their own, and Kami taken off the map. This means that there's now this power play available for the opposite side. Though on ping, they have to be careful not to get struck war or destroyed by a random ability. Temple Mountain waiting in front with her flip. SMG needs to get some sort of pass up forward, and Ata, great flip, not only to avoid dying there to Temple Mountain, but also to find the shot.
Yeah, that was just beautiful. That was a beautiful, beautiful timing. That was just near flawless, and doing that in ping is so difficult, being able to sense those kinds of moments that are available to you because you almost don't realize what's going to happen. Like, that was just a very quick 2 barriers, and it seemed like they just kind of like got surprised a little bit, and that's going to happen when you're on ping. You're just going to not be able to react quite as fast, and things are going to happen to you that you swear they wouldn't if you had better ping. That's just kind of like the nature of the beast.
Right, exactly. And in this sort of situation, though, the members of Breakthrough do find their one barrier, Kami having to step back to just grab this orb, not wanting to stay in danger for that much longer. Temple Melon hunting him down, opts to just stay in that midfield. Lucas with a great strike war against Shapeshifting. He is really having struggle on this ping right now. Ata nowhere to clear it, tries to step back for the strike, but is just completely bamboozled because of that death touch that's just waiting for him.
Yeah, that was, I don't want to say it was quite a checkmate situation, but it was almost looking like one just because of that, how that death touch was pushed. I will have to say, though, I do think Lucas, you know, even though they're having like trouble navigating, I do still think they're doing it like very well. Just being able to navigate this ping, being able to set up for beautiful moments right there. Like, you saw that, got the pillar. Kamakiri immediately took advantage of the barriers getting broken, flipped in their face, bang. Just very good sense of opportunity there.
Yeah, and they do find that first set. Lucas likely being rewarded for it with something like the rapid fire here. And yeah, definitely does grab it. Rapid fire, I think dropping the pillar cooldown from, I believe it starts at 9 seconds down to 6 seconds. Could be wrong on that. And Stagger Swagger being denied away by the Finny. That means this Rasmus, this Estelle, as we get the later sets and more damage hops onto the Finny, won't have that available. And then size, right? Size, not triple denied because there's 3 sizes available. Rasmus is guaranteed to get one, but Kami does get his pick of the litter.
Yeah, so honestly, I would actually not say it was like a horrible draft for either side, but I do think Breakthrough got a little bit of the better of it. Like, Finny got her hat. Like you said, Lucas with that cooldown reduction is going to be a menace. Like, that's already the start of like a killer build.
Yeah, and we are already seeing it come to fruition, right? As Shapeshifting's taken off the map, Temple Mountain's taken off the map. I mean, this is some EU on NA violence as they leave SMG alive, and Kami stacked up to 3 prizefighter stacks and eliminating 2 prizefighter stacks on the opposite side.
That's honestly just brutal, and this is kind of a situation where, because of all the different factors involved, things can snowball really hard. Just because, like I said, like the glass cannon, that just gives you kind of like passive ability. That just kind of gives you, I believe, like passive power, passive speed. You got those prize fighter stacks geared up. So yeah, it's gonna be dangerous. Look at that, nearly taken off. It was
Oh
only
my
the
God.
recovery zone, and that didn't save him for very long. Kamakiri said, "What are you doing still alive? Let me rectify that."
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a coordinated assault there. Kami just waiting with this flip for someone to finish off the Rasmus, and as soon as that Rasmus recovery drone pops, you just nuke that Rasmus off the map.
Yeah. A little bit of a that big finish almost was the one to like own barrier there a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a slight miscalculation, but they've been doing pretty well so far. I don't expect that to kind of cause any kind of big turns in momentum. They already got that equalizer, and there's the second. And now Lucas nearly with a flip available, gonna be hunting for a scoring opportunity, especially now.
Ooh. But I mean, Tempo Mount finds that death touch, right? So that actually saves shapeshifting for the time being. Ata needs to find a way to get to this Julie, and it does here. But there's that secondary shapeshifting, not timely enough with the strike. And Kamikiri finding another dominant set against Forge Fury.
Yeah, this is already looking a little bit out of control. MVP going to Juliet and possibly getting rewarded with Fighter Flight among Titans, Heavy Impact. Hell, maybe even extra special. Who knows? Fighter Flight it is.
Yeah. Fighter Flight, definitely a great pickup here. I think Heavy Impact would have also been a solid pickup. But really, they don't want to leave this Fighter Flight available for the enemies because it is much better on forwards than goalies. And since Ata would be the next one to pick up something on the side of Breakthrough, it's just better to give it over to Kami. And overall, I think that Forged Fury, their draft isn't terrible, but I just feel like Breakthrough's draft is pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, their draft wasn't terrible. Fortune's draft was not terrible by any means, but Breakthroughs was just really good. And at this point, I'm kind of worried the snowball has already, like, it's a little bit too big to melt down now. Like, look at the size of those pillars.
Yeah, I mean, Monu, it's starting to come alive, but it's been pretty alive for quite some time. Lucas needs to be a little bit careful if he wants to stay alive, though. And there's that big finish popped just to buy some time on the defense for Lucas to hopefully regenerate. Pops the banish, it just goes wide. And now he's finally staggered, and this could be the break that Forged Fury needs if they can capitalize.
Yeah, oh wow, managed to bait the burst out of Kamakiri, and then they very quickly take out Lucas, who was on death's door. This could be their scoring moment if they can keep this going. Nice counter clear. Big finish, not enough to save it. Tempo Melon just managed to get that goal. Very nice patience on her front.
Yeah, well played by Forged Fury finding this goal here, and now they just need a little bit more magic out of their hats. Now, no barriers found just yet. Good saves out by Shapeshifting and Ata, respectively. The Rose Warp finally taking Crystal Thorns there as well, and with Temple Mode having this flip, this could be pretty good for Forged Fury.
Yeah, very nice attempt at trying to keep the core up. Tempo Melon having to burn a few resources to kind of keep themselves from getting a little bit too shaken up. SMG trying to pull up as well. It's been very nice defensive efforts, very nice offensive efforts as well. Hook, and then I believe that was an expanse that just blew off the map, Kamakiri. So now they're trying to do something with this power play. They're not able to make anything happen. As a matter of fact, they got a barrier taken, and a second one taken. Shapeshifting kind of a little bit stuck out there. Not sure what happened there, but they did. They shook it off. Tempo Melon in the right place at the right time. SMG feeds it, and they do manage to get that score. So props to them for not giving up on the play. Props to them for keeping their cool.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm actually a little shocked that Temple Melon even reached that with that strike. I really thought that Ata would be able to find the clear, but unfortunately for Breakthrough, did not. Temple Melon looking kind of low, though, and could be finished off if the damage continues to get piled onto her. One barrier taken on that opposite side, and now in this corner, good dash punch, flip too late by Shapeshifting, counter flip by Ata, and it actually gets sent in from a redirect by Kami.
Yeah, that was kind of a bit of a shootout there, and Kami said, nope, I got the better gun. wasn't able to catch that, but they are still ahead by a point in this set, and this is not a set they can exactly drop, because otherwise that's wraps. So they're going to need to kind of like shake that off and trying to find a way to keep pushing. They started to have something earlier with their passing plays, I feel, but that's been getting shut down a lot more. The damage has been pouring out a lot more heavily now, and it seems like, yeah, Breakthrough does not want a repeat of those goals. They've already tied it up.
Yeah, and I mean, this time, Ata scoring the goal while Lucas scores Temple Melon and sends her to the grave, reducing one of those prize fighter stacks. If I recall correctly, sorry, not this set, but last set, Kami Curie was the one who had 3 prize fighter stacks. This time, Tempo and SMG are looking pretty good for prize fighter stacks on their own, but one was just reset there, and now they need to be pretty careful as this is game point in favor of Breakthrough if they can just lock it down here, but they might not be able to if Force Fury has anything to say about it. Now Lucas has to go back to his old roots of playing goalie while Kami Curie steps back to this midfield line as this Juliet. And now, shapeshifting, waiting forward, a good primary, but Lucas has to shadow swap out, and unfortunately that means for Breakthrough, that's one set they've lost.
And a very, very much needed win. Had to take that one, or else that, like I said, that was it. And they are getting like a few rewards here. I'm seeing like some sparks, Deadeye for Finny possibly, our prime time, or even missile propulsion. There's a lot of good things that everybody can pick here.
Yeah, and Deadeye getting picked up for Ata is very scary, and the prime time being denied, so there is no rapid prime time. However, Lucas has really not been dying, and him getting the stacks on stacks could be pretty scary.
Yeah, I'm also actually looking on the other side of things. SMG getting that missile propulsion could definitely help with like a lot of these longer range clears, a lot of this more distant offense that could help if they can manage to keep Breakthrough from scoring, which they've already got both barriers down. They do take them back very fast, so there is something to be had here. I do think this draft was better for Force Fury than the other ones recently have been, so this could be their opportunity.
Yeah, and speaking of opportunities, that's a reset on the stacks of Lucas, while both Tempo and SMG go up to 2 prize fighter stacks, so it could prove to be a little scary as time goes on if Breakthrough don't close it out here.
Yeah, they, Force Fury are going to be trying for like that reverse sweep, and that's how it starts. They managed to take out Kamakiri, Temple Melon being very kind of like cautious, even though they're moving up. SMG, I believe, was almost nearly taken out as well, but that recovery drone, but I believe they had like a recovery drone saved them. Somebody got saved. So they still have all 3 people up, and they do keep continuing the power play. Very nice from Forge Fury, breaking out the offense on their own front.
I will say, Lucas has been playing really too close to the edges, and it's because of that the other side has been able to kind of farm these prize fighter stacks. And now, Shapeshift needs to be careful as that barrier does fall. If they don't score here, this could be really bad, and thankfully for SMG, he does with a flip piercing shot.
Yeah, that's basically almost Estelle 101. Flip, piercing shot, hit, just they can do nothing about it if they're in the way of your gun.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee, but it is pretty likely play to work, and oh my god, Tempo nearly took Ata off the map there as well, and that would have been really bad for Breakthrough and resulted in a potential reverse sweep coming in as we see this goal finally open up, and we very well could just have a reverse sweep in the cards.
Yeah, you can see Shapeshifting kind of feels it too. Started moving up a little bit, trying to secure the goal, but unfortunately, that offensive play didn't work out, and now they're all back on defense, but not for very long. Forge Fury have been doing very well with getting these KOs and forcing these power plays, and just causing Breakthrough to like worry about this consistent offense. Ooh, bad clear. Does not prevent the barrier from being taken, and now it's open goals on both sides. Forge Fury had been doing like so well up until that moment, but now it's sweat time.
Yeah, sweat time indeed, but Lucas is the one that's causing Forge Fury to sweat off of a great pillar redirect. and they might just be keeping Breakthrough's hopes to finish this in 4 sets.
Yeah, they're going to have to crunch it right now, because with 2-1 in favor of Forged Fury, they are not going to let this go, and that kind of proves an immediate takedown of Lucas. Double barrier, and now they're going to try and finish. They're all 3 team members moving up. Yep, Thorns, Shot, Melon, everybody was there. Basically started to collapse on the goal, and that's the second set being taken.
I will say, I think that is the first time I've seen double barrier into double barrier.
Wow.
Yeah, something that dominant from both sides back to back, and now the Estelle. I don't know what Estelle picks. It could just be, yeah, okay, I was gonna say maybe the Twin Drive, but it could have just been left for Atlas. However, Atlas does get guaranteed one of Siege or Timeless. The ad rush for Temple Melon is so scary. Lucas has to position better and not die to a lot of these stray pendulum swings. Otherwise, Temple Melon is just gonna run away with the game.
I almost want to say, like, specialized training, good. I almost want to say I would have denied the ad rush from Tempo Melon, just because of what she's been doing so far. And I feel like Finny could even still use it anyway, so that's just my takes on it. I do think that Forged Fury ended up getting like the better of that draft, partly because of that.
I will say, this Timeless creator is kind of good. I don't know if you were paying attention to what was happening in that corner, but if I recall correctly, that was a singular pillar Timeless creator putting in the work there, and now a lot of damage on the other side. This is the situation Forged Fury don't want to be in. They don't want to be at the back end of all this damage. They want to be the ones putting this damage out, putting this these kills out. Right? It's because Forged Fury was able to stack up prize fighters so early in the past 2 sets that they've been able to win, and this time it looks to be the opposite.
Yeah, definitely Breakthrough trying to kind of like get back to what was getting them like those first couple sets, pouring out the damage before like Fierce Fury could really kind of rev up and cause their own concerns. So now it's going to be like Breakthrough that's been getting like these early barriers, that's been causing a lot of this early pressure, and it's Force Fury that's got to find a way to like fight around these massive pillars, almost between Scylla and Charybdis, the way things are acting right now. But that's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw that, but Lucas, he just flew all the way across the map, and that is yeah, that is a kill for Temple Melon. The recovery drone popped at least, so that means that a kill attempt could come in on her, and so much damage getting dropped. Ata has to be careful to not let a barrier fall while trying to kill this Rasmus. Lucas nearly taking the second barrier on the opposite side. Kami getting sent into the corner through an awkward angle there. Shapeshifting nearly losing the barrier. Kami finally taken off the map. And this is the snowball I was talking about. Temple Mountain could start running away with the game with the ad rush, with the prize fighter. A stray core means that second barrier does fall, and now Lucas needs to make a hero play here on the offense, deal with Shapeshifting's flip. Shapeshifting looking for some clear angle against these Timeless Monu pillars, does find it, and the barrier taken on the opposite side. Shapeshifting finally finding the clear, the flame, flurry, interrupted by the flip, and a good clear out by Lucas. The clear attempt failed by SMG and Shapeshifting, and now Ata needs to find a way to clear this on the offense. A death touch struck war by Ata, and now Kami, he's on the offense, a great flip out by SMG, counter flip by Lucas, and it goes to the bottom side. That's Breakthrough 1 point away from finishing game 1.
That was absurd. That core was flying so fast. I got the distinct feeling that half the people in this match did not know where that core was bouncing most of the time. That thing was going so fast.
Yeah, I mean, the core was going absolutely everywhere. And once again, Temple Melon on such a KO streak, finding that second barrier, and this is exactly what Forged Fury want, what Breakthrough does not need. Lucas and Kami, they only have 1 barrier to chew through, and now with Lucas dead, that's the stacks reset as well, and Temple Melon getting another ad rush proc is really dangerous for the members of Breakthrough, nearly taking another kill on Ata, and Ata being denied the orb. Not looking great for him, but Lucas finally arrives, and on this defense drops that Timeless Monu pillar, which is absolutely what they need for defense.
Yeah, Tempo Melon has been on a tear, almost trying to take out Lucas again, but not even relevant. They do manage to get that very nice bounce. Tempo Melon in the right spot. Ata very much not score, and they are one behind. They are trying to tie this up. They're trying to come from behind once again. We've seen them do it before.
Yeah, definitely we have seen them do it, and a lot of damage already getting dumped onto both sides. Temple Mountain especially nearly taken off the map. The Celestial Intervention still available, but one barrier taken apiece. And whoa, that Death Touch flip kills Lucas there. And now Temple Mountain with the Adrush procced is ready to score another goal. A good strike out by Atta, and then killed by Temple Mountain, followed by the Crystal Thorns. This is just absolute dismantling of Breakthrough.
Tempo Melon has, I believe that is a 13 straight kill streak. And that kind of tells you just how deadly and how dangerous she is piloting that Rasmus, and how deadly Rasmus in general is with all those blocks. But they do manage to get that recovery drone popped on Tempo Melon, so now maybe they can kind of alleviate the situation and take it away, because that was an incredible goal from range thanks to Ata.
Yeah, and I mean that right there, that is kind of what happens when you're on a little bit of ping, right? You find all these kills, you find all these amazing plays, and then a stray red core just flies right by you, and that's unfortunate for shapeshifting. We can just see the stats screen right here.
Yeah.
Tempo Melon, she is putting on her best, the guy that gets cosplay, if he were to play Rasmus, with 16 KOs, 98 redirects, just saying, you know what, SMG, you're on EU, you can do all the redirecting, I don't have to strike, I'm just gonna kill. And I'm only gonna strike when it matters, and hey, she did that. Unfortunately for Forged Fury, it wasn't enough, and Breakthrough do take game 1.
Yeah, it was very, very close, but sometimes it is a battle of inches and milliseconds, and that's what it came down to kind of in the end.
Yeah, and I think for Breakthrough too, they really need to kind of work on cleaning up a lot of their play, because they have a pretty good ceiling. It's just sometimes they have these situations that they really shouldn't be losing that they are, right?
I feel like a lot of that positioning, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it is some of their positioning, right? Both on offense, both on defense. And part of it is that, part of it is also just them being a new team that's coming together too. All having played in EUSL, except for Kami, who was sitting on the sub bench for TMCT, I think 2 seasons in a row. We'll have to see if they can take this through in Game 2, because Game 2 is going to be on their map pick of Oni Village, a map that a lot of people really don't like when you're playing on ping.
Yeah, Oni Village is very big, and if you're playing on ping, that means kind of the slightest mistake ends up costing you barriers, ends up costing you goals. And I mean, that can happen on Oni Village in general, but just very much more so on ping. So we're going to need to see how they manage to navigate this great big wide open space.
Yeah, that's for sure. And especially as I was mentioning the ping, right? These speed lanes, very, very important, which could cause some of these red cores, or at least just fast cores, to occur. But also the speed lanes, if Tempo Mode can continue to get a lot more of these snipes, a lot more of these just cheeky kills when Lucas and Kami are just mispositioning close to the edge, that could be a way to come back on into the series, right? If they can just take these members of Breakthrough off, who's left to score, right? If everyone's dead.
Yeah, some best defense is nobody to commit offense.
Right. Best crowd control is death, and we will be going to Oni Village relatively soon. I think the teams are taking a second to get into draft, right? Perhaps taking a break. Now, any sort of change-ups you expect here? Do you think that Forged Fury will be going over to this blue side, since it is Breakthrough's map pick?
I would not be surprised. I would also not be surprised, like, once we get into, like, the characters. This is just me spitballing. I would not be surprised if I saw, like, either Finny banned or possibly even the Estelle, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think the idea of the way it works here is, yeah, I was gonna say first pick Estelle for SMG, like it makes a lot of sense intuitively here. Now banned out by Forged Fury is a little interesting. I guess it is one of Lucas's other comfort picks on this map, but Imi Rasmus locked here, and this is gonna be an Imi midfield, which is very interesting, alongside this Luna and Asher pickup here. So I think this is, funnily enough, I actually don't... There's like two ways this could go, right? You could either have shapeshifting on Estelle goalie, with SMG playing Luna and Temple Melon on Asher, or you could have Asher for shapeshifting, SMG on the Estelle, and then Temple Melon playing Luna Brawler. And I wouldn't put that past this team.
No, 'cause I actually agree with you because like I see the Luna and I see the Asher, and I think, oh, they want to bully the core in. That's what immediately comes to my mind, especially even with like the Estelle kind of like in the backfield, if she gets something like missile prop or anything that kind of like extends her range, if that one is the goalie, this is, I wouldn't consider this like a traditionally offense heavy team, like a kill heavy team, but it is offense heavy. This is to me like a very bully the core in, just get it to the edge and just shove everything at it kind of team.
Yeah, I mean, just based on how I know these players' character pools, it just feels like it doesn't make sense for this to actually just be a Luna goalie. And also, it's Oni Village, right? We realistically should not be playing Luna goalie on Oni Village.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, right? The Imi pickup for Lucas, I'm a little shocked he didn't opt for something like the Kai here instead. Kai, probably, I would say, like the second best midfielder on Oni Village after Estelle. And one of Lucas's other comfort picks. I guess his reasoning is probably, you know, we have the heavy impact, we have the Deadeye. One of these is probably, both of them are really good on Imi, right? And I think he just wants to make use of that. And then Rasmus being a pretty confident Kami comfort pick. And Atlas goalie, while being a normal pick, is a surprisingly unconventional pick for Ata of all players.
Yeah. And honestly, from what we're looking at here in terms of early drafts, no surprise. Everybody but the Luna going heavy impact. Luna going for Deadeye. That's her best in slot. So we are seeing here is going to be, what we are going to see is going to be very interesting to see how these two teams manage to coordinate these both conventional and unconventional picks on this big Oni Village.
Yeah, and one barrier already taken a piece, and with the barriers being on the opposite sides of the map, this is going to be one of those situations where a lot of the play takes a long time to happen, and those are the situations I was saying that Lucas needed to be very careful of. Standing in those speed lanes and having abilities thrown at you by Temple Melon. And because of that, he falls off the map, putting Ata and Kami in a pretty rough situation. Though they do manage to salvage it, it doesn't look like they're making really any progress on the opposing net, which means that shapeshifting is just able to keep a lot of his abilities.
Yeah, and occasionally try and, you know, use said abilities for like an offensive push if they see an opportunity, which, you know, you definitely don't want as the opposite team, especially like with an Asher on this kind of map.
Yeah, and Ata getting a little distracted by Temple Melon there momentarily, which means that barrier does fall, and Temple Melon nearly getting that great cross strike there. Lucas just trying to cover this out clear as well as this cross, and Temple Melon getting the hit stun onto Ata, allowing SMG to get the core through while she finishes off the Atlas.
That was incredible team sync from them. SMG shapeshifting, getting the core forward. Temple Melon, she was just kind of like sitting there looking at Ata like, yo, big brother, what you doing? And then as soon as the core came up, just rammed full speed into them and just made sure that the core had a clear shot to the goal. So very good on their front, and now it's that's going to need to be responded to, like, I think, very quick, because that's a very good show of coordination and team sync.
Yeah, I will say, if nothing else, this play by Templemon is it looks very tilting to play into. I will say that for sure. But Breakthrough, if they want to make it into USL, they have to figure out a way to surmount that. And they are starting to figure it out off of a great death touch by Kami.
Yeah, a lot of passing and a lot of good setup for that. So Breakthrough, we've seen what they can do, like on the raw offense side of things, which is great, but they are going to probably need to try a different game plan, and they do seem to be doing that, because I feel like what they're going up against now is just very, very deadly. I mean, Luna by herself, color me a little bit biased character-wise, but I feel like Luna by herself is just kind of like a threat that you cannot ignore, and that's a good way to not ignore it. Just kill her and make sure she doesn't get any of her craziness off.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, right, Death is the best form of CC, and Ata definitely crowd-controlling Luna there. And Shapeshifting having to burn the flip, SMG's health bar having to be burned there too, as Kami dodges a very dangerous boost by Templemelon there. Shapeshifting burning that barrier beam. Ata really not wanting to burn his evade though. He wants to keep it up in order to get some of these defensive flips off, and he might just be rewarded here as his forwards already start by taking this first barrier.
Yeah, attempted to get that core down, the Templemelon SMG. It kind of got intercepted. Very nice flip to stop the attempted rocket shot. So Ata is putting on a very nice defensive performance here, managing to navigate all this stuff that's being thrown their way. Willing to take these shots too.
Yeah, I will say, a lot of Kami's offense here has not been the cleanest, but as I say that, he does, in fact, lock in and find the Whiplash goal, a little bit of burst of Whiplash there after a few misplays on the offense from this Rasmus.
So we've got the energy looking a little bit high on Forge Fury's front. They are going to be looking at probably trying to like get those flips and burn them. I wouldn't be surprised if it was in sequence, but you've already got one already used. Kamikiri trying to make something happen with there on that offensive push. They've been exchanging these offensive phases very nicely, and just like that, Templemelon essentially getting 2 kills there, and now they've got energy to work with, energy almost to spare.
Yeah, they definitely have energy to spare, but Kamikiri, he's giving time to spare for Breakthrough, as while they do nearly have 3 flips available, they're just not getting in a position to use them. One barrier falls, and Lucas as well interrupting them. Ata having to burn that expanse a little early just to make sure he doesn't die to Templemelon looking for some sort of cheeky dash rocket flip, and does get rewarded for it. The flip having to be burned by Shapeshifting. There's that boost, there's the flip, and it's now on the opposite side, an evade burned by Ata, and we have reached overtime here. If Breakthrough score here, that's set 1. If they don't, it is tied for Forged Fury. Lucas looking to get the core up to Kami. Tempo in a perfect situation to boost, I guess just does not have that available. Lucas dribbling and drops that Firewall Sentry kind of on the defense here, which makes it really awkward. And now in the 1v1, that's where Templemelon beats out Ata.
Yep, had the 50-50 up or down, and as I seem to guess up, just wasn't able to reach it, however, quite in time. So we've got this tied up. These have been some long, hard-fought points already. This is still set 1.
Yeah, still set 1, but that means we will be here for a long time for Game 2 and potentially Game 3 if this goes Forged Fury's way. And that's 1 barrier taken apiece, this time actually on the same side for both teams. So we are in this awkward situation, and Ata being caught in the primary channel moment, which means that that barrier does fall, and Shapeshifting is now in this advantaged state. But the Firewall Sentry being dropped means it's a little dangerous. Lucas has his flip ready, so does Ata. Nearly flips off Templemelon, but that's actually a good amount of damage coming in, and the barrier, the flip, panic burned by Ata. Now he doesn't have this for the defense anymore.
I don't know if I would have done that. I think that clear would have been gettable regardless, so I'm not sure about that either. And now they are trying to like take advantage of that. Ata with no energy, Lucas looking low, but he does manage to feed it to Kamakiri and kind of splits the difference. Shapeshifting can't get it, SMG can't get it, but Breakthrough get the set.
Yeah, breakthrough, absolutely breaking through the defense of the other side. And the Rasmus likely going to be rewarded with either this fighter flight or the recovery drone. Yeah, opts for this fighter flight. It's just too valuable. I know
Yeah.
you may want to kind of just take the size for yourself and let the IME pick up fighter flight, but it's just too risky because then it just gets denied. The twin drive for Luna, a deny away from Atlas, but also pretty good. And then the 1-2 punch, while it may not seem as apparent at first, it's a pretty good tool to be used for something like core control for Atlas.
Oh yeah, no, the quick 1-2 to launch the core away from Atlas, always like surprisingly good, so I definitely agree with that. I will say I am a little bit surprised Tempo Melon didn't go for it, but Twin Drive being able to kind of, I believe, boost and just, you know, get a few more interceptions, a few more goals just like that, definitely going to be valuable.
Yeah, I mean, Temple Mount does in fact actually have that, right? So it is available for them. Now, on the other side, need to be a little bit careful for Ata. Kami having this dribbling play, bringing it forward, just sent back to the corner. Death touches his back. That Crater Maker is dropped. Glitch Pop keeping it in the corner, and good passes out by Kami and Lucas. Lucas just cyber swiping to keep the core play alive. Pass down, just sent back up, and the play is pretty much dead at this point.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen. Our Forged Fury trying to get the core passed up, possibly to Tempo Melon. Not quite happening. Already looking like very low. Kamakiri causing fits and spurts. Can't quite get it past Ata. Very nice deflection. Honestly, just a very good play. Very good offensive play from Forged Fury, but better defensive play from Breakthrough at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, very good play, I think, overall there by Lucas, right? Lucas getting the glitch pop first to redirect it off of the barrier, and then Kami just dribbling it, buying time for Lucas to reposition in that top side. It was just a really good show of teamwork there.
Yeah, and that's always a delight to see in any Omega Strikers game. When the team just starts getting flowing together, it's like ballet, it's art nearly. So we need to see if they can definitely keep that up, because we've seen similar flashes of that from Forged Fury as well. So we need to see which team can kind of execute better. Right now, it's looking like Breakthrough, even as Kamakiri tries to set up on low health, but they do have the open barrier, they do have the open goal, but they have one less player now. Two less!
Yeah, make that too. Lucas having to revert to his old goalie roots, trying to cut off this pass. A great strike war won by Templemon, and this is all but curtains. But no, a great clear by Lucas. A good hit stun. Actually gets the flip, but no! The strike war is won by Templemelon, and that means that Forged Fury even up the set.
Almost had an amazing, nearly a miracle defense, but sadly that was not to be. Tempo Melon just a little bit too aggressive. SMG right there to back things up, and they're trying to like ride that momentum. That's one barrier, that's two barriers. We need to see if they can finish that here.
Yeah, momentum nearly successfully ridden as they take the double barrier. They do lose one in return and nearly get taken off the map. Lucas is positioning to try to take the strike war while Ata is playing this midfield position, dribbling in that top side. Second barrier is found, and SMG, while he has the slip, he just does not want to be using it here on the defense unless he absolutely has to, and opts to not use it, which means that Breakthrough do get their second goal, but at least for Forged Fury, they do have a pretty big energy advantage.
Yeah, very much. Two flips, one on SMG, one on shapeshifting. Tempo Melon not very far from one either. They do get that first barrier. One might gets taken in exchange though, but if they can get this second barrier fast, I can definitely see them breaking out those flips, just trying to secure this goal, even this up very quickly.
Yeah, and the Expanse actually committed there from Ata. Doesn't have it for this next offense, which means this flip is almost certainly taking a barrier. And yes, it does, but now Kami is on this breakaway on the top side. SMG looking for the play. A great strike out by Ata. Temple Melon really wanting to get orbs as she wants to keep this flip. Instead, takes Ata down with her as she falls. And now it's up to the SMG show here as Kami dribbles it and gets it right past SMG, buying so much time for the Atlas to return. But oh no, shape-shifting oversteps. That means that barrier beam is missed, and that means the barrier itself is taken. Now Lucas needs to get it forward to Kami if he wants to end this set right here, but Ata, I think a strike would have gotten it there, and actually just pops the Expanse slightly too late.
Yeah, that was a very, very scary situation to be put in, and Ata kind of just like making the decision a little bit too late, but Tempo Melon making a very early decision that they do not want they do not want to deal with Lucas right this second. They get both barriers. They're trying to finish this, so like trying not their best to like not overthink it. Like Shapeshifter kind of did that, I feel like, a little bit with that last point, so let's see if they can actually like keep this offense going.
Yeah, I mean, good attempted flip there out by Kami to get the pass to Lucas. And now Lucas and Ata, they have to keep this play alive. Good expanse from Ata, buying so much time. This cyber swipe also buying a lot of time, but now Lucas is in no man's land as Kami needs to take up the midfield mantle here. And the core gets cleared up to the top side, up to that corner, and Ata in a terrible situation here dies with the flip still available in Tempomel, and she finally gets her flip up, but there's that barrier. It is found. Kami, Lucas, you need a hero play if you want to take this set lead here. They're just stalling for so long, and Ata finally returns. That's Shape's flip burned, that's Tempo's flip burned. SMG nearly has a flip of his own, but so does Lucas. A dribble from Shape, panicked, and there's that barrier beam, and unfortunately you can't win that strike on 160 ping. Tragedy for Forged Fury despite the lead in this point.
That was rough to watch. Like, maybe I'm incorrect. It just felt like a lot of Forged Fury's offense was, oddly enough, a little bit lacking, and not because they couldn't deal out the damage. I felt like they were waiting for a perfect moment that never came, and in those situations you kind of have to force the play to happen a little bit, especially when you have an offensive push like that, especially when you have power plays available. And these are going to help. These drafts are definitely going to help. You've got like your aerials, and you've got your super surge. Those are some interesting pulls, but I think a lot of this is just coming down to play style here.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of damage already dropped on Templemon and actually returned on Kami as well, honestly. SMG nearly taken off the map, and I think that's probably also part of why Lucas opted for the missile propulsion instead of just grabbing something like the Spark of Agility and then giving the missile to Atlas instead. Kami, though, is looking kind of low, and I think crucially for Kami, taking this prize fighter away means that since Templemelon won't be able to get it, that is one less item that Templemelon can use to just scale and kind of take control of a lot of these sets.
Yeah, Templemelon's been a very big threat, so any kind of like any kind of denial that prevents Templemelon from getting so much stronger, like near exponentially, definitely a good call, an understandable call. But one of those issues basically being able to threaten Ata, as Templemelon has been a lot. So yeah, being able to kill her, very good, very good shot, very good moment there.
Yeah, and I mean, good save there out by Shapeshifting, making sure the barrier doesn't fall while Templemelon is respawning. And now on this offense, this is the chance for Forge Fury to make a play. A good breakthrough flip by Shapeshifting to keep the core play alive. And another counter flip by SMG to take this barrier. And this is the situation that Forge Fury want to be in. Templemelon nearly getting a good shot, but it's just blocked away by Ata. Death touch down to Lucas. Rose Warp greatly interrupted by SMG. Ata nearly taken off the map from a powerful piercing shot. And now Lucas nearly has the flip. This is the next flip to watch out for should it happen here. But it might not be when the corner is what is played for. SMG finding the shot.
That was a lot of abilities being thrown out at the same time, but they managed to kind of like herd the core and the players into the corner where there was no like dodging, there was no flips available, and they were just able to kind of like bully it in like I was thinking was going to happen earlier. That hasn't happened a lot, being able to bully the core in, because of the player arrangement. But I definitely still think it is a game style that they could work at.
Yeah, and I mean, Tempo Melon absolutely KOing them. Oh no, shapeshifting. That is a little bit too much of stall off the missed breakthrough, and maybe Tempo Melon can salvage this, and she does, as a good strike gets it right past Lucas.
Yeah, I almost felt like shapeshifting got a little bit too lost in the sauce there, but that's just me spitballing. And yeah, good on Tempo Melon for kind of secure the play again. Just be like, nope, let's just score. Let's get that done with.
Yeah, and she already wants to start scoring, taking this first barrier, but as we know, this is Oni Village. First barrier does not matter too much. Kami needs to continue dribbling, keep this play alive. Good save out by Ata, but not enough as the second barrier is taken, and in a player advantage, this is all but over in favor of Forged Fury. The flip actually having to be burned by SMG, which means that maybe this is not as over as I thought, as Kami dribbles, passes down to Lucas, dribbles it back, passes to Ata, but the pass back is a slight misplay as Tempo Melon boosts it forward.
Very nice 3-and-out set. Luna getting the MVP, in my opinion. Tempo Melon very much deserved that.
Oh no.
Has the Happy Star available, has the
No,
Rapid
no,
Star
no.
available, has the Ad Rush available, which the way Tempo's been playing, oh, that's going to be hilarious in all the most painful ways.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Happy Star, you mentioned Rapid Fire. The first thing that my eyes wandered over to was the Adrenaline Rush, which was an absolute terror to deal with last game, and could very well be a terror again. On the bright side for Ata, he does have double Spark, and we do have an Aimi with extra special, so this is still pretty good, but shapeshifting, he is massive now. So a lot of these strike wars that Kami and Lucas need to win against shapeshifting are going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, shapeshifting a veritable titan at the moment. And honestly, it's a little bit understated compared to like a couple of these, but Rapid Fire just getting those faster cooldowns, allowing for that more sustained offense for SMG, yeah, absolutely something to watch out for. But I think right now, the big eyes, I think we agree, are on Tempo Melon, which is probably why Lucas just, nope, public enemy #1 right now. Get her off the board. Get her off the board.
Yeah, getting Tempo Melon absolutely off the board. So much damage on Kami, who needs to be careful as he is the next victim on the chopping block. And with that Whiplash, tries to get the core forward. A good Celestial intervention by Kami. Evades to make sure that he can regen. And Ata taken off the map. Counter flip off of Lucas's flip by shapeshifting means that the goal doesn't go in. And Tempo Melon Ad Rush 1 popped, Ad Rush 2 popped, Ad Rush 3 not even necessary as a pass from SMG. Make sure that Tempo can secure this goal.
Tempo Melon near Super Saiyan, all that electricity surrounding them with that Ad Rush proccing. Just beginning the slaughter. Beautiful. Already started off with a Crater Maker trying to end Lucas very quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, and I think I really like what Ata is trying to do. Is he is trying to body block these abilities for Lucas to make sure that he can stay alive for a little longer. And that does mean his barrier does fall, and that makes things a little more dangerous because SMG is just waiting in the wings with the midfield flip available. Might not even be necessary, but yeah, it might actually be necessary. But never mind, SMG is actually taken off the map, and now Ata just needs to save this core here. As Kami is nearly taken off the map, but Tempo Melon barely mistimes the dash rocket. But with all the defense that Breakthrough is playing, it's just not allowing them to get shapeshifting's abilities.
Nope, it is just being very brutal. You can see like shapeshifting kind of chilling out on that barrier, letting Tempo Melon and SMG do pretty much whatever the heck they want, having to burn that energy to avoid that Crater Maker, to avoid getting taken off, but nope, made a crater anyway. 3-on-1, back, get that flip, just flipped it, shot it in just to be safe because Lucas was on their way back, so hey, completely understandable, but this is getting kind of getting wacky.
Yeah, I will say this is the exact same line that the previous game followed. The scriptwriters are getting a little lazy here, as we had a 2-0, a clean 0 from Breakthrough, and a potential reverse sweep, and then Breakthrough winning it out in the end. So we'll have to see, does the same script follow once again, or is fate going to be changed here? as Kami and Lucas, they're trying to go on this offense, but they just cannot get past this Asher.
Yeah, no, shapeshifting and SMG also like punishing him a little bit with those piercing shots, being like, okay, you get it away, but it takes out your life. Eventually, you're gonna not have enough life to deal with this. So you can see they kind of have to change things up, resorted to a little bit more passing, and they do manage to take out Tempo, which alleviates a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, because keep in mind, when the person who has been killing you all game is dead, well, there's going to be no more killing that's happening, for at least for a little bit. And a good play there, attempted by Breakthrough, a great clear out by Shapeshifting, which sends the core out to the opposite side. Ata needs to save it here, but the barrier falls, and now in a very dangerous position is Breakthrough, as Templeman looks for the demon angle, unfortunately fails here. Rosewarp tries to take the shot, but it's actually the whammy that gets the goal there by Luna.
That was beautiful. Like, basically a cross shot. Piercing shot did not quite get it. Rocket did, but either way, that was almost like an unintentional, like, 50-50 mix-up, since both of those shots were coming that way. I'm pretty sure Atsa had to kind of like, okay, which one is going to hit and make their decision. But couldn't quite get it, and now they're getting rewarded for it.
Rapid fire primetime rewards, pretty good. The stacks on stacks picked up by Lucas here, I think the idea really is look, if you can just sidestep these abilities using speed, you won't die. And on the opposite side, I think Kami is trying something cheeky here with the spec training, where he might try to bait Luna in, and as Luna is dashing, he just hooks her right off.
Yeah, I was about to say, I agree with that. Looking at that specialized training, I think he might be trying to go fishing. So we need to see if that ends up working out. They do get both barriers very fast, so we need to see if that Tempo Mel and SMG can kind of like answer back real fast to that. Very interesting play styles that are going to be coming out now.
And I am absolutely shocked that Lucas died from that far of a distance, right? The Super Surge Deadeye Pummeler's putting in so much work. And Kami nearly getting the demon angle. Unfortunately for him, shapeshifting is just such a wall with three and a half size awakenings when you consider powerhouse pauldrons as well. But that's not enough when you have to run across the net multiple times.
Yeah, like shapeshifting an absolute behemoth, but that does not mean there are no gaps in that defense. But it does make it very, very hard, and especially harder when you're one down. They do get one barrier, nearly get the second. Good Rosewarp by SMG. So they're going to have to try and like navigate this Titan, this power, and this coverage from SMG. They do seem to be having an idea of what they want to do to try and get around this, but it's easy to say, hard to do.
Exactly, right? These evades getting burned by Lucas, getting burned by Kami again and again, and there's that second barrier. It's finally taken here. That's another open net in favor of Breakthrough, and maybe they can make things happen here as Ata, he is trying to keep this barrier alive. If this barrier can stay alive, Lucas can push up more freely, right? And that's what he's doing. He is trying for that, but shapeshifting, he's so big. He doesn't let Kami score there. And now Lucas needs to be very careful. Good sidestep there. Kami nearly taking the goal, but unfortunately fails to do so there. Sidesteps the Luna crater. And now SMG, Rosewarp's back. Ata needs to be careful about his own life, but a great pass up to Kami Kiri, and now they're on series point for qualification.
That overtime speed helped him so much. I really do believe that if that was not a red core, shapeshifting gets the save there.
Yeah, probably, right? And that's what happens there, right? I think that is the 1-2 punch also helping a ton. And keep in mind, right, Lucas, he needs to be very careful to not die to Temple Melon as he is nearly fully stacked. The net completely open for the side of Breakthrough, and we could be seeing a set 5.5 here like we did before. And that just may be in the cards, right? We are 2 points away.
Yep, and especially because, like, look at the energy difference. Shapeshifting and SMG both have flips on deck. Tempo Melon about to have one on deck in the next 3 seconds, frankly. And not that Breakthrough are below, but too hard, but, well, killing is the name of the game so far.
Yeah, but keep in mind, right, with Lucas taken off the map, that now means that those stacks that I was talking about are finally reset. And Kami also taken off the map, that's a prize fighter stack, also reset. And now Temple Melon gets another one. The flip burned out by shapeshifting, but now Ata needs to do this 1v3, this miraculous one that is doable when you're playing this Atlas. Surprisingly enough, he does live there, though the barrier does fall. SMG may very well need to use this flip on the defense if things get dangerous. But no, just opts to play this cool and contain and saves it for the offense and may just use it right here. The Crystal Thorns blocked away by Lucas's body, and now the dribbles, they come up at SMG. Lucas finally interrupts it and now is moving into the corner with Kami Kiri. Shapeshifting tries to defend this, and he does lose his recovery drone, but this could be a solo play coming out by SMG. Unfortunately for him, doesn't yet fall, and now Lucas, he is continuing to live. These passes looking so good. Ata holds the flip, and we are going to set 5.5 silver scrapes.
That was crisp. Shapeshifting down to SMG, up to Temple Melon, down to the goal. That was just incredible play calling, incredible play execution.
Yeah, and now we see one barrier taken a piece. The last point on this map played on the same side. Barrier flip out by Ata to just get the core forward. And Kami trying to save it here, burns a flip of his own. Neither flip gets anything, and now neither of them have evades for Temple Melon's kills. This is very risky for both of them. Lucas needs to be the hero here, needs to live, needs to make a play happen. He's only halfway stacked, so he's not even close to playing that speed game. Shape-shifting, tries that barrier beam, doesn't really get anything, and Lucas now flubs the flip as well. So this means that no one has evade on the side of Breakthrough, and the barrier, while it almost falls, there is about 3 flips coming up for Forged Fury.
Yeah, but there are only 2 people on deck. SMG getting taken out, very, very needed for this final point. Temple Melon's been kind of on a tear, nearly took out Kamakiri earlier, but got saved. But no such salvation for Lucas. Now, power play, ad rush procced, Crater Maker coming out, tax collection inbound, death inbound. This is getting out of hand very quickly as overtime causes the core to go flying.
Yeah, the adrenaline rushing through her veins, and thankfully for Forged Fury, it rushes fast enough as Temple Melon takes them to a game 3.
And that was absolutely insane, the scaling that Forged Fury managed to enact, but I have to say, very good on Breakthrough to kind of like hold that kind of insane snowball to a set 5.5. Like you said, we are on the way to game 3 after a game of Jesus Cristo! The chaos, Melon.
Yep.
Look at the chaos. That is a slaughter. That is insanity, and you wouldn't think the score would be that close when you see that kind of stat. Temple Melon just racking up bodies.
I will say, if Forged
Wow.
Fury makes it into EUSL, I think Zoe Loren should be very scared for her KO record. As
I agree.
that will almost certainly be shattered if these are the performances we see from Temple Melon on a day-to-day basis.
That's almost, I want to say that's the name of the game. Like you see these quote unquote young bucks coming for your title. That means you have to stay grinding. You have to stay on top of your game. So Zoe, keep an eye out.
But hey, first, Forged Fury actually has to make it into EUSL, and with the way things are going, I have absolutely no clue who's gonna make it. Right?
Oh no, it's anyone.
Because we have had 2 very similar scripts that have been very slightly different between the games. Right? Game 1, we had the 2 sets up. You know, Forged Fury came back, gave us the fakest comeback, and then Breakthrough closed it out. Game 2, 2 sets up. Forged Fury came back, except this time it was for real, and they managed to figure out a way to finish it off. Game 3, we are going to Clarion Test Chamber, and I think the difference this time is that something like the Luna will struggle a lot more on this map, just because of the fact that a lot of these maps have walls. Right?
Yeah.
So these boost rocket kills are going to be way harder to do reliably.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of power for Luna to get like that same game plan off, if they can get that power at all. Because yeah, like you said, there's going to be a lot of walls. You've got the wackiness with the various elements of Clarion Test Chamber, whether they get that, you know, that embiggening core, whether the stealth is going to kind of like throw off aim or anything like that as well on those modes, whether you get like a pseudo bounce house that causes like some chaos. Clarion Test Chamber is just a very, very wild map to play on, almost regardless of who you're playing, just because of how things can change because of the map itself. Like a lot of standard game plans, a lot of standard, I would even say a lot of standard drafts kind of go out the window when you're here.
Right, I agree. And you suddenly just have to start hoping maybe you get a good anti-KO start, right? If you get something like this reverb start, something like a stagger swagger start, right? Or hey, maybe there's just a consideration that you just let Tempo Melon have the Zentaro instead, right? That sounds crazy to say here, right? But a lot of the kills they've been finding have been knockback kills. Maybe it's okay to just let them have this Zentaro and just ban out something like the shapeshifting Asher. Make shapeshifting struggle more on the defense. Don't give him such a free defense pick, because when you're on ping, it is very hard to play these defenses, and you need to take a lot of these more quote-unquote reliable pickups.
Yeah, a lot of, I don't want to call it like fire and forget because it's not quite the right description, but you know, stuff that just passively helps you, the character, be better outright.
Yeah, that is for sure, right? So we'll have to see. And oh no, it is a Deadeye start again. Oh, Deadeye Adra start. On the bright side, what this means is you can deny Tempo Melon one of them.
Yeah, you can't give her both. So that's a positive question mark.
However, I think the difference here, right, is that they don't get Asher, Luna, and Estelle. Right, the Estelle was another big part of a lot of these plays, having such a reliable ability to keep the get these barriers. So the Lucas does get his comfort Estelle pick. The Zentaro does fall to Kami as well, so there's no option of really flexing this Luna to midfield and picking up something like the Zen for tempo instead. So it makes things kind of awkward. We might see something like the Aimi picked up for SMG, like that's also a possibility.
Yeah.
But even that, it feels really weird. And yeah, okay, I was right. The Aimi is going to be picked up here.
Yeah, I'm honestly immediately scared. I'm always scared of Rune, to be quite frank. So yeah, still scared of him here.
Yeah, I will say if Ata can continue to play this smartly, his Rune should be able to do well here. It's just a question of like, can this team live, right?
Yeah.
Or can this team score before they die, or just kill the other team, right? Because there's like a few ways to go about this, and I think that at least for the side of Breakthrough, they have the ability to pick up both Deadeye and Adrenaline Rush on different characters to guarantee that Luna will only get one of them.
Yeah, for sure. So it's definitely going to be a matter of, like you said, they're on the clock essentially. Regardless of what path they go on, they're kind of on a timer that either they execute whatever game plan they decide upon quickly, or else Luna potentially starts getting very, very scary very, very fast. And honestly, even without one or the other, like I would presume Luna goes Deadeye just because of the sheer insane power that she gets from that. So even without average, they can, like, she can pick up something like, I don't know, like missile prop, heavy impact, something like that that can kind of pseudo fill in for ad rush if she gets lucky. So the troubles are only just beginning. Like Asher, yeah, you want to try and find a way to possibly deny those kind of that ability to get bigger, possible like creations, anything like that. So it's going to be a very tense game, I feel, for Breakthrough in general, and just hoping that they get some good drafts here, along with the maps being on their side. A lot of things have to fall their way, but it's very possible that they do. It's not...
I think the thing to keep in mind though is that with the ad rush likely being gone, because Luna realistically should just be picking Deadeye here to just guarantee that she gets some kill value at the start. With the ad rush allegedly being gone here, the big thing to look for and be careful about is this prize fighter now. We have to watch where this prize fighter lands, and maybe even potentially stuff like where this missile propulsion may land too, right?
Yeah.
Because that's also pretty dangerous. So interested to see how these drafts shake out. I think we are waiting for the teams to get into the final game of today, final game of promotions. So yeah, and there we go. We have queued up and we are getting in.
Yeah, I fully agree with you on the drafts to watch out for in the future. So it kind of really does go back to like I was saying earlier, they're on a clock. They have to execute fast because here's the thing, Zentaro also a beast when it comes to scaling. So that's something that they're going to have to be looking at as well, and trying to plan for, as well as avoiding like the Luna getting her own scaling off.
Yeah, exactly. And then the other thing to keep in mind, right? This Zentaro character is one of the characters that does struggle into Asher. And wow, okay, Templemon does actually opt for this adrenaline rush, wanting to just say, you know what? Even if I don't get stuff in the early game, as long as I can get some sort of damage, I will make it work, and I will scale into Demon late game.
Yeah, like with those pummelers as well, that definitely seems, Temple Melon just seems to have a lot of faith in their kill potential, so we'll need to see if that bears out as we get this first round started, get this first game started.
Yeah, and good strike ward there out by Temple Melon, and Atta dropping the pillar to keep the core forward. Lucas needs to be careful about their own life, and Temple Melon already taking them off the map, and that's the adrenaline rush. No pillar available. Finally, the pillar just barely coming alive. And now Kamikiri trying to clear it in this midfield, and Atta losing that strike ward at Temple Melon is pretty crucial for this first point for Forged Fury.
Yeah, that is saying a lot, and Temple Melon might have definitely known what they were doing here, because those pummelers, that doesn't just allow for knockback, it allows for like that extra speed, basically kind of like a pseudo ad rush. So that plus ad rush as well is kind of plus actual ad rush. Maybe I can understand what they were going for.
Yeah, and the flip means that Lucas is now taken off the map. Kami needs to be careful about his own life, as I think Tempo might be posturing to deal with him in some way, as Tempo is taken off the map alongside Kami. Both of them adrenaline rush users, neither getting the proc. Instead, it's actually just shapeshifting who gets the proc from the backline and is able to kind of move around the map a little more easily. But unfortunately for him, the piercing shot takes that second barrier, and it's looking kind of okay for Breakthrough this point.
Yeah, Breakthrough definitely has an offensive push going that they can handle. Oni's blade comes out, tries to split the difference, no sell. Shapeshifting and the others had to try and like get that two-person defense, and Kamikiri able to cut through all of that.
Yeah, and well played by Breakthrough. But looking at the energy situation, Temple Melon has a lot of juicy targets available, and the targets may be a little less juicy when she's the one being targeted herself, as she needs to be a little careful. Shapeshifting, burning this flip a little impatiently. Lucas, good dodge away to make sure he doesn't die to the Temple Melon dash punch. And now, on this bottom side he is. The Temple Melon continuing to win these strike wars really well against Atta, just absolutely getting in his head.
Yeah, Atta kind of like getting a little bit shook out of their shoes, but they can't keep that going. And hey, they do get that second barrier, so it's on them to kind of convert from this, which they have every ability in the world to do. It's just going to be able to try and get past this double defense again of shapeshifting and SMG.
Yeah, double defense indeed, and Lucas needs to be pretty careful. Just evaded. Good Wars Warp out to make sure that they don't have to suffer the consequences of that nuke. And Kami, with a great dribble, sneaks it past the Path Splitter, bringing them up 2-1.
They've been making a lot of They've been making a lot of good early decisions here, just to try and like get past this dangerous onslaught of both damage and defense. And if they can keep that up, yeah, I can definitely see them taking this game. So, like, just good shout to them for being able to kind of start strong here.
Yeah, but keep in mind, right, the damage in the early game is typically the part when it gets to be pretty easy. It's late game when it gets to be very dangerous, when a lot more of these awakenings come online, and we see that Breakthrough is still doing okay this early, but when stuff like the Missile Prop will come online, with stuff like the Spark of Strength, the Super Surge, those are like the dangerous ones, the prize fighter to look out for Tempo Melon. And that's the open net. Maybe Breakthrough can at least take this first set cleanly.
Yeah, hopefully, nice Blade that does get responded. Gets them to burn the flip, so that's good. So we need to make sure that there's no like comeback material in store for Forged Fury.
Yeah, and while Ata does take a lot of damage from the Crater Maker, the ricochet off of the Luna ult, I believe, is what actually gets the pass to Kami, who gets a good first goal, and he might be rewarded with something like the Super Surge here.
Exactly, and indeed, Super Surge comes up. We also have a lot of scary things. Aerials are possibly... Oh, it takes the explosive entrance instead. So Super Surge still available. Stacks, aerials, Timeless also available. Also good for these upcoming Forged Fury members. They came to see... Being a little bit patient to see what can happen there.
Yeah, and I mean, smartly played by the members of Breakthrough, opting to just deny everything that offers like a strict power increase to Luna, taking away the Super Surge, taking away the Glass Cannon, the Explosive Entrance, also taking that away, but still it being a good awakening for this Zentaro. Pretty good. Now Luna is just forced to take the Size, could have opted for the Stinger, but that is way worse than just taking Size and hoping to strike force some of these plays.
Yeah, that's probably about the best they could get. So just very, like you said, very intelligent play there. They do get both barriers on this, but they are down a person, so not quite the best situation for them. So we need to see if they can kind of like play around this unfortunate draft, or if Breakthrough can kind of like ride this.
I mean, they're absolutely making the best out of a bad situation. They stalled and kept their barrier alive, and they took a kill, popping the Adrenaline Rush on Tempo Melon. Kami Kiri has to hop into that corner there, pops the flip just to get the core away, and now with the Spiral Sentry in the corner, it's looking pretty bad for Ata, but Ata does clear it, and nearly has the flip ready for himself. Tempo Melon needs to be careful, but she has a recovery drone to save her, but the one who's not being saved is Kami Kiri. Lucas kind of backing off to make sure that no random stray cores go past him, and instead just opts to get that piercing shot. He's just sitting on the midfield line with those Mag Souls.
Yeah, just very beautiful, very impressive, like just patience, waited for the right opportunity, as Sniper does, and just manages to pop it past him. So now we're back in the bounce house. We need to see if that can help either team. Very nice, nearly trying to like drop Kami Kiri very fast.
Yeah, I mean, Ata just sending a message to Tempo Melon, making sure no funny business happens, and just takes her off the map with that flip. Then the pass up forward to take the second barrier, and now a good pillar, but SMG, a great turret to buy so much time. Kami needs to be very careful. He actually dashes out of the way of that Crater Maker, but has no evade, and barely any abilities left to deal with the offense on the opposite. A lot of damage on both SMG and Tempo, as SMG is nearly taken off the map, staggered, and Tempo Melon's not looking the best player either.
No, Tempo Melon gets taken out by, I believe that was Kami Kiri, and with that open goal, very scary situation for them. Pathfinder comes up to call on a little bit of play and just to get Tempo Melon back into it, but that's still two barriers that are on the side of Breakthrough, none for Fury.
Yeah, nothing available for Forced Fury. SMG grabs the orb, but not too low. Kami, he nearly has a flip of his own, but it's not even needed. It's a perfect angle, a lot of shape-shifting, the bumper accelerating it past the Asher.
Yeah, manages to slip it past, and now it is Breakthrough are kind of like breaking through the difficulty they had earlier for this for this last set. It's for this last series. 2 on and nothing for Forged Fury. They need to find an answer to this problem. Maybe it's murder?
Hey, it very well may be, and Templeman with a great Strike War win there to take that double barrier. Ata needs to be a little bit careful, taking a lot of damage, flips across, but a slight miss angle means that SMG can get the rebound, but no rebounded goal just yet. It just keeps bouncing back and forth and back and forth. And SMG has this flip ready, a good evade, and then the flip in melee range sets it up for the cyber swipe, and it just goes straight through the defensive breakthrough.
That was beautiful. SMG like had the flip, backed up a few steps, gauged the distance, and said, "I'm gonna just cyber swipe everything in front of me," and that managed to secure the goal. But they're gonna need to do a lot more of that against honestly, a very aggressive and a very well playing breakthrough squad.
And Kami nearly taken off the map, had to be really careful with his positioning, a lot of damage on him, and the flip burned by shapeshifting, greedily attempting to get that kill, but it actually just buys so much time as the core just moves over to the top side. Nearly a double barrier there as an adrenaline rush popped by Temple Melon. The cooldowns reset and Lucas is playing this corner. Ata with a great clear, buying so much time for the breakthrough brawler to return. And now just keeps it in this corner as Kami respawns, passes up to Lucas, who needs to be careful, but his own HP bar nearly taken off the map, and evades the Crater Maker, but has nothing left for the dash punch attempts of SMG and Tempo Melon near the wall, but not close enough for a kill. And there it is, the kill finally falls, the barrier also falls as well, and Tempo Melon, to finish off this point, we are tied up.
Yeah, they are not letting this one go easily. Last point for a second set, and Fierce Fury looks like they may have found their footing, may have found like a game plan. A lot of these Crater Makers coming out to kind of like do a little bit of tax collection, saying like you don't get to use your energy, you don't get to like use these flips on anything but defense at best, and that's causing them already a lot of fits as breakthrough, and that's freeing up Forged Fury to use their own flips for offense.
Yeah, and I think the thing here that Lucas and Kami needed to look for, they needed to look for the kill on SMG, who has this flip now ready, and instead Kami fell, and Tempo Melon snuck the core through with the boost, and that is now 1-1 in sets, and this is looking very scary for the members of Breakthrough.
Yeah, and we were talking about that prize fighter earlier, and look what Luna just might be getting rewarded with if they should take it.
Yeah, there's almost no doubt that she'll grab this prize fighter and this rune. Perhaps just grabbing the prime time. Yeah, this prime time allowing for a lot of core control. Heavy impact for Aimee, which means that the fighter flight gets to go to Lucas. So that could be a really good core control option. And for Zen, there's not much left besides this Big Fish. And Big Fish, while useful for the Strike Wars, makes him a bigger target for Luna.
Yeah, definitely, I would say Force Fury got the better of that just because it helps with their... I feel like their Awakenings help with their game plan a lot better than Breakthrough's drafts help with theirs, even though the prime time is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, right, if the Breakthrough can surmount the disgusting draft of the side of Forged Fury, and Temple Melon already up to 3 prize fighter stacks. This is looking very scary. Ata needs to continue this defense, and continue it he might not, as both barriers are finally off the map, and Shapeshifting just is able to just dash back with a breakthrough of his own to get this core, and there it is. That's a kill onto SMG. Maybe we'll see a kill onto Temple Melon just after, as Temple Melon, she still has a recovery drone to pop through, and it finally gets popped here.
Yeah, honestly, just very good just to pop it anyway. They do get a barrier. It is overtime. That core is going to be flying with all the power that is out here now. Boom, case in point. Temple Melon sends it screaming between both defenders, and that is 1-0 in favor of Forged Fury.
Yeah, 1-0 in favor of Forged Fury, and look at this. Lucas, he just lost all his HP in mere moments. But same goes for Temple Melon, as she also forces Ata to flip, and Kami takes her off the map. That's a single adrenaline rush proc on Kami. And now, Lucas, he is sitting staggered, but maybe he can help find this barrier. He does find the second barrier, and Ata is the one who has to keep this core forward, as Lucas has no HP to really work with and can't really walk into this goop. A good Rose Warp, but now he's finally taken off by Tempo Melon. Here comes the Tempo Show, as the Tempo might swing in the opposite direction, unless Kami has something to say about it. No, it just goes back, and now Kami sends it to the bottom side. Shapeshifting just barely grabs it, the flip, the counter flip, and Kami Curie evens up the score.
Kami Curie, cool as ice. That flip from SMG, I would have expected almost any other day would have managed to sneak by, but no, just waits it out, counter flips, and says, nope, that was going in, so let's let it go in, shall we?
Yeah, and we see both barriers taken in favor of Breakthrough, and a great piercing shot taken by Lucas, and we could see Breakthrough going up to a second set, and we already know this is a different script from before, because we are now 1-1 in sets.
Oh, absolutely. Like that was kind of an Estelle point. Like sometimes you just get like the ideal moment to just piercing shot it through, and it's like that's kind of it for that point. So congrats on getting that, but there is a whole lot of mountain still to climb. They missed Shapeshifting, I believe, just missed the strike though on that one. So now the barrier is open, and now things are looking very, very good for Breakthrough.
Yeah, looking pretty good for Breakthrough, and as Kami respawns, Lucas nearly has this flip, and this could be pretty dangerous. They just have to keep it in this corner until Lucas gets a piercing shot, or just a chance to flip it here, and Lucas, his energy is just generating, pass up to Ata, the Crater Maker sending it to the opposite side, SMG trying to keep this play forward. He is fully stacked now, so also needs to be careful about his own health bar, is staggered, the glitch pop perfectly to intercept it, but now he's finally taken off the map. That means that his stacks on stacks have been reset. Tempo Melon, she needs to make a hero play here or Shapeshifting, but neither of them do, as it just crosses up the Asher, and Kami Curie takes the second set for Breakthrough.
Nope, just beautiful play by Kami Curie, being able to kind of force the guess and just hit it straight upwards, getting rewarded with like a lot of good things. Luna at the back, no way to, probably not getting like the missile propulsion, but there's plenty on the board for pretty much everybody really if they draft right.
Yeah, and extra special picked up a deny from both Aimee and Luna. The missile propulsion still available, denied. And once again, what is the Luna left with? I mean, Spark of Focus, I guess it's solid, right? It's more cooldowns, but it's not like the missile propulsion. It's not like the rapid fire, right? All of these amazing pickups.
Yeah, a lot of this has really been, like, I don't want to put like too much focus on Tempo Melon, but a lot of this really has been don't let Tempo Melon play her game. And because like the times when Tempo Melon does get to play her game, they start scoring, but whenever not, then it's usually going like Breakthrough's way. So like SMG having that Manu honestly is definitely going to help, but it's still like some very good draft denials, very good draft science from Breakthrough.
Yeah, because keep in mind, right, when Tempo Melon is the biggest damage threat and really your loss condition, you just have to play to not lose to that enemy win condition, and the enemy win condition here is KOs. What better way to stop KOs than to deny the person who has 40 plus KOs in this series so far?
Exactly, and that is, and those pillars also with that missile prop addition, just being able to get like slung out, as well as a little bit extra on that banish. So that rune is looking, I would say, pretty happy as well. Even though Tempo Melon not very happy at the moment, looking very low on staggered, excuse me, and that barrier gets taken out. But they do manage to take a life in exchange. So let's see if they can finish it. They do. SMG with the cyber swipe, also with the, I believe that was like a Crater Maker come out, just everything kind of like collapsing on that gold there. Very nice play.
Hey, everything comes out. That's a second prize for the stack for Tempo Melon. This is the tempo swing that we may need for Forged Fury if they want to figure out a way to take this. And Tempo Melon with the size, this is not just size, it's also power. and cooldowns as well. This Clarion Orb is a little disturbing, but SMG actually gets taken off the map. That's reset stacks. Now Shapeshifting needs to keep this defense alive. Lucas threads the needle to find that barrier attack there, and now Kami with a great dash down to the bottom side sneaks it right past Shapeshifting, evening up the set.
Very, very nice play. Very very I like the persistence on the play. I was trying to say Kamikiri very dedicated to it, making sure that that core is going through, even if they have to like burn everything to do it. Meanwhile, Temple Melon burning a lot of their strikes to kind of get that rune off here, get that rune away from me.
And it's not just ruining it, she's just trying to get everyone away. As she took off Lucas, takes off Kami. That's another adrenaline rush popped. And now Shapeshifting and SMG, they just need to keep this defensive line held. And now Ata's in this 1v3. We've seen him in this position before, and he has held as Kami comes back. This is the position that Breakthrough would like to not be in because of how lethal the offense of Forged Fury has been. And now we're up 2-1 in set 4.
Like SMG with just like a beautifully timed cyber swipe to make sure that all goes in off of Tempo Melon's back. So like just very good teamwork there for that. Very good hold, I would say, also by like Shapeshifting. And Tempo Melon just starting to rack up bodies yet again. We've seen this before, and it is a scary show to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah, and once again, the show looking very scary. Tempo Melon with the ace. We've seen this clip by 3Z Breezy before, and we might see it again by Tempo Melon, as SMG's the one acing.
Oh god! Oh! My heart kinda like, oh no, talk about a horror show. You don't want that happening. Not here, not now. And they have a lot to work with. Could get Spark of Strength, 1-2 punch. This is just a very dangerous situation for a Breakthrough. I don't see any way they deny Force Fury anything they want.
Yeah, and I mean, they just say, you know what, screw it. Temple Melon's gonna get whatever she wants. We'll let her have it, and we're just gonna play for ourselves. And that's the goal here, right? The build different for Kamikiri. He wants to take more size. Ata just grabbing Spark of Strength, maybe more of an option to drop a little bit of extra damage with these pillars. You never know, they might make a bit of a difference, and we will have to see if that difference is made, as we already see an offense on the bottom side. Temple Melon and SMG forcing the evade out of Kamikiri, who's just stuck in the corner. He just dies to the turret right then and there, but he does get both barriers for his life, and now Ata and Lucas, they need to hold. Both barriers taken off the map. Temple Melon, adrenaline rushing across the map as well. Kami, good sidestep, keeps the play alive. And now Ata cannot win that strike war, and Temple Melon takes the first goal for Forged Fury.
Okay, yeah, at this point, both teams, like we said earlier, at this point, both teams just said, screw it, just play for our own goals. They are just letting it all, they are just letting it all hang out at this point, and they are just like, at this point, they're swinging, they're slugging.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Temple Melon nearly taken off the map. A lot of damage dropped onto her. Kami needs to be careful. Good evade to deal with that cyber swipe. Another great evade to deal with the Crater Maker. And now Temple Melon, she needs to be pretty careful with her life. She doesn't want to lose these prize fighter stacks that she's worked so hard for. Good strike layering by the defensive side of Breakthrough here. And now Temple Melon taking a lot of damage. Kamikiri has built up this passive, and Lucas, he is now the big one here. And a good team effort from Lucas and Kami, tying up set 5.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was just being able to like recognize the moment and go for it. I say that a lot, but that's because it's such a vital thing. It's such a vital skill to be able to have in Omega Strikers. But I just have to reiterate, just look at how all the damage that was dropped on that goal, on that attempt. At this point, there's no like counterplay at this point. You're throwing haymakers, you're launching bombs, and you're just hoping that the other team falls before you do. Like at this point, it's just that's what's left.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so lethal as Temple Melon. She is just fishing for whoever wants to pick up a little orb to heal themselves. And now she's just waiting for her cooldowns, and Lucas taken off the map. Cooldowns reset. SMG also playing this top side. The Crater Maker, good double pillar by Ata, and Kami following it up to keep the core forward. Great clear out by Ata to this top side. Shapeshifting, keeping the core forward with the barrier beam. Ata living just for long enough, but not long enough as SMG takes the goal. We are at game and series point for Forged Fury.
They have been scrapping and clawing, and like, there's not much else to say here. It's just like, watch the carnage, because they have been beating each other down and beating each other down and beating each other down. And right now it's Tempo Melon with the biggest fist that's just been causing like so much trouble, so much problems. Kamikiri, though, not one to sleep on. That blade is wet, that blade is hungry, and they have got to see, it's just who falls first now. Tempo Melon saying it's going to be you. Kamikiri saying no, you get the bodies, we get the scores. It is set 5.5, game 3. This is it. This is where it ends.
Yeah, this is the third set 5.5, and we have reached the point of true best of one now. At this point, one mistake could be the end of it, and that might very well be the mistake there, as Kamikiri is taken off the map, and Tempo Melon scores it for the first time ever. We have an international team playing in multiple different leagues. Welcome, Forged Fury, to EUSL.
That was just a... Good gracious, I don't even have the words for it. That was just tiring to watch, let alone play. And Tempo Melon kind of being the star of the show. 21 KOs! 6 of those goals. SMG not getting caught lacking on their front either. Kamikiri trying to put the world on their back with 8 themselves, but just wasn't enough. The damage and honestly the teamwork, the defending, I will have to say by Shapeshifting as well. Give them a quick shout out. 82 saves, nearly 225 redirects. Very nice performance by them as well. SMG just waiting in the cut for their moment as Tempo Melon does their business. Just a very scary team to have to kind of like deal with, especially when they got rolling, is Forged Fury.
Yeah, for sure. And well, with Forged Fury here, right, that's absolute heartbreak for Breakthrough, because they ended up letting Turkeen's Cats through after just giving them all their mains, right, in that final game of that upper bracket. And then Turkeen's Cats went through, leaving Breakthrough in the lower bracket to face off against Forged Fury, and Tempo Melon. If I recall correctly, and if I did this math correctly, I think she had about 63 kills across that series, which averages out to 21 kills a game. And that in and of itself is a little disturbing.
Little. Like, at this point, I think any other team in EUSL has to like watch these tapes, and I'm sorry, just like Luna autoban. I'm gonna be real. You go up against this team, that's what it's looking like to me. Luna autoban. Just don't let Tempo Melon get this character.
Yeah, for sure, right? And well, I did tell these guys, at least on cast, right, that hey, maybe Breakthrough, they should ban one of those picks from game 2. And I was specifically targeting the Asher as opposed to the Luna, mainly because of the fact that if you just ban something like this Asher, it means that Shapeshifting is way less consistent of a goalie to hold it down with.
Understand.
But maybe the Luna is the way to go. However, I think that is a pretty good sum up of today, right? First things first, in Group A, we had the Zoo qualifying through upper bracket, and then Not Everyone is an iPhone coming in through lower bracket. Then, through Group B, after a double quote-unquote upset, we had Turkeen's Cats beating out Forged Fury in the winner's bracket, and then Forged Fury beating Breakthrough, who were pretty favored to make it through. But with that, I think that's it for us. Not 100% sure if we have a post-show today, but P-Flare, is there anything you want to say before we head off?
That was an incredible set to watch. That was incredible performances, honestly, by everyone. So, best of luck again to Forged Fury EUSL. That's all for me.
And hey, that's all for me as well, as that would be it for us today. Everyone, stay tuned. You'll know if there's a post show in a few minutes. See ya.
Peace out.
Of a post-show section right here. First of all, it is I, Sloth. With me here are Zar, Din, and Venom. Welcome. How are you guys doing? Feeling tired already? It's close to midnight.
I'm on 3 hours
Yeah,
of sleep.
so,
I feel
bro,
tired as hell.
That is fine.
I'm gonna play
Okay.
TFT after this.
That is, well, peak actually, TFT. Hell yeah. No, we'll have a little bit of a post-show section here. Obviously, we have all of our teams now that have qualified for EUSL. Some less expected than others, but we have our 8 teams. We have our 8 teams that will play through the season. Coming May 17th is when week 1 is. And we thought we're going to take another little bit of a glance over at the NA side of things, and we'll make a little bit team ranking right immediately after promotion. So what do you have in front of us? You can see already the list of each of our individual lists. The 8 teams that have made it into USL will have to be slotted into this ranking as well. And I feel like there's no real reason to linger on at this point. We can just cut to the chase, and we'll start off specifically with you, Din. Who do you have at your number 8? Who are you putting down at the bottom? Again, as a reminder for people that are not aware, the teams in EUSL are Luminous Astrals. I need to have it so I have the full name and not just the short versions. Luminous Astrals consisting of Alex, Llama, and Zar. You have Obscura consisting of Yuki, Venom, and Umi. You have TMCT consisting of Sloth, Geo, and Cookies. Happy Girls consisting of Itsuro, Dinfar, and Zoe. Zoo consisting of Nero, Donkers, and Scythen. Not everyone has an iPhone consisting of Young Kopte, Yodsman, and Brack. Turkeen's Cats consisting of Kitty Bagel, Spring, and Turkeen. And last but not least, Forged Fury consisting of Shapeshifting, SMG, and Tempo Melon. So yeah, then go ahead. Who do you have as last?
I have Forge Fury as last. I mean, I think they're all really good players, but they are NA, so there's just no way I can put them anywhere but last. That would just be a disgrace to EU.
Okay. Zara, would you agree?
I would agree to put Force Fury at 8th. I mean, 2 out of the 3 people are in A. Come on. Gotta take some pride in my community.
Venom, do you see it any different?
I will also put Forge Fury at 8. I do think they're insane players, but 2 of them are on ping. Of course, Tempo had like an insane showing today, but like for example, Shapeshifting 160 ping on goalie is like, especially on goalie, is like kind of unplayable. I definitely know that I'm gonna ban Luna away from Tempo, but other than that, I don't see them winning a lot of games, even though they are good. But the ping difference is just too high.
Yeah. That is very fair. I feel like I'm gonna be very, very much the odd one out looking at what I have written down, because I actually don't have Forge Fury in my last position. I actually have Turkeen's Cats there. Reason being, I feel like their drafting is a bit volatile. I feel like it can be taken advantage of, and it just wasn't being done today. Obviously, they had a great performance. For the Fury points, I do agree. Ping is going to be difficult to play with, but they played through the entire promotion section today, where we're being able to play well on that ping. And even though I feel like Breakthrough towards the end was a bit more dysfunctional, you still gotta find the win. And I feel like they can actually get a win or two in EUSL. So as much as it hurts my European pride, they're not in my last position. I'm putting Cats there. And I feel like I can continue though on. There's a certain limit to how high I can ride. I have them down at my 7 though, for basically all the same reasons that I have, that the others have mentioned already. Ping being a bit difficult to play, especially on the USL. You're going to be encountering a lot of players that will be performing well, that will be able to optimize their own play as well. And I feel like at that point, the ping difference is going to be a bit too big to really make up. Who do you have at the 7, Venom?
I actually have, not everyone has an iPhone. I do think they're individually really good players, but in recent showings, I haven't seen them perform to a level where I actually would put them higher. I do think, like I said, individually, like for example, Turkeen's Cats, I think they're better than them, but if I haven't scrimmed or like played individually against them, I think I go off the showings it has been in the past few qualifiers and promo tournaments, and I think Turkeen is a little bit better. so I'm gonna put not everyone has an iPhone at 7.
Okay, what is your take on your 7th place, Din?
I got turquoise cats. I mean, I think they're not bad, but I just feel like everyone is just slightly bit better.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Not much more need to be said. Czar, what was your 7?
I also have not everyone has an iPhone. I think individually they're good, but I don't know if it was nerves or just lack of synergy, but I feel like they could have performed a lot better than what they showed today.
That is very fair. Now let's round off, because I do feel like if I'm looking at the teams that we have, I feel like the bottom 3 should be clear. Now let's not make me eat my own words, because I'm putting not everyone has an iPhone as my 6. And if I'm not fully mistaken, I feel like the 6s of you guys should be somewhere in tune as well. Not everyone has an iPhone, same thing. I feel like not had a decent showing today, nothing insane. But there are still aspects that can be used and abused, and I feel like that will happen throughout the season. Czar, who's your 6?
Yeah, they're turquoise cats.
Yeah, let's see. Go ahead.
They're a bit stronger than I originally thought they were before I saw them play, but I still think they're near the bottom half.
Okay, let's see if my theory holds true. Then who's your 6?
I got not everyone has an iPhone.
Okay. Any specific reason, or same as what has been said already?
Oh, I mean, it's the same with turquoise cats. I feel like the teams above them are just a bit better. I feel like, especially Jan today was looking really shaky. So I have to put them here.
Okay, then to round off the 6, Venom, who's your 6?
I have Turkans Cat at 6. I do think they're kind of like the dark horse in this season. Like, they can take off some games of some really good teams, even though I will mostly expect for them to like be at the bottom half. But they're like, you can always like, they're probably gonna lose, but there's always like this one like lingering feeling that they can take games off. It's at least the vibe that I got from them from the past few tournaments, from this promo tournament, like from the previous buffs. Like, there's always this one small chance.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, right? But looking overall, it seems like we have a pretty similar agreement of where the league is going to be split. I feel like now we're getting into interesting territory, because obviously, for people who don't know, EUSL as a league, for playoffs, it's a 50-50 split, meaning you need to finish top 4 to make it into playoffs. I feel like largely, looking at the remaining 5 teams, all of them are, like, I'd say all of them are expected to make it, but it kind of does not work that way. So what I'm curious about now is who's going to be put at the 5 for each of you. And you know what? I will put Venom on the spot first. Who's your 5?
Can someone else go 5? It's like, after those 3 teams, like, not to take away from those 3 teams, they're good. But after that, I feel like the skill level is like so much higher. I can see all of those 5 teams easily making it to playoffs.
I mean, I share the exact same opinions. I feel like the top 5 are all really good, and this is just like my list of vibes real quick, so it's not like anything definitive. It could go either way, but I put Obscura as 5. Even though I think they're a really good team. Like,
okay, just to retaliate, I'm gonna put Happy Girls at 5.
So Venom's list is reactive.
I was thinking about whether the Zoo or Happy Girls, but yeah, it's Happy Girls.
I respect it. I don't mind.
Okay. So then for your all right, you said it's a pretty even board across the field. It's just a vibe check that they're failing right now, or not passing as well as the other teams. Venom, is there any other reason to put Happy Girls at 5 other than the fact that Din just put you at 5?
I mean, there's much reason to it. I did play against them in the previous pub, and I do think that they're like pretty insane, and I also like from scrim results, they're like pretty even with the zoo. It's like I think 5 or 4th is like what I think they're gonna end on.
Okay, that is very fair. Let's make it a little bit more interesting to see, I guess. Because I have down at my 5 as well, Obscura, and the reason for that is, as of right now, simply because obviously I've said it before. Everyone in the top 5 teams for me is a playoffs team. So I feel like it's gonna come down to stuff like head-to-head interactions. It's gonna come down to stuff about how much you're going to be losing out a set, or if you're like even perchance dropping a game to one of the 3 teams that are below us. I don't think that should ever happen, but if I'm putting it into my head, I feel like the team that is most likely to have like a bad day would be Obscura. I also think for me, Yuki's insane goalie. Again, I'm gonna keep saying this. For me personally, the MVP of season 2. Insanely good. Played for FLK, now an Obscura roster. Venom, an insanely good midfielder as well. And Umi, I know, has an incredible skill ceiling as well. For me, it's more so about seeing those results come in, because for now, I haven't been convinced enough. But I'm still expecting them in playoffs. So it's really difficult to place anything. But now I've put Zar into a situation where he could potentially make it a tie, or it's going to look really bad for us. Zar, who do you have at 5?
Oh, I already made up my mind. Happy Girls is 5th for me.
Okay,
Oh,
it's a tie. How so? What's your reasoning for it?
I don't know. I just feel like the other teams would just, I don't know, pull through a little bit more than Happy Girls would. I don't know. There's no real reason, but that's just how I feel.
That is fair enough. Do you have anything? Who do you have at your 4 sitting then?
On my 4, I actually have Obscura.
Any?
I don't know. I just,
yeah.
I just believe in the zoo, man. I don't know why. I think their logo is like fixating me or something, because it's so based that I believe in them. But I mean, I have to see that logo go through, man.
Not wrong. Not wrong. The logo does kind of go crazy. Although it's easy to make fun of for specific reasons that I'm not going to mention. Din, who do you have at your 4?
I have TMCT actually. I mean,
Okay, interesting.
it's a bit interesting considering they won the last season, but I mean, this Cookies guy doesn't even play the game. Like, I don't know. So that's I have to put that a bit lower.
I'd love to say no to that, but it's just true. Yeah, I mean, my 4 is Happy Girls. I have them there due to I don't know, honestly. I don't know how to judge you guys. Then talking to you specifically, then I have no idea what I should make of you. I feel like you guys have potential to make like the deepest run go undefeated, and I feel like you also have the potential to like suddenly lose every single series. It's a bit difficult to place me for you. I feel like your average is always in playoffs, but I'm not sure how deep I can see you go into that playoff spot. Personally.
I think it's so fair. Like, I feel like we are very inconsistent right now. So, I think it's really fair that where you guys put us. I feel like we still have a lot of shit to figure out, and it just depends if we figure this shit out.
Yeah. And then lastly, Venom, who's your 4?
At 4, I also have TMCT. Even though you guys won the last season, and I think you guys are probably gonna be a top contender, like 1st or 2nd this season again. I mean, you guys haven't been really playing much, especially Cookies. He's been busy playing Super Vive and Block Blast. I saw him play like once or twice in the last few weeks, and he played absolutely horrible. So I think there needs to be some time for him to like get back into the game, and until then, I think you guys are gonna be around the 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's fair. Again, I can't debate it. Okay. There's some mixes going around though already though, right? Because we don't have a clear like 4-5 pairing now. Going into the number 3, I'm gonna start us off. I'm gonna put down the team that has looked the cleanest today that we've seen, and that is Zoo. I think Zoo together, I feel like they just really found each other. I think the players individually do a really good job. Already beforehand, just played really well together, had a lot of good performances, but I feel like they never were able to find themselves in a team where they kind of fall into place. I feel like specifically now, this roster of Zoo works so well together that I would find it hard to not put them even as a title contender within the league as well. Because you saw it today as well. They played 2 series. They 2-0'd them both, and I don't think a single game went longer than like 15 minutes, maybe. So it's a show of power today, and I'm gonna be incredibly curious to see how the matchups are gonna go when EUSL starts. How they're gonna match up against some of the other teams that they didn't get to play yet. So that I'm just putting them at 3 for now because I do think I have 2 other teams which are not really a secret if you know what the teams are, that I feel like are a bit more in contention for it all. Moving on, Zar, who's your 3?
I agree. I also think Zoo is third. I'm surprised by how well they play together. I feel like Nero definitely improved a lot recently, and then Scythen and Donkers just have that weird synergy that I just don't expect, but it just works really well, I feel like.
Yeah, very much. And also, do keep in mind, everyone, by the way, Scythen's actually a midfielder. He's role swapping into forward, and he's still playing this well, which is, hey, hats off to you. You're being put in that different situation and still playing so well. It's not something that a lot of people can do. Din, who's your 3?
Sue as well. Like, I just love this team. Like, as a team and like them as people. Like, these guys are just great. I think Dunkus and Scythen is like my favorite forward too. These guys just play so well together. Also, just from screaming them a lot, I think they are just insane.
Yeah. I mean, we're all seeming to agree. Now, does Venom make it a perfect 3rd place sweep for Zoo? I wonder.
No, I'm gonna put my own team on 3rd, even though I think we have crazy potential and like individually we're like really good players. Like especially also since you mentioned like Yuki, I also like after thinking about it, like rewatching it, I think she was the MVP of the season, and I do think that she can replicate that in this season. Otherwise, we just need to work a little bit on our synergy and like really our playstyle and what we want to do. So I think we can get higher than 3rd, but for now, I think 3rd to 4th is like our position right now.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go to you first. Since we're going into the top 2 now, obviously just saying 2nd place doesn't really make much of sense because then you're just kind of sitting there waiting to elaborate on your 1. So between the last 2 teams that are left, can you tell me who's your number 2 first, elaborate on why they're 2, and then immediately lead into who's your 1 and why you think they're the current one?
I can already tell you, I put myself first. Like, why am I playing if I'm not first? You know?
Hey, I mean, that's a valid mindset.
True.
That is a very valid mindset.
Yeah, so obviously I put Lumious Astros as seconds. Like, I don't know if I can speak on your roster. Is that okay? Like, the roster changes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just Llama and Alex, they're just both like insane at the game. Like, the 2 of the best players the game have ever seen. Especially Alex, like, this guy is just unbeaten. And together, I think they are just so fucking scary. I don't know how to speak on you, Sar, yet, because considering your role swapping, and I don't know, like, how good you actually are on forward. But I think you will also be really, really insane.
Okay, Zar, what's your comment on it? I would assume I kind of know it already, but we'll see if my suspicions are correct.
Well, I am putting TMCT on 2nd because I think, well, they won last season, and I know Cookies might not be playing much, but I also don't think it will take that long for him to get back into shape. And of course, I'm going to put myself first. Come on now. I got Alex on my team. That guy is just a monster, and now I have Llama just midfielding, feeding the core to me. I might not be the best forward, but I can do my work. I believe in myself. Early.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the mindset you have to have, right? what Din said already, right? What's the point in competing if you're not expecting to take it all? And with that, I'm going to continue up the tradition of being the TMCT guzzler of my own and put myself at first. Cookies are making you proud because you did it last season. I think, obviously, we haven't been playing an insane amount, but I think we've shown what we can do last season. We were able to take the victory last season. And I feel like we're gonna go for another one, and I feel like that confidence is necessary to pull through. Luma at second though is incredibly close, even in my confidence thing. I feel like that roster is incredibly dangerous, and I mean you can see it so far as well. It's the highest average placing roster in our list so far, so we'll see how it's gonna pan out. And I feel like with that, we can go over to Venom, because you're going to be the last one that's not going to have a biased 1-2 placement. How are you putting it down, and why that way?
Yeah, first off, you guys are so much big self glazers. Holy, all of you three putting yourself at first. That's crazy. Okay. My placement is. It does look a bit jokey, but it is also a bit serious. I'm gonna put Luminous Astros at second and the Zoo at first.
My God.
I think, like, Luminous Assets, of course, all three of them insane players. But, like, I was mostly scared of the Saka Za duo. Also, Za is, like, switching to forward right now, and he has shown that he's insane on forward as well. But I do think there needs to be a little bit time of adjustment. And I think Zoo, it's time for Nero to break the not qualifying and the going 0-7 curse. I think that team has shown like crazy potential and has been showing really, really good performances. I believe in that team. I think that team can take it.
Yeah. I feel like the general gist of it, honestly, is that all of us are kind of on a similar page. Obviously, we're backing ourselves in a listing like that. But I think if it comes down to the top 4, top 5, it's really difficult to say what is going to happen, because this season, to me, at least, is the most competitive one in terms of like just looking at the players, where it's not as clear as who's going to be outperforming everyone else. I feel like in previous seasons, it always was a bit more clear, not necessarily who's going to win, but you had like a clear idea of what the top 2 are going to look like. And I feel like this is the first season where I'm looking at the entire roster and I'm saying I cannot, like, on a realistic note, I cannot say it with 100% confidence. Like, I wouldn't bet my life on being able to predict which 2 teams are going to be meeting each other in grands. So I feel like it's fair, and I feel like you can see that in our listing, because I don't think we have any consistent, like, same rankings. Zoo being a third is very common, but again, putting him at first is also a very fair placement. We have the only thing that we can kind of group together is we have the same bottom 3 and the same top 5, but I think that's about where it ends. And I mean, that just shapes it up for a very enticing season for our Mega Strikers that you guys need to be around for. That's going to be starting in May, and that it's going to... Honestly, I'm just very happy to see that we're going to have a league as competitive as it is now. And I feel like we can start going to kind of closing statements overall. Is there anything you'd like to just add to what's going to be going on the next season, or anything with the list, anything you want to point out, or any just kind of fun facts you want to drop? But we'll start off with you, Zar.
Venom, I will beat you on my 4th 1v3, bro. Good luck.
Oh.
Why is that so personal? What the heck?
No, don't worry about it.
What the fuck?
Nah, bro, just accept it.
Okay.
What's your reply, Venom?
Okay. Can I change my ranking? Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this season is definitely gonna be exciting. I think it's by far the most competitive season. I do think that there's a lot of teams that can get the players, a lot of teams that can take it home. As for now, I have Zoo, but like, for example, if like Marco and Alas gets nerfed, the goalie is homeless in Zoo. But other than that, I think they're gonna have a good chance.
No, he can play now. He can play now.
He can't play.
Oh yeah, he can play now.
He did play it. Okay, Tin, any closing statements from you?
No, I don't have anything to say.
You're just longing for the bed right now, is what I'm getting the vibe of. Okay.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. And with that, we're gonna call it here. Of course, thank you all three for being here this late. And partaking in this. It's a pleasure to have you. And yeah, I feel like we're in for a very exciting season. We're in for a lot of interesting matchups. We're in for a season where it's going to be difficult to really see what's coming. I feel like we're even across like large rank gaps, we're gonna have some upsets take place, and that's very exciting. And I hope that everyone's gonna be ready for it, and everyone's gonna be joining us on May 17th. That is 3 weeks from now. The first week of EUSL will start then. All of these teams will feature, and more information will follow suit in regards of that. So do stay tuned. If you can't wait that long to play some Omega Strikers tomorrow, Bulk Up Battlegrounds. Don't forget to sign up, 4 p.m. Central European Summertime. Be there. Signups will close an hour before the games will actually start. So get your rosters going. That has been arguably one of the longest USL streams we've had so far. Thanks everyone for that stuck it out and stay until here. I hope all of you will have a lovely evening ahead of you, and we're gonna call it out here. Bye bye.